Chapter 1. The Flying Dutchman shuddered again with sounds of groaning and the terrifying shriek of metal composites being torn apart. The displays on the bridge flickered, and the air was filled with alarm bells and klaxons from almost every system. "Skippy, get us out of—" The ship shook violently again. "Direct hit on number 4 reactor," Skippy announced calmly. "Reactor has lost containment. I am preparing it for ejection. Ejection system is offline. Pilot, port side thrusters, full emergency thrust on my mark." "Ready," Desai acknowledged in as calm a voice as she could manage. "Mark. Go!" Skippy shouted. Whatever they were doing, it was more than the ship's already stressed artificial gravity and inertial compensation systems could handle. Normally, ship maneuvers were not felt at all by the crew. This time, I lurched in the command chair and had to hang on as the ship was flung to the right. There was a shudder. Actually a wave of ripples traveling along the ship's spine, accompanied by a deep harmonic groaning. No ship should ever make a sound like that. "Ah, damn it. Reactor 4 is away. It impacted Reactor 2 on the way out, shutting down 2 now." Skippy's voice had a touch of strain to it. "Missiles inbound, diverting all remaining power to jump drive capacitors. Hang on. This is going to be close." The main display indicated the jump drive was at 38% charge. Skippy had told us that with the Dutchman trapped inside the Theranan Destroyer Squadron's damping field, we needed a 42% charge for even a short jump, and that still carried a severe risk of rupturing the drive. If that happened, and we would never know it, we'd simply be dead between 1 picosecond and another. The missile symbols on the display, 7 of them, were coming in fast. 2 of the symbols disappeared as I watched, destroyed by our ship's point defense maser beams. The other 5 missiles continued toward us, fast, fuzzing our sensors with their stealth fields and weaving as they bored in. 1 more missile destroyed, 4 still moving fast. Jump drive at 40%. Too close. I turned the knob to release the plastic cover over the self-destruct button and turned to look through the glass wall into the CIC compartment. "Colonel Chang." He nodded, and I saw him flip back the cover to the other self-destruct button, the confirmation. "Sir." He looked me straight in the eye and saluted. I returned the salute. "Colonel Chang, we have been down a long, strange road together. It's been an honor serving with you." My left thumb hovered over the self-destruct button. The ship was dying anyway. This was my fault. How the hell had I gotten us into this mess? I'd better start at the beginning. My name is Joe Bishop. I'm a sergeant, temporarily holding the theater rank of colonel in the United States Army. Neither rank matters much at the moment, since I'm aboard a stolen alien starship over 1,000 light-years from Earth. Believe it or not, the United Nations Expeditionary Force has put me in command of our ship, a Theranan star carrier we unwisely named the Flying Dutchman. I have, I think, good common sense, and everyone else would agree, a history of getting into trouble. Big trouble. And a history of getting out of trouble. If you ask me, I've been in the right places at the wrong times. My critics would say that I am one lucky son of a bitch. My mother is not a bitch, but other than that, they may have a point. Skippy, our ancient alien talking beer can combination mascot and artificial superintelligence, says there is no such thing as luck, that humans believe in luck because our dumb monkey-level linear thinking has no idea how the universe works. Whatever. When the Flying Dutchman went outbound through the wormhole near Earth, and Skippy shut down the wormhole behind us, I have to admit a tiny part of me was disappointed that the ship didn't immediately explode into a bazillion pieces. One of our cargo holds has a dozen tactical nukes from the American inventory. We only need Nuke 1 to vaporize the ship and erase all trace that humans were roaming the galaxy, but somebody had a coupon, or they were cheaper by the dozen at Nukes R Us or something, so we had 11 extra. No, they aren't available as last-minute birthday gifts, thanks for asking. When Skippy confirmed the wormhole had been shut down behind us, deactivated it this time, not merely temporarily disrupted its connection to the network or whatever, a tiny part of me hoped that UNEF had somehow snuck behind Skippy's back and set a nuke to explode right then. You ever been on a cliff or the balcony of a really tall building, and you look over the edge with butterflies in your stomach and you're afraid of falling, but a tiny part of you wants to jump? A tiny part of you that you're afraid you won't be able to control wants to jump. You're afraid of being near the edge because you think you might not be able to control yourself, that you might feel compelled to jump. I read somewhere that it's because part of your brain can't stand the tension and wants the tension to just go away, even if the solution kills you. No? Never had that happen to you? Hey, I'm afraid of heights. That's why I never signed up for Army parachute training. Flying in a Black Hawk Kilo with the door open hadn't bothered me much. As long as I could hear the engines howling above my head, I figured we'd be all right. Being on my parents' house roof, stringing Christmas lights, now that kind of thing scared the hell out of me. Scared me enough that every February I had argued with my mother against taking the lights down. Why go through the trouble of taking them down, I asked. Sure, most of the year our neighbors would grumble that the Bishop family were lazy procrastinators, but by October, maybe November, we'd begin to look like proactive geniuses, right? And my mother never fell for that argument. The Christmas lights were always down by Super Bowl weekend. In this case, it wasn't heights I was afraid of. My fear was of the unknown, of being responsible for all the people aboard the ship, and if one of my screw-ups meant our enemies discovered humans had stolen the Theranin star carrier, of me being responsible for the destruction of humanity. If the Dutchman had exploded beyond my control, I wouldn't have to be concerned about my inevitable screw-ups. UNEF hadn't set a nuke to explode. Or they did, and Skippy, of course, discovered their plan and stopped it. It would have been easier for everyone if the Dutchman had become a rapidly expanding sphere of subatomic particles. Either way, we were still alive, and I had to continue the mission as planned. Dawn. If the Dutchman had exploded, it would have killed 70 people. Our new, not-so-merry band of pirates was 58 military personnel and a dozen civilian scientists. This time, we were semi-officially a merry band of pirates. Everyone had on their uniform the paramecium with eye patch logo that Skippy designed for us. Even the scientists were given a patch on their official mission jackets. So far, I hadn't seen many of the scientists wearing those jackets, and I wasn't going to make an issue of it. Scientists, civilians, didn't worry me. What did concern me is that this time, the military units assigned to the Dutchman were from Spec Ops units, elite Special Forces troops and hotshot pilots. By the way, when I left Earth the first time, I'd been current on military slang, at least U.S. military slang, but apparently I was the only one who didn't know people on Earth were pronouncing the United Nations Expeditionary Force UNEF. And this is before we even left. This whole time I've been wasting precious light years spelling it out, UNEF. Skippy probably had a minor beer can meltdown. Although in my defense, Skippy in his absent-minded way dropped the ball plenty of times his absent-minded self. So where was I? Right, UNEF. After we left, governments had wanted to emphasize the glorious contributions of their own armed forces to fighting the horrible Ruha, so they'd stopped mentioning the UN part of UNEF and just called us the Expeditionary Force, or X-4. The name X-4 sounded cool and it stuck. A bit later, when people and their governments began to regret the alliance with the Kristang, the governments in UNEF tried to emphasize again the United Nations part, as if the governments that were part of UNEF had no responsibility for what had happened. By that time it was too late. X-4 had stuck in the public's mind. The mission was technically under the command of the United Nations Expeditionary Force Special Operations Command Directorate. Yeah, that's a mouthful to say. And in reality, I was in command all by myself, because as soon as the Dutchman jumped away from Earth orbit, we were on our own. If things went well, UNEF SOCOM would take credit. If things went sideways, they would heap the blame on me. That's the way it works. When Special Operations Command assigned our crew, I first called the new merry band of pirates SOCOM. Then I quickly learned all the cool kids used the term Spec Ops. Although when I, a soldier who had never been in a special operations unit, tried to be a cool kid by saying Spec Ops, I got some weird looks. I was learning. Let me explain about Spec Ops, or Special Forces troops. My knowledge comes from observing, and certainly not from experience. Whether they are U.S. Navy SEALs, U.S. Army Rangers, British SAS, or in any other military service on Earth, Spec Ops soldiers are all badasses and they know it. Getting into Special Forces units requires incredible commitment to meet tough physical standards and, much more importantly, mental toughness. You know those guys or girls in high school, or even before that, who already knew exactly what they wanted to do in life? And they were completely focused, in great physical shape, getting up at 5 a.m. for swimming or hockey practice or running or lifting weights before school. They got good grades, studied hard, never slacked off. The adults always liked them. They were great athletes, intense even in practices. Most importantly, they were serious about life, even as young teenagers, at a time when most of us were drifting along or flailing through life, having no idea what we wanted. Those guys and girls? They are where Spec Ops troops come from. They're better than most of us, certainly better than me. I am a reasonably dedicated soldier, proud to wear the uniform. No way could I qualify for Special Forces. The physical stuff I could train myself up to do, I'm pretty sure. The difference is, I would never want to train that hard. I don't have the internal discipline or the drive to work that hard. I simply don't have enough desire to do it. I greatly admire the people who do make that level of commitment, and I'm glad I don't have to. Special Forces are the best of the best, and the Dutchmen got the best people from Special Operations Commands of the 5 nations in UNEF. I couldn't imagine the competition that had gone on for slots aboard the Dutchman. The only thing I was sure of is that I would never have qualified. Our new merry band of pirates completely intimidated me. They were tougher than me, smarter than me, more dedicated, more driven, better soldiers and human beings in almost every way I could think of. And I was in command of these superhumans. Me. I wasn't worthy. They knew it. I knew it. Part of being officially in command of an actual UNEF mission, instead of being the do-it-yourself leader of a pirate ship, was the mountains of official paperwork, even if paper had been replaced by iPads. I hated it. I had never been good at dealing with boring details. "Joe," Skippy said to me while I was in my office the day after we left the wormhole behind, trying to deal with the tedious administrative details of being a commander, "I have a question for you. Technically, a complaint." I write it on a piece of paper and put it in the suggestion box. "We have a suggestion box?" he asked, sounding genuinely surprised. "Yep, it's in the closest black hole. Just drop it in and wait." "Oh, very funny, Joey." "A black hole will get you the same result as a suggestion box, so all right, I get the message. Anyway, I was looking at the crew roster database on your iPad. Oh, man. Don't remind me, please. I've got enough of this damned administrivia to deal with already. This is an easy one, Joe. I notice there's no entry for me in the crew roster. I'm not even listed as a passenger, and I'm clearly crucial to the proper operation of the ship. I should be listed as part of the crew." "I'm sorry, Skippy, I didn't know you cared." Damn, our super-powerful alien AI was sensitive about the oddest things. He hated it when he was considered differently than any other sentient being aboard the ship. "You're right. That's my fault. I'll input your data right now. Oh, and I see you've already helpfully pulled up the input screen on my iPad for me. Did you save the report I spent the last 20 minutes writing? Like humanity needs to read that mindless drivel. I'd be doing monkey kind of favor by erasing that crap. Sure, it's, saved. And it better be. I already forgot what the hell I wrote in that report. First item in the crew roster is given name, so I'll input Skippy. Second item is surname, the Magnificent." "Really? It is entirely appropriate, Joe." "Oh, because that's what everyone calls you," I retorted sarcastically, rolling my eyes. Not wanting to argue with him, I typed in the Magnificent. "Next question is your rank. This file is designed for military personnel. I'd like Grand Exalted Field Marshal El Supremo." Right, I'll type in Cub Scout. Next question. "Hey, you jerk," is occupational specialty. Oh, clearly that should be Lord God Controller of all things. I'll give you that one. That is spelled ASSHOLE. Next. "Hey, you shithead. I should—" "Age?" I asked. "A couple million at least, I think. Mentally, you're a 6-year-old, so that's what I typed in." "Joe, I just changed your rank in the personnel file to Big Poopy Head." Skippy laughed. 5-year-old. You're a 5-year-old. "I guess that's fair," he admitted. "Sex? I'm going to select NA on that one for you," I said. "Joe, in your personnel file, I just updated sex to unlikely." "This is not going well, Skippy. You started it." "Oh, that was mature. 4-year-old, then. Maybe terrible twos. I give up, Skippy snorted. Save the damned files and we'll call it even, okay? No problem. We should do this more often, huh? Oh, shut up. I thought that was the end of it, until 5 minutes later when Sergeant Adams called me. Sir, I'm looking at the crew training roster, and Skippy is now listed as asshole first class? Ah, damn it. I hadn't thought anyone would look at the stupid roster. I'll change the darn thing. No need, sir. It certainly describes him, Adams laughed. Yeah, that it does. Also, the required training schedule under your name now lists potty training. I thought you should know. Also, it says you need to learn about the birds and the bees. Ah, crap. Skippy and I had a talk a few minutes ago. It looks like I need another one. You think that's going to change anything? She asked skeptically. Not really. It wasn't only me. Every one of the original merry band of pirates was intimidated by our new all-star crew. The second night after we left the now deactivated wormhole behind, I'd gone into the galley at 4 a.m., unable to sleep, wanting a cup of coffee and some human company. Before getting dressed, I checked my iPad for the uniform of the day posted by Colonel Chang as the ship's executive officer. Most days we wore camis, and on Mondays we would be wearing dress uniforms to dinner. Today was the standard summer service uniform, or whatever each country's military had as the equivalent. When I got to the galley, to my surprise, I found Lieutenant Colonel Chang, Major Sims, Captain Giraud, and Captain Desai sitting at a table, bleary-eyed and drinking coffee. After I poured a cup for myself, Sergeant Adams walked in, and I handed a cup to her. There we were, the 6 of us, alone in the galley, the 6 members of the original merry band of pirates who were still aboard the ship. We'd been through so much together, so much we hadn't expected to survive, that I felt like hugging them all. I refrained because Sergeant Adams would have punched me if I tried to hug her. Instead, I bumped fists with Adams and handed her a cup of coffee. This is a coincidence, I observed. For you, sir, maybe, Adams replied, sitting down across from Giraud. My duty shift starts in an hour. Mine also, Sims said over a mouthful of coffee. I couldn't sleep, Chang said simply. Same here, I said. I sat down next to Desai and raised my cup for a toast. To the original merry band of pirates, especially those who didn't make it home. Coffee cups clinked together and we all drank. The cups didn't actually make a clinking sound as they were plastic, but they had the official UNEF logo on one side and UNS Flying Dutchman on the other. If by some total freaking miracle we ever returned to Earth, I could definitely see these plastic cups getting smuggled off the ship and becoming a much-prized collector's item. The 6 of us started catching up, because most of us didn't see much of each other between the time we left the Dutchman and the few days before departure from Earth orbit. And none of us had time to talk much during those frantic days of loading and preparing the ship after the government on Earth had finally made the forehead-smackingly obvious decision to send the Dutchman back out. Every single survivor of the original merry band of pirates had volunteered to take the Dutchman back out again. After a lot of discussion, argument, and thinking, and a whole lot of politics among the governments involved, I had only accepted the 5 sitting with me in the galley. Although all the survivors volunteered to take the Dutchman back out, they didn't all need to come with us, and their governments were keen on having some of them remain on Earth for the knowledge they had. Many of the survivors had injuries. Giraud still had his arm encased in a Theranin healing sleeve, and Chang's ribs were still tender. Dr. Skippy's prognosis was for Giraud to have his arm out of the sleeve and fully healed in 2 more days. That was not soon enough for the French paratrooper, because he said his arm itched like 1,000 ants were biting him. Skippy said that was all in Giraud's head. This trip, I firmly believed, was a fool's errand, a suicide mission. The original merry band of pirates had pushed their luck to the limit already. To expect more from them was crazy. I'd been forced to argue using, let's say, strong language with Sergeant Adams, trying to persuade her not to come with us. She didn't have anything to prove, I told her. She had sacrificed enough. What I didn't say was that although we'd both been prisoners of the Cristang and scheduled to be executed, she had also been tortured. I'd seen her scars. Man, she laid into me for that, practically shouting that I was only saying that because she is a woman, that if she was a male Marine, I wouldn't pamper her. She was wrong about that. She also hadn't let me get a word in while she berated me. With all due respect, sir, you wear Colonel's eagles, but we both know you're a buck sergeant. You need me. She had been right, 100%, and I was damn glad to have her. I was glad to have all of them, people I knew and trusted. Our new crew were all-stars, to be sure. There were also people I didn't know. Before launch, I had deliberately avoided gathering just the 6 of us, as I didn't want the rest of the crew to think I favored my old comrades, although, of course, I did. There were other pilots aboard with vastly greater experience and qualifications than Captain Desai, pilots who had flown the hottest jets, test pilots, top guns, and not a single one of them were allowed to touch a single button of the Dutchman's controls unless they were under Desai's supervision. Any one of them might be able to be trusted to pilot an alien starship. Desai was trusted. Skippy felt the same way. Regardless of each pilot's official call sign before they came aboard the Flying Dutchman, Skippy began by calling all of them Fing, or fucking new guy, or girl. We had to explain to the new pilots that Skippy was actually being pretty nice considering, Skippy. One pilot, who I won't name, pissed Skippy off enough that his new assigned quarters were an airlock. That required me to intervene, although I could see Skippy's point. That pilot's new call sign instantly became Alligator for Airlock Guy. It's a pilot thing. "What do you think of the new crew?" I asked to no one in particular. Chang spoke first, after diplomatically taking a pause to sip coffee. "It will be an interesting exercise in international cooperation." Giraud nodded, then shrugged. "We will see." 70 people aboard the ship. 12 of them were scientists, civilians. Of those, 7 were women and 5 men. Their specialties covered everything from medicine and biology to physics. Competition for a berth aboard the Dutchman had been fierce among scientists, a bit less so after I explained that I did not realistically expect us to ever return. If it had been entirely up to me, we would have taken 0 scientists along. We didn't need scientists to achieve the mission objectives, and there would be only more people dead if we couldn't return to Earth. The number of people in our new merry band of pirates had not been my decision to make. Governments around the globe had insisted we bring scientists along. The original list had several thousand names on it. Limiting us to 12 scientists had been the best compromise I could get. My final criteria for who came with us and who stayed home was less about pure scientific ability and more about ability to get along with other people. What we did not need was a bunch of genius brainiacs, or as Skippy referred to them, slightly smarter monkeys, who had massive egos and became a pain in the ass during a long trip aboard the Dutchman. That was part of the reason we had more women scientists than men. Too many of the male candidates had failed UNEF's get along well with others psychological tests. International cooperation. I repeated the phrase slowly. Our original crew cooperated well, I pointed out. We had to, Chang said, and our mission then was to rescue Earth. We were all highly motivated. Our crew back then was whoever was available right there, Giraud pointed out. I was only at the logistics base because my commander sent me to find out why supplies were so slow getting to us. We sent what we had at the time, Sim said defensively. Giraud nodded. Yes, I realized that when I got there, Major. My point, Colonel, is our original crew had a sense of great purpose. We were thrown together, unexpectedly, to rescue our entire planet. Our new crew has no such sense of purpose. And these special forces all think they are special, Adams remarked sourly over her coffee. No offense, sir, she added to Giraud. None taken, he laughed. Some of them intimidate me, he admitted, and René Giraud had been an elite French paratrooper even before he went to Paradise. You too? I asked. They all intimidate me. My concern is these rivalries may get out of hand. Rivalries not only between nationalities, I also had to worry about how U.S. Army Rangers and Navy SEALs would get along. Professionally, I hoped. Adams bumped fists with Giraud across the table. Don't worry, sir. We'll get them straightened out. Chang had assigned the experienced Giraud and Adams to get our new Special Forces unit squared away and to set up a training regimen. The new people had to learn about the Dutchman, the Flower, and dropships for basics. Then they would move on to familiarizing themselves with Kristang-powered armor and combots. What I was really worried about was our elite, gung-ho, intense Special Forces troops becoming bored. Before we departed Earth orbit, I had assembled the entire off-duty crew and scientists in an empty cargo bay. I explained once again that my sincere hope was for us to see zero combat action, that we would see nothing interesting along the way. A successful mission, in my opinion, would be for us to find Skippy's magic radio, drop him off somewhere, and for the Dutchman to return uneventfully to Earth. Or, in the all-too-likely scenario of the Dutchman breaking down somewhere after Skippy left us, of us being stuck in interstellar space with food running low and me having to engage our self-destruct. When I told the crew that unpleasant fact, I could see Special Forces nodding grimly. I also saw in their eyes they didn't fully believe it. They were trained for action, and action is what they expected. I hoped to disappoint them. Our new mission continued to use the UN Expeditionary Force Command structure. The scientists came from many nations, but the military forces were drawn from only 5 countries: America, China, India, Britain, and France. Each country provided 9 Special Forces soldiers, except that America had only 4 Rangers and 4 SEALs because an American commanded the mission. Each country also provided 2 pilots. Giraud and Desai were in the Special Forces and pilot count. That left me, Chang, Sims, and Adams rounding out the 58 military personnel aboard. I drank the last of the coffee in my cup and got up for a refill. The coffee pot was almost empty. I drained the dregs into my cup and got the pot started on brewing more. There wasn't any breakfast available yet, other than do-it-yourself toast. Whose turn is it in the galley today? Details like that were Chang's decision as the executive officer. I should have known anyway. There was a duty roster somewhere, like on my Z phone, that I was too lazy to look at. China, Chang replied. We'll get started in an hour or so. That's fine. I'm not hungry yet, I said. What was a Chinese breakfast like? I was eager to find out. Our crew was scientists, pilots, and special forces. We had no cooks, no mechanics, none of the usual support personnel. Each day, one nationality among the military forces would handle cooking in the galley, with the scientists making up a 6th team for cooking duties. The food situation was going to be interesting. Culinary skill had not been a prerequisite for assignment aboard the Flying Dutchman, although I knew we could count on the hyper-competitive special forces to do their best. With a fresh half-cup of coffee, I headed toward the door. I'm going to hit the gym, I announced. Getting there early hopefully meant I would be working out by myself without being surrounded by Spec Ops people who were all in better condition than I was. Maybe I needed to be concerned about my own ego, too. Chapter 2. When I was done working out in the gym, I needed a shower. It was a lung-burning, muscle-aching workout that left my legs like jelly and my arms shaky. Literally, my arms were so weary my hands were shaking. Even my fingers hurt. And the 6 Chinese Spec Ops guys who were in the gym while I was there had been doing a tougher workout. They were already well into their exercises before I got to the gym, and when I left, they were headed out of the gym to run sprints down the Dutchman's long spine corridor. I felt like collapsing. In the shower, I had to kneel down, because it was a Theranin-sized shower, and we hadn't been able to fix that when we refitted the Dutchman in Earth orbit. Beds had been lengthened to human size by cutting away cabinets we didn't need, but adjusting showers had not been on the priority list in the short time we had before our pirated star carrier had to depart. My shaky fingers missed the shower controls several times, and I cursed out loud. "Something wrong, Colonel Joe?" Skippy's voice had an undertone of genuine concern. "You seem especially clumsy this morning." "Especially? Well, thanks a lot, Skippy. I meant no offense. A clumsy monkey is a dead monkey, Joe. When you're swinging from trees in the jungle, the clumsy monkey falls and gets eaten by a leopard." "Ha!" I had to laugh at that. "Not many leopards in this part of the galaxy, Skippy. My arms are tired, that's all. I did a tough workout." "I know. I was watching you. Don't you think you were overdoing it a bit, Joe?" "Hell no. Those Spec Ops guys and the women, hell, especially the women, are super high speed, Skippy. Damn it, I'm in good shape, and I'm younger than most of them, and they're kicking my ass already. I'd like to train with them, but the first time one of them throws me to the mat without breaking a sweat, I think I'd totally lose their respect." "Wow, you truly are a dumb monkey. How can anyone be so clueless? Joe, Those Spec Ops people are completely intimidated by you. They have a huge chip on their shoulders about you, and about the other members of the original merry band of pirates." "What?" I sputtered under the cascading water. "Give me a minute to rinse off." With a still, shaky hand, I pressed the button to shut off the water and backed out to stand up carefully to reach for a towel. "How do you figure that? Those people have gone through the toughest military training there is. They're the best. They're all completely super confident. Super confident about most things, probably, yes. About you? No. Think about it from their point of view, Joe. When UNEF went off-world, they stayed behind. For one reason or another, they were left behind. They missed out on all the action. Right there, they all think they have something to prove to you, Chang, and the others." "Huh. I guess you're right, Skippy. I hadn't thought of that. Oh, that's just the beginning. You not only went off-world, you captured 2 alien starships, brought back priceless intel, and rescued your entire species from Kristang. Joe, these Spec Ops people are completely in awe of you. You and all the original crew. Yes, they have passed an extremely rigorous selection process that requires incredible physical and mental toughness. However, what have they actually accomplished? What are the odds that, during their entire military careers, they will accomplish anything anywhere close to what you did? The answer is about 0, Joe, and they all know it. Joe, they all think you look down on them." Crap. He was right. I had been utterly clueless. I'd been thinking only of myself, and not considering how the new crew might think of their situation. Back when I was in the U.S. Army 10th Mountain Infantry Division, and our battalion first went into Nigeria to boost the peacekeeping efforts in that region, I had been in awe of the guys in the battalion that was rotating out. They had been there. They had lived it. They knew the territory. They had been in combat. They'd done it, for real. I had only been briefed on it. And you could see it in their eyes, too. They knew that many of the guys in our battalion, including me, were green and had never carried a rifle in a hostile area. It made a difference. And when it was our battalion's turn to pull out and go home, we changed. All of us. We'd been there. We knew. The Spec Ops people now aboard the Flying Dutchman had not been there, had not been off-world, had likely never seen an alien in person. They'd been put through hell on Earth by the Kristang. I'd been spared that experience. Still, I had served in UNEF on Paradise, and they hadn't. Many Special Forces units had not made the trip to Paradise. The Kristang hadn't especially wanted them, and governments on Earth may have been hedging their bets, keeping most of their elite combat power close to home. At some point, if the Dutchman hadn't appeared in the sky for Skippy to stomp the Kristang like bugs, maybe the Spec Ops people would have at least tried to hit the Kristang. It would have been a futile gesture to attack the Kristang in their bunkers, and impossible to attack them aboard their ships in orbit. Any Spec Ops action would have been a measure of pure desperation, to make a last stand for the sake of human honor and nothing else. I didn't often think about what life had been like for people on Earth while I was off-world. It must have been horrible. Terrifying. On Paradise, we dealt with the reality that all our supplies, especially food, had to be brought from Earth by the Kristang, and we'd seen supply shipments getting thin toward the end of my stay there. That had been bad enough. To gradually come to the realization that we were fighting on the wrong side of the war, that our allies were oppressing our home planet, that if UNEF didn't follow the Kristang's every command, the lizards could starve us by halting food shipments. It must have been worse, much worse, on Earth. On Paradise, we had been worried about the survival of the expeditionary force. People on Earth knew the stakes were much higher. Not only the fate of billions of humans, the survival of our entire species could have been at risk. When we went off-world with UNEF, we hadn't known what we were getting into, but we expected it to be bad, very bad. On Earth, people at first considered the Kristang to be saviors, aliens who looked like big ugly lizards, still, our saviors from the invading Ruhar. The Kristang had saved Earth from the Ruhar, so when the Kristang began pushing their weight around, interfering in human affairs, taking territory, taking rare minerals and other materials, at first, people figured that was the price of supporting the war effort, the price of keeping the Ruhar from conquering our home planet and enslaving humanity. When was it that most people on Earth had gotten the uneasy feeling that they'd made a bad bargain, that the Kristang, who by then had total control of the planet, were as bad as we'd imagined the Ruha would be. I didn't know. That was something I should ask the new crew about. They probably wanted to talk about it, needed to talk about it. Needed to talk about it to someone who hadn't lived through it. You're right, Skippy. I should have thought of this. I'm the commander. I'm supposed to know what's on my people's minds. Hey, wait a minute. How do you know what they're thinking? From listening to them talk. Duh. Damn, you're a dope sometimes. Skippy, you can't do that. People need privacy. Joe, I can't not do that. I monitor every system on this ship in real time. That includes video and audio inputs. You already know I watch you sleep. I watch you in the shower. I watch you eat. Yeah, I know. Kinda creepy there, Skippy. Uh-huh. As if I care what you monkeys look like naked. You're just as ugly with your clothes on. Fine. Whatever. What you can't do is tell me or anyone else what you heard people say in private. We must have at least the illusion of privacy aboard the ship. If people know you watch everything they do, that's something they can deal with because you're an alien AI. To most people, you're part of the furniture, an invisible ship system. If people know their fellow crew members or their commander are spying on them, using details of their private lives for gossip, that could destroy morale. Do you understand that? I don't see what the big deal is, Joe. Sure, I won't tell you or anyone else what I see or hear. One question. What if I find out someone is planning to do something stupid that would harm the ship or the mission? In that case, you do tell me. Only the details I need to hear. Got it? I think so, yes. Damn, you monkeys have such complicated social rules for a species so low on the development scale. I just got to my office, a converted storage closet close to the bridge and combat information center compartments, when Skippy gave me a warning. Uh-oh, Colonel Joe, heads up. Baldylocks is on his way to see you. Baldylocks, I laughed. Who is that? United States Navy Lieutenant Williams, he explained. Williams commanded our four-man SEAL team. He had a shaved head, hence Skippy's nickname for him. Also, I'd already determined Skippy didn't like him. I knew that because Skippy told me so. Williams and I were not best of friends so far either. My impression was he thought I was completely unqualified for command of such an important mission, that I was unprofessional, uncommitted, too young and inexperienced, not taking my responsibilities seriously, and not much of a soldier. I disagreed with that last one. Thanks for the warning, Skippy. I straightened up in my chair and adjusted the iPad to the ergonomically correct position on the table, rather than in my lap where it had been. Williams knocked on the wall beside the door a minute later. The door was permanently recessed into the wall. I wanted to literally have an open-door policy. Colonel Bishop? At the time, I was pretending to read something on my iPad so he wouldn't know that Skippy had warned me he was coming. Lieutenant Williams, come in, sit down. How you finding the Flying Dutchman? It's still a bit overwhelming, he admitted. When we came aboard, I thought we would have somewhat of an advantage because SEAL teams are accustomed to being deployed aboard ships. I'm finding that doesn't apply much here. We chatted for 5 minutes, him talking about how amazing it was to be in space aboard a captured alien starship, me expressing gratefulness for how we'd been able to modify the Dutchman before we left Earth. Some of the ornate decoration in the bridge and CIC compartments had been toned down or painted over. We now had a galley, a place to cook, serve and eat food, real food, and we had cargo holds full of food, enough to last 70 people for years. Maybe the best modification was the beds. Sleeping compartments had been cut away so a full-size bed fit inside. No more trying to sleep curled up in a cramped Theranin-sized bed. Chang was supposed to come into my office soon for our daily meeting, so I decided to find out what Williams wanted. What's the issue, Lieutenant? I assume you didn't come in here to chat about the ship. Sir, I appreciate the experience Sergeant Adams brings, Williams said, and I welcome her advice. However, she is not familiar with SEAL or Ranger training methods, or training methods of the British SAS, French paratroopers. You've made your point, Lieutenant, I interrupted him. Chang was my executive officer, second in command of the ship. Sims was in charge of logistics and third in command. Desai was our chief pilot. Giraud was part of the French paratrooper team. And Adams, at Chang's suggestion, I had assigned to be in charge of training our spec ops people about the ship and the fancy new alien weapons they would be using. You shouldn't be so cocky, Lieutenant Williams, Skippy added. You weren't even the first choice to lead the SEAL team. Williams didn't flinch. Sir, it wasn't clear whether he was addressing that remark to me or to the invisible Skippy. I know I was the second choice. Fourth choice, actually, Skippy chimed in helpfully. Fourth? Williams asked, startled this time. Lieutenant Jerome Hansen was the first choice, Skippy explained. He turned down the assignment because he did not want to serve under Colonel Bishop. Hansen felt you were too inexperienced for such responsibility, Joe. Well, that's understandable, I responded. Probably most of the Spec Ops people felt that way. Hell, I felt that way. Lieutenant Williams here agreed to serve under your command and was originally the second choice. However, he refused the secret conditions your military wanted to impose. What secret conditions? I looked at Williams sharply. Williams bit his lip and explained. The DIA guys wanted me to take over the ship if I felt it was necessary, sir. I refused. Yep, you did, Skippy added cheerily. And the third guy they offered the assignment to also refused their condition, so they went back to you and dropped their idiot idea of planning a mutiny. That's why, technically, you are the fourth choice to command the SEAL team. Williams looked back to me. I didn't know that, sir. I think the mutiny idea was something DIA and, I suspect, CIA wanted. I appreciate that you didn't come aboard intending to take over my ship, Lieutenant. My ship. I was now thinking of the Flying Dutchman as mine. When had that happened? I can't promise that no one else has that idea. We have 4 other militaries aboard, and I can't vouch for the Ranger team either, sir. You make a very good point, Lieutenant Williams, Skippy said. Colonel Joe, perhaps I should make an announcement over the intercom and create a demonstration of what will happen if any idiot troop of monkeys tries to take over the ship. How about I close and lock all the doors on the ship and shut off the ventilation? Ooh, and I can kill the artificial gravity also. That will slow down any mutineers. Skippy, you can't do that. Huh? Clearly I can, Joe. Oh, sure, I get it, you're right. I'll leave ventilation and gravity on in the bridge and CIC compartments. That's not my point, Skippy. You can't... Well, let me say this a different way. You should not do anything like that. If there is a plan for mutiny, I need to handle that myself. Having a shiny beer can do the work for me only makes me look weak as a commander. I don't need any help here, Skippy. This is something you need to keep out of. You sure about this, Joe? 100%. You know about sciencey stuff, I know monkeys. Damn it, I know humans, people. Stay out of this. Skippy paused. I'll make you a deal, Colonel Joe. I will stay out of this unless there is an actual attempted mutiny. If that happens, certain monkeys are going to find out real quick that I am not always a friendly little shiny beer can. Anybody screws with me, they will seriously regret it. Ask the former Theranin crew of this ship if they have any questions about that. We get your point, Skippy. Loud and clear. A potential mutiny is a subject that I needed to discuss with my command team, Chang, Sims, and Adams. The entire idea of anyone trying to forcefully take over the ship is idiotic. Without Skippy's cooperation, the ship was never getting home. Williams, it is not my intention for Sergeant Adams to interfere with how you train your SEAL team. She will remain in charge of overall training. You and your team may have studied how to use armored suits and combots. You have no experience with them even in training. Bring your team to the training hold at 1300 hours, and I'll show you what I mean. Arranged along one wall, or I guess aboard a ship, I should have called it a bulkhead, were 10 Kristang-powered armor suits. There were more of them in another compartment. We'd taken 46 suits from the Kristang troop ship in Earth orbit. They weren't all in good condition, so out of the 46 units, we had 42 that were operational. The good news is that the troop ship had equipment for modifying suits, and we now had that equipment aboard the Flying Dutchman. We had been able to adjust most of the suits so that normal-sized humans, now anyone above 5 feet 6 in height, could use a suit. There hadn't been a whole lot of extra time before we departed Earth orbit, so I didn't have a whole lot of experience with the new suits. I still had way more experience than any of the new crew. In addition to powered armor suits, the Kristang troop ships had provided us with plenty of rifles, ammo, and Zinger anti-aircraft missiles. Except for Theranan combots, we were equipped almost entirely with Kristang military gear, including Z-phones for everyone and night vision gear. The food, of course, all came from Earth. When I arrived at the large cargo hold we used for training, it was 12:50 hours, and both Adams and Williams were already suited up in armor, with only their faceplates open. In the military, if you weren't early, you were late, so of course Williams and his SEAL team had gotten there half an hour early. Along with Adams was Giraud. The French paratrooper leader was checking Williams's suit and explaining its features. On the other side of the cargo hold, Adams was going through exercises, bending over, easily jumping to touch the ceiling that was 10 meters high, and spinning her unloaded Kristang rifle like it was a baton and she was a drum majorette. Generally, she was showing off. I figured she was doing it to intimidate Williams, and from the look on his face, it may have been working. Adams and Giraud showed Williams how the armor suit worked, and he went through a series of familiarization exercises. He was good. Damn good. He caught on much faster than I had back when I put on a suit for the first time. When Adams and Giraud were satisfied that Williams knew enough not to hurt himself, it was time for the show. There was a large circle painted on the floor. Adams announced that the object of the game was like sumo wrestling. Whoever knocked their opponent out of the circle won the match. They took positions opposite each other, toes touching the painted circle, and Giraud announced, "Begin." Williams, knowing Adams had more experience with powered armor, crouched slightly, then launched himself forward. He wasn't going to attempt any advanced hand-to-hand combat. He was going to rely on the suit's speed, power, and mass to knock Adams out of the circle. Adams had a different idea. She stood in place, but as soon as Williams moved forward, a door in the bulkhead behind Adams slammed open, and a combot launched itself across the hold. The combot's feet never touched the floor. It flew through the air in the blink of an eye, crashing into Williams, knocking him to go skidding across the deck. He struggled against the combot, but the Kristang-powered armor was no match for the superior technology of a Theranan combot. Standing in place and controlling the combot through gestures, Adams had the combot gently but firmly pick Williams up like a rag doll and held him against the far bulkhead. "Enough," Giraud declared, and Adams gestured for the combot to release Williams. Williams popped his faceplate open, looked at Adams, and bowed. "Well played, Sergeant. You did warn me to expect the unexpected out here." "Everything is unexpected out here," I said. "Do you have any questions, Lieutenant?" To his credit, Williams wasn't insulted, he wasn't angry. He had an enormous grin. Getting familiar with powered armor and combots was going to be a bigger challenge than he thought, and Special Forces people absolutely love challenges. "No questions at all, Colonel," he said to me. To his team, he added, "People, this is going to be fun, so pay attention." I stayed in the training hold for an hour, taking the opportunity to gain time in a powered suit myself because it had been weeks since I'd used one. Fortunately, it quickly became familiar again, and I followed along with the SEAL team as Adams and Giraud put them through a series of exercises. It was good, I told myself, for the SEALs to see their commander knew what he was doing. The truth is, I was showing off and I didn't care who knew it. Adams caught my eye a couple times, like when I jumped, touched the ceiling, did a backflip on the way down, and landed perfectly on my feet. That wasn't all skill. The suit's sensors detected the floor and would have pulled me upright to land safely if I hadn't managed to do it on my own. After an hour of fun, I had to get out of the suit and leave because my duty shift on the bridge started in 2 hours and I wanted to grab a snack before then. Out in the corridor, I put my Z-phone earpiece in. "Hey, Skippy, you call me Colonel Joe, you call Sims Major Tammy, you call Chang Colonel Kong." Kong was his given name. Or King Kong. Chang actually enjoyed being called King Kong. That nickname had totally backfired on Skippy. "You call Lieutenant Williams Baldylocks. You have some sort of nickname for most people, but you only ever call Sergeant Adams Sergeant Adams. Why is that? Her first name is Margaret. Why don't you call her Meg or Peggy or... Hey, how about you call her Sarge Marge?" "Wow, I am impressed. I thought I'd seen the depths of your stupidity before, but you're setting a new record low for dumbness. You have met Sergeant Adams, right?" "Duh, I met her before I met you." "Oh, that was a rhetorical question." "Double duh. Sarge Marge, huh? Tell me, what do you think would happen if I refer to Sergeant Adams by that quaint nickname? She'd kick your ass? Most likely. I seek fun, Joe, not suicide. Okay. Good talk, then. Uh-huh, sure. Hey, I noticed you showing off big time in the training hold. Commander's privilege, Skippy. Besides, I do need to maintain proficiency with powered armor. Why? You're the commander. You should remain aboard the ship. No way, no way am I staying here all the time, Skippy. And are you absolutely certain there is no possibility that I will never need to use a suit out here? He sighed. No, I can't say that for certain, Joe. Fine, you have fun. Just don't hurt yourself. I won't always be there to protect you when you do something stupid. Got it, Skippy. Thanks. Chapter 3. After leaving the now dormant wormhole behind, we had set course for another wormhole. Not the next closest wormhole. Unfortunately, the closest wormhole connected in the wrong direction from where we wanted to go. Despite Skippy's joke about setting course for a random blue star, we did have a particular destination planned. We made several Skippy-programmed jumps. Then, when we were in the middle of empty interstellar space, we humans programmed our very first own jump into the nav system by humans. Our very first. My main hope for our first jump was that we didn't blow up the ship. I checked the main bridge display for the vital details of ship status. Although I could see the same data anywhere on the ship with my tablet, it felt more real when I was sitting in the command chair on the bridge. The very bottom left corner of the display now had in small script the designator UNS Flying Dutchman. Skippy must have added that while I wasn't paying attention. The same letters, much larger, were on a new brass plaque above the door to the bridge and CIC compartments. The crew, including me, liked that. It made us sound official. The governments that made up comprised UN Expeditionary Forces Command suddenly decided a few days before we departed that they didn't like the name Flying Dutchman, and various other names were floated for consideration. I got the feeling their public relations people would have liked to run a worldwide naming contest on the internet if they'd had time, and if the nature of the big star carrier hanging in orbit wasn't classified. Navy officers around the world protested that changing a ship's name was traditionally bad luck. Skippy cut the argument short by stating that he liked the name Flying Dutchman, that he controlled all data systems aboard the ship, and that the UN could name our captured alien star carrier the good ship Lollipop for all he cared. It wouldn't change anything. In the frantic days before departure, trying to get the ship loaded with all the people, gear, and supplies we needed, I had no time for BS like carrying what we called the ship. To our merry band of pirates, the ship's name was always going to be the Flying Dutchman anyway. When UNEF dropped the renaming idea, that was one less headache for me. Back home, I am sure the UN still has an international committee of highly paid people studying the issue of our ship's name. Don't worry, they will issue a report long before Earth's sun explodes, probably. Jump complete, Desai announced from the pilot seat. Are we clear, Skippy? No unfriendlies in the area? I asked. You tell me. You say you need to be able to fly this ship on your own, so look at the sensors yourself, Skippy said in a peevish tone. I wasn't going to argue with him. He was mostly right. The cold, hard truth was that we did not need to be able to fly the ship on our own. What we did need was some sliver of hope that we might be able to fly the Dutchman on our own after Skippy left us. Clinging to that tiny bit of hope was the difference between a high-risk mission and a suicide mission. The crew, including myself, had signed up for a high-risk mission. Super high risk, admittedly. Risk of the if anything goes wrong we are totally screwed level. Pilot? Desai answered more slowly than was optimal, and she knew it. We jumped to the right place within 700,000 kilometers. The tone of her voice was not filled with confidence. She let out a breath she'd been holding in. Yes, confirmed. Jump was successful. She turned in her chair to look at me and gave me a thumbs up with a weak smile. Desai had programmed the jump herself. This was the first jump Skippy had not loaded into the autopilot for us. Skippy had grumbled and complained loudly at the delay, then refused to check the numbers for us. All I'll tell you is you won't be jumping us into a star, is what he had said. His grumbling about a delay was understandable. Desai had programmed the jump into the computer yesterday, and we then spent the intervening time checking that the program was correct. 3 different teams of pilots and scientists had checked the programming, and that was after 2 days of analysis to decide what should be programmed into the Theranan navigation computer. Skippy reluctantly had restored the original Theranan operating system to the navigation system, running it parallel to his own access, making snarky comments about it the whole time. It wasn't the true original operating system, the Theranan ship AI. It was a dumbed-down version that allowed humans access and was simple enough for us to use. Skippy cautioned that if there was a glitch in the system after he left us, he would have no way to debug or fix it, to which I had responded that if there was a glitch anywhere in the navigation system software, that could only be Skippy's fault for screwing up the programming or missing something. That insulted his boundless ego enough for him to declare the software perfect, better than perfect, for he had loaded in his own maintenance and repair subroutine into it. I never let on that I'd played him, so I could use that particular trick again. "Sensors," I called out to the people manning the consoles in the Combat Information Center beyond the glass-like diamond composite bridge walls. Nothing on the scopes that we can detect, sir," came the answer. That wasn't reassuring. Without Skippy controlling the data feeds, the bridge and CIC displays didn't contain the helpful color-coding designation for Theranan, Maxolx, Jaraptha, Kristang, Ruha, and unknown ships. No matter in this case, there was absolutely nothing on the scopes within a quarter light-year. We'd deliberately jumped from the middle of nowhere to the middle of nowhere, and we'd only jumped the distance from Earth's sun to Jupiter, a small test for a first jump. If there had been anything dangerous in the area, Skippy would have told us. He was unhappy, not suicidal. We had jumped only a short distance and still missed the mark by over 500,000 kilometers. No way could we jump anywhere near a planet with that lousy accuracy. We needed to get better, a lot better, or the Dutchman would be spending a lot of time crawling through normal space. And we didn't have the time or fuel for that. We also had a limited supply of fixins for critical cheeseburgers in the galley. Our first jump wasn't an acceptable effort. The crew knew it. The ship didn't explode, I observed. We didn't break the jump drive, and we didn't emerge in the middle of a planet or next to a Theranan battle group. Good enough for a first jump. We'll debrief tomorrow morning. In the meantime, Skippy, can you program the next jump? We need to get moving. Whoa, slow down, monkeys. Have you analyzed the jump drive system? Are the coils calibrated and ready for another jump? "Pilot," I asked. The drive charge indicator on the bottom of the main display read 87%, good for several regular jumps or one really long jump, with the magical modifications Skippy had made to the Theranan's crappy jump drive. "It looks like it is okay," Desai answered slowly. "It looks like it's okay," Skippy scoffed. "Okay. Such a precise term. I'm completely impressed by your professionalism. Consider that if the jump drive is not okay, another jump could rupture space-time and destroy the aft part of the ship, leaving us stranded here in interstellar space forever. By us, I mean me, because you air-breathers will be out of luck once the backup power fails. Yep, I'll be here, alone, surrounded by the dry, dusty corpses of monkeys. My only hope then will be that in 4 billion years, the collision of the Andromeda Galaxy with the Milky Way will throw some solar system's orbit to intersect with wherever I'm drifting at the time. Considering that, I'll ask again, and I'll speak slowly this time. Is the jump drive ready for another jump?" "You made your point, Skippy," I said with a touch of anger. I didn't appreciate him bullying Desai. "How about this, Mr. Smartass? You need to show us how to analyze the status of the jump drive. We're not doing that now, unless you want another delay." "Is the jump drive ready?" "Of course it is. You never let me have any fun." "You can find some type of fun that doesn't involve talking about the ship exploding. Program the autopilot for another jump and let's get moving. Also put together a briefing for us tomorrow about what we did wrong and right with that last jump." "Aye, aye, Captain. You will be dazzled by the brilliance of my PowerPoint slides." When we left the now dormant wormhole near Earth, Skippy had programmed a course to bring us to an abandoned Kristang space station. The Kristang had built a space station in orbit around the innermost planet of a red dwarf star, not because the planet or the star were in any way interesting. What was interesting were the shattered remains of an elder starship in orbit around the innermost planet, a treasure trove well worth the expense of the Kristang building and maintaining a space station to establish a permanent presence there. Sometime around 300 years ago, there had been a fight between the Kristang there, or a rival clan had raided the station, because a major battle had damaged the station badly enough for the place to be abandoned ever since. The abandoned space station was both the closest and easiest site for us to investigate. Closest, because of the roundabout journey we had to take through multiple wormholes, still meant we wouldn't reach the first site for 38 days. 38 dull, boring days cruising through isolated interstellar space, jumping, recharging engines, jumping again, and occasionally transiting wormholes. The first 2 weeks after leaving Earth behind were reasonably stimulating, with our new merry band of pirates getting used to being in space, being aboard a starship, being aboard a captured alien starship. Setting up a training routine kept people interested, which was critical for keeping Special Forces types sharp and focused. The first 2 weeks included a first-time jump for most of the crew, their first wormhole transit, a lot of first things. Firsts were good. Firsts were interesting. Firsts held people's attention and kept them from getting bored. Then the tedium set in. Even the pilots, the only people aboard who needed to actually do anything other than eat, exercise, and sleep, got bored with their regular duties. Mostly the pilot duty consisted of waiting for jump engines to charge, Skippy to program a jump into the autopilot, and the chief pilot on duty pressing a button. There was always at least a little tension following a jump, when the Dutchman's sensor net determined whether there were other ships around. The crew on duty and the CIC scanned the sensors. The two pilots had fingers poised next to buttons for triggering a pre-programmed emergency jump away. Then, when nothing was detected, after 5 minutes, the all-clear signal was given and everyone went back to the tedium of routine. The pilots spent most of their time, unless they were sleeping, but often including while eating and running on a treadmill in the gym, learning how to fly first our Theranin star carrier, then our beat-up Kristang frigate, and finally Theranin dropships. One of our new pilots, a hotshot French flyboy who came to the Dutchman from serving as a test pilot for the Raphael fighter, told me the training was beyond tough. It was crushing, impossible. And he was one of Desai's best students. I told him that Captain Desai had flown a dropship, then a frigate, then a star carrier with zero training in combat. The guy did have a point. I talked to Desai and Skippy about adjusting the tempo of the flight training. After the first 2 weeks, the new pilots adjusted to drinking from the fire hose. Desai started sleeping more than 4 hours a night. Boredom was bad for regular people. Boredom for gung-ho elite spec ops people could be deadly. The third week of our pleasure cruise, 2 Indian paratroopers suffered broken bones in a training accident. Thanks to Dr. Skippy's magical use of Theranin medical technology, their broken bones would heal fully in 2 weeks. Unfortunately, they couldn't resume normal training until they were fully healed. When we arrived at our first target, those 2 paratroopers would be unable to join their fellows in any action. They'd either be staying aboard the Dutchman or operating combots. I went to the ship's sickbay. Nobody wanted to call it an infirmary, as that implied a Special Forces soldier could be infirm, which was unsatisfactory. The 2 mildly chagrined paratroopers were sitting on the 2 small Theranin beds. Not actually beds, they were some sort of form-fitting gel. Both already had their broken legs encased in hard sleeves with thin tubes connected to the beds. The tubes provided nutrients and nanomachines that knitted the bones and tissues back together, all controlled by Dr. Skippy, the mad scientist. Both of the injured men were eager to get mobile as soon as possible, of course. I'd already talked to Skippy to assure he didn't release them from sickbay until they weren't likely to further injure themselves by overdoing their rehab exercises. Sickbay was crowded with me, the 2 injured men, and 6 scientists who were trying to understand the Theranin technology Skippy was using. "Are you learning how all this equipment works?" I asked the doctors. "No," said Skippy before any of the doctors could reply. "That would be a huge waste of time, I've told you that. You don't need clumsy monkeys poking around your insides with crude knives when Dr. Skippy can fix everyone up with medical magic. Real medicine, not the idiot guesswork you monkeys use." Yes, I said, irritated at having this conversation again. You have told me that, and I've told you that if, or I should say, when, you find the collective and leave us, our own doctors need to be able to use this equipment to care for the crew. Never going to happen. That is unset. For crying out loud, stop flapping your jaws for a minute and listen to me. You might learn something. I doubt it, but miracles do happen. Skippy sounded peeved, more than usual. This equipment relies entirely on nanoscale technology. I'm able to control the nanomachines by the picosecond, and they can move individual atoms around to assemble or disassemble molecules as needed. The equipment was designed to be controlled by Theranin Cybernetics through their medical AI. It's a particularly stupid AI. Even you may be able to beat it at chess. Wait, what am I saying? No, that's crazy talk. Don't know what I was thinking. It's a limited AI, and the system architecture doesn't have the capacity for me to load anything useful into it. It barely has the memory to store details of human anatomy and physiology. Real physiology, not the ignorant guesses you monkeys have in your medical journals. Without me controlling and coordinating the nanomachines, the whole system doesn't work. Since your doctors don't have cybernetics, and Theranin cybernetics can't be adapted to humans, there is no way you monkeys can use any of this equipment by yourselves. You done? Barely got started, but that's enough explanation for you. Fine. You are arguably the most intelligent being in the galaxy right now. That we know of, right? I am by far the most intelligent being in the galaxy. It's about time you gave me the respect. Since you are so incredibly smart, then you should be able to figure something out for us to have even some limited sort of control of this medical equipment, at least enough for basic medical care. Consider it a challenge, Skippy. A challenge? Building an escalator to the center of the galaxy would be a challenge. Teaching monkeys to use real technology? Impossible, he complained. Impress me, Skippy. I knew he couldn't resist that. I'll give you mad props if you can do that. Great. Fine. You want the impossible. What am I supposed to do, build a really, really tiny pair of tweezers so you can move molecules around by hand? Stupid monkeys. Damn it, I hate my life. I should have stayed on a dusty shelf in that warehouse. Bye, Skippy. Have fun. I left him grumbling behind me. When I was done in sickbay, including listening to the two paratroopers apologize for having rendered themselves temporarily combat ineffective and me assuring them that accidents happen, I hurried to the galley for dinner. Tonight's meal was meatloaf or salmon, and I was eager to get there before all the meatloaf was gone. There was enough meatloaf. What there wasn't much of was lively conversation. Everyone was beginning to get bored already with the routine. The time and vast distances we had to travel had sunk into the people's minds, and the crew were subdued. That, and the training accident, had put a damper on morale. His room is totally dead. Why all the gloomy faces? Skippy's annoying voice came out of the speaker in the ceiling. It's been a tough week, Skippy, I grumbled while staring at my plate. The meatloaf had gotten slightly cold. Serves me right for showing up late for dinner, and then spending too much time chatting instead of eating. It was okay. It had some strange spice in it that I was trying to figure. Nutmeg? Yes, nutmeg. Not a lot of it, but who puts nutmeg in meatloaf? Looking across the table at Lieutenant Hendrick's salmon in a maple and ginger glaze, I was beginning to regret my dinner choice. Tonight's dinner had been cooked by our U.S. Special Forces teams, the Rangers and SEALs. And we've been cruising in interstellar space in total darkness with nothing to look at. We could all use a change of scenery. Skippy had a point, though. I needed to do something to boost crew morale. Maybe I should assign someone to be the ship's morale officer. One of the PowerPoint decks that I was supposed to study probably had some advice about maintaining unit morale. How did a crew keep up morale on a nuclear missile submarine? Those boomers were submerged and silent for months at a time. Like us, they didn't have anything to look at. Unlike them, we had windows. I know what your problem is, Colonel Joe, Skippy announced. You need to get laid. Hey, Major Tammy, you should mate with Joe. Skippy! I almost choked on meatloaf, and Major Sims, who had just taken a sip of water, spewed it across the table in front of her. The soldier seated next to her had to pat her on the back to keep her from choking. What? You're a male? She's a female, and for a monkey, you don't smell too bad. Stop it, I shouted. Everyone in the galley was staring at me. Hey, you know you need some sweet lovin' soon, Joe. Major Tammy, you should have seen the raging boner he had in the shower this morning. Now Sims had gone from shocked to amused. Her shoulders shook as she tried to suppress a laugh. Everyone was now trying not to look at me and laughing. Putting my head in my hands, I banged my forehead on the table. Skippy, this is private stuff. You don't talk about it in public. I am Major Sims's commanding officer. What, because you're a colonel, you can't bang anyone in your command? Like that matters way out here. Well, you could mate with one of the science team. This is good timing because most of the women are ovulating this week, so they're extra horny. I saw all the women's faces register shock. Skippy, shut the hell up, I shouted. Man, talk about ungrateful. I'm trying to get you laid. You're sure not doing well on your own. Don't ask me to be your wingman again. I didn't ask, and you're a wing nut, not a wingman. In the future, maybe I needed to consider taking all my meals in my cabin or my office. Major Sims, I apologize. She shook her head, still not trying to laugh. Colonel, we all know Skippy by now. No need to apologize for him. Thank you. Everyone, I'd appreciate it if this stayed between us, meaning the roughly 20 people in the galley. And since I know that's not going to happen, I added honestly, knowing this was way too juicy not to quickly spread throughout the ship. Keep in mind Skippy said it. I didn't. Damn it. After that, I was never able to look at Major Sims without wondering, what she'd be like in bed. I didn't need any more distractions. Jump, recharge, jump again. It was monotonous, and we had a long way to go to our first target. When we left Earth to find Skippy's magical elder radio, or whatever the hell it really is, we still had the same problem that made us go to Earth in the first place. When we raided the Kristang asteroid research base, we'd found an elder communications node, the thing Skippy thought should allow him to contact the collective. It hadn't. The stupid thing didn't work, or Skippy didn't know how to make it work, or it worked fine, but there was no collective to talk to, or it worked, Skippy had contacted the collective, and they decided he is an asshole and ignored him. I was betting on that last one. Since the first comm node didn't satisfy Skippy, he had wanted to check out the two other sites he knew for certain had intact elder comm nodes. The two other sites, I had told him even before we went to Earth, were impossible for us to raid. Forget about it. Not going to happen. The first site was on a heavily populated Theranan planet. The second was 9,500 light-years from Earth at an installation controlled by a species with technology superior to the Theranan. Neither site was remotely possible for us to raid, even with the Dutchman now crewed by badass special forces. Maybe, by some combination of luck, Skippy magic, and a random miracle, we might succeed in raiding one site. The odds were heavily in favor of us failing. Our enemies discovering humans had stolen a Theranan starship and Earth becoming the focus of some very pissed-off aliens. That was not an optimal mission outcome. Before we departed Earth, we, meaning mostly me, had persuaded Skippy to expand his search beyond places confirmed to have his precious comm node to places that were likely to have a comm node. Sites that were known to have a substantial collection of elder artifacts, even though the Theranan database Skippy downloaded didn't list a comm node in the inventory, could very possibly have a comm node. Skippy said that before the elders ascended or beamed up or whatever the hell they'd done, comm nodes were scattered all over the galaxy. Skippy had grumbled about trying to predict the location of comm nodes being a waste of time, and that such an analysis would take forever. In this case, forever took him 7 minutes and 12 seconds in meat sack time. After completing his analysis, he had admitted that there were two very promising sites within 3,000 light-years of Earth that were much easier and safer to approach, investigate, and if needed, raid. The first site was another Kristang research base, the space station that had been abandoned after a fight between two or more Kristang factions left it damaged beyond repair. According to the data Skippy had access to, the space station had held a variety of low-value elder artifacts and various devices and doodads from higher species that the Kristang there had been trying to reverse engineer for their clan without much success. What Skippy hoped was the Dutchman's sensors could scan the debris field around the station, and our merry band of pirates could board it to see if one of the magic radios were there. Since the wormhole shift, that star system had been ignored by the Cristang, and Skippy thought we wouldn't find anyone there. He thought that anyway. The second site was going to be a bit tougher for us to investigate, tough enough that I hoped to find an alternative. The good news is that it was a known Elder site that had been located by the Maxolks themselves, but barely explored by anyone. It was a large site. It had been a substantial and busy facility back when the Elders were using it, so Skippy was highly confident we would find a communications node, multiple communications nodes there. The bad news was very bad. First, it was a long distance from Earth, a journey of 4 months to get there from our current position. The journey was longer than it strictly needed to be because we had to avoid several wormhole clusters that were heavily used by the Maxolks. The first part of the bad news was merely inconvenient. The second part of the bad news was dangerous. Extremely dangerous. When the Maxolks found the Elder site, they had not been looking for nice toys like communications nodes. They had been looking for weapons. Elder weapons. Devices the Elders may not have built as weapons. Devices that could be used for incredible destructive effect. Devices that, according to Skippy, could make stars explode. And exploding a star was a simple trick compared to some of the technology the Elders routinely used. At the time the Maxolks found that Elder site and its massive destructive potential, they already had a substantial arsenal of Elder devices that could be used as weapons against the Rindaloo. According to Skippy's admittedly foggy memories, the Rindaloo discovered that the Maxolks planned to attack them and force their hand. The Maxolks had to accelerate their plans and launch the attack before they were completely ready. The Rindaloo hit back with their own stock of Elder weapons, and a war raged for a brief period before Sentinels detected the use of Elder weapons and struck at both sides. The Sentinels, intelligent monitors left behind by the Elders to prevent unauthorized use of Elder technology by younger species, did not care that the Maxolks had fired first. They did not even seem to care where in the galaxy Elder weapons had been used. Maxolks and Rindaloo star systems far from the fighting were hit by Sentinels with devastating effect. The purpose of the Sentinels seemed to be to destroy starfaring civilizations, civilizations capable of abusing Elder technology, whether they had acquired such technology or not. Both the Maxolks and the Rindaloo feared extinction, so powerful and relentless were the Sentinels. Then, suddenly, for no known reason, the Sentinel attack halted, and the Sentinels disappeared and went dormant, sleeping again, but always watchful. Since that time, the shell-shocked Maxolks and Rindaloo had held their Elder weapons in reserve and continued their long war through proxies such as the Thoranin and Jaraptha, who had proxies of their own. And the Elder site that the Maxolks had been exploring at the time the Sentinels struck had been off-limits to everyone by general agreement. Skippy thought that since he was built by the Elders, he could get us there without being detected by the extensive web of sensors left by the Maxolks. His plan sucked. After a 4-month journey to get close to the site, we would fly in normal space for another 6 months, sneaking up on the target by crawling slowly along. The Flying Dutchman could not slow down much, as firing the engines would risk detection. So we would need to fly across the final distance to the target in dropships. Landing teams would spend almost a month in dropships under Skippy's crappy plan. After we located and picked up a communications node, the landing teams would fly back to the Dutchman, and the ship would continue traveling silently through normal space for another 4 months before we could risk a jump. Skippy's plan sucked. He wanted us to commit to a 14-month voyage into an area of space that was closely monitored by both the Maxolks and Elder Sentinels because he thought we had a good chance of finding a comm node. I hated his plan. I told him that. I also did not have an alternative plan. Before committing to the second target, we were going to investigate the first target, the supposedly abandoned Cristang space station. Hopefully, we would find a comm node there. If not, I had maybe a week to think up an alternative to Skippy's second target. I needed to put my thinking cap on. Chapter 4. Before we investigated the abandoned space station for real, we practiced maneuvers in vacuum and zero gravity. I ordered the ship to halt in interstellar space, and Desai flew the Flower a short distance away to act as a target. Then, Several teams practiced getting into a small dropship, flying over near the flower, and people in suits crossed the remaining distance to the flower as an assault team. Using Kristang-powered armor suits in deep space was very different from playing around with them in a cargo hold. Many times Skippy had to seize control of suits to prevent the wearers from hurting themselves or others. We all learned together, slowly. The suits by themselves had small thruster units, which allowed the wearer to prevent spinning out of control. The suit thrusters weren't much use for flying across distances. We had a sort of jetpack that could be attached to a suit. The jetpacks were bulky, and we only had 14 of them, and we shouldn't need them to get across the short distance between the dropship airlock and the space station. What we practiced was one person launching him or herself from the dropship's airlock, carrying a line. When the line was firmly attached to the flower, the rest of the team followed by pulling themselves along the line. We also practiced recovering people who had gone spinning off into space. That was good practice for our inexperienced dropship pilots. And if any of those people had gone spinning off into space by accident, that only made the recovery exercise more realistic. One of those unfortunate people who had accidentally gone spinning off into space and needed to be recovered had a name like Schmo Bishop. That guy really felt like an idiot. After 2 full days of intensive exercise, during which every Spec Ops team and every pilot had multiple opportunities for practice, I was satisfied that we were ready enough to investigate the space station for real. We approached our very first target slowly and carefully, initially jumping in to the far edge of the star system and sitting there quietly for 18 hours. Our passive sensors listened for any signs of activity, no matter how faint, and found nothing. Next, we jumped in about 1,000,000 kilometers from the target and listened for another 6 hours, although Skippy complained that he'd gotten all the useful data in the first 3 hours. So I listened to him complain for hours. That was a real treat for me. Finally, we went to battle stations and jumped within 100,000 kilometers of the supposedly abandoned space station. The pilots were on a hair trigger for an emergency jump away. They didn't need to wait for an order from the duty officer. "Skippy," I asked anxiously, "what do you think? Is this place really abandoned? Give me a break, Joe. I'm stuck with the speed of light here. Everything is incredibly freaking slow. There are no ships in the area. The whole area certainly appears to be dead. Nothing out there is generating power. What I can't tell yet is whether there are any hazards like stealthed mines. That's what I'm scanning for now. With this ship's crappy sensors, it will take an hour for a full grid search. I have to warn you, Joe. In order to verify there are no booby traps inside the station, we need to move the ship close. I'm talking about physical devices like explosives attached to airlocks, that sort of thing. I need to be closer. Like within 12,000 kilometers. Oh. 12,000 kilometers. That sounded way too close to me. The distances involved in space combat were hard to comprehend. All my military experience involved line-of-sight warfare. Even in space, with nothing between me and the target, I couldn't actually see anything from 12,000 kilometers away. The problem with space combat was the enormous distances involved. Distances so vast that even light took seconds or minutes to cross the gap. Against the distances separating combatants were the speeds of the weapons, masers, particle beams, hypervelocity railguns, missiles that could accelerate at 5,000 times the force of gravity. From our position a mere 100,000 kilometers away from the station, we were in danger from speed-of-light weapons, which our shields could deflect long enough for us to jump away. If we went in only 12,000 kilometers, a railgun or even a missile could close that distance, punch right through our shields, and knock out a reactor before we could jump. Did I want to take the risk of bringing the ship in that close? Can we send a dropship instead? No, I need this ship's sensors. This may all look like magic to you monkeys, Joe, but this is technology, and even for me it has limits. Damn. All right, pilot, I said to Desai. Bring us in. If you think anything is a threat out there, don't wait for me. Jump us away. Aye, aye, sir, she acknowledged. There were no threats, and Skippy declared no booby traps. At least no booby traps in the outer layers of the station structure. The space station appeared to be exactly what that data Skippy captured said it was, an abandoned wreck. From 12,000 kilometers, we could clearly see holes had been blasted in it, jagged holes, and there were structures that had been torn away like tissue paper, with pipes and cables sticking out. Because people could get tangled up in those cables flopping around, we needed to avoid those areas. That was not a problem. We located several airlocks with no obstructions and easy approaches for a dropship. There was also an open docking bay, plenty large enough for several dropships. That was tempting. Maybe too tempting. I wanted a dropship to be able to get away quickly. That meant avoiding confined areas like an open docking bay that could be a trap. What I decided was for a single one of our smaller dropships to go in with 2 pilots, plus me, Giraud, and 2 others. Giraud had removed the healing sleeve from his arm and found that it was very nearly as strong as the other arm and had declared himself fit for duty. Dr. Skippy agreed. That was good enough for me. Desai backed the Flying Dutchman off to 50,000 kilometers away, and I left Chang in command. As the 2 pilots of the dropship were British, I chose Captain Zhou of the Chinese team and Captain Chander of the Indian team to go in with me and Giraud to make our initial exploration team truly international. It was very important, I thought, to avoid the appearance of me playing favorites among the 5 nations that comprised UNEF. The pilots parked the dropship 50 meters away from the airlock we selected, and we opened the dropship's own airlock. Giraud went first. He flew across the 50 meters of vacuum and missed the airlock by only a meter. He was able to grasp a handhold and pulled himself over to the airlock and attached the line. I followed, with the Indian and Chinese soldiers right behind, pulling ourselves along the line. The armored glove of Giraud's hand touched the airlock door, and nothing happened. "I suppose it's too much to hope the power is still on," he said, bending down to peer at the dust-covered panel to the right of the door. "After all this time." Moving as carefully as he could, he tried to brush the accumulated layer of dust away from the panel. Most of it smeared or clung to his gloves. "That didn't work," he complained. "We should have brought a brush with us, or a towel. Where did all this dust come from?" "Debris from the battle that caused the station to be abandoned," Skippy explained. "The station's surface was slightly magnetized from its defensive shield. When the shield was deactivated, particles were attracted to it. There is not that much dust, Captain. The problem is your gloves are only smearing it around." "You see any lights on the panel, Giraud?" I asked. The view from his helmet camera was available on the inside of my helmet faceplate. I could toggle the display either on my left wrist pad or with my chin. Although I hadn't quite gotten the knack of doing it with my chin, I kept flipping the display back and forth annoyingly. The view from his helmet camera was distracting. He was moving around too much. I pulled myself over next to him, far enough away not to hover over his shoulder and distract him. "It's hard to tell," he answered. "The light is very harsh here, without an atmosphere to filter it." Giraud had a good point. All of our zero-gravity training had been in deep interstellar space with artificial lights provided by the Dutchman, the Flower, or a dropship. I should have, thought of how being in intense starlight would affect people in suits. "All right, we can't stay out here. Try the handle," I ordered. The door, like almost all airlocks, had a manual release mechanism for use in case of power failure. This door had a nice, big, obvious lever, painted yellow and red on the right side. "Trying it now?" Giraud said. I could see his right hand reach out and grasp the lever, then turn it to the left. Immediately, a loud trilling sound blasted out of my helmet speakers. "Get out of there!" I shouted. "Retreat! Wait, everyone wait!" I recognized that trilling sound from somewhere. The trilling sound repeated. Then I heard voices. Human voices. It was difficult to make out what they were saying. "Skippy, what the hell is that?" "Oh, that's Soulfinger by the Barquets." "Soulfinger? Oh, my God, what the hell is that song doing all the way out here?" I looked around. Everyone I could see had their mouths agape with astonishment. Why in the hell did a Kristang space station abandoned hundreds of years ago have a human 1960s funk R&B song as a door alarm? My brain almost locked up in confusion. "What? Duh! It doesn't, Joe. The real airlock alarm is a boring beep-beep sound. I spiced up the signal for you over your helmet speakers." "Oh. Hey, you dumb monkeys thought that was real?" Oh man, this is freaking hilarious. Oh, damn, Joe. You should have seen the expression on your faces. Man, now that was truly priceless. Damn. I've got to do that again sometime. I was pissed. No, you gotta do that again never. Understand? You scared the hell out of me, Skippy. I could have been dangerous if someone had moved too quickly and been injured. Everyone, do you see now the crap I have to put up with from our friendly beer can? Colonel, Giraud responded. I have told you before. Anytime you want Skippy to take a long ride out an airlock, you let me know. I'll be happy to do it for you. We got the outer door open, and then the inner door, and discovered there was a thin residual atmosphere in parts of the station. Skippy warned us not to try popping open our faceplates and sniffing the air. It was too thin, he reported, and contaminated with dangerously toxic chemicals left over from the battle. Skippy didn't need to warn us. No one was tempted to open our spacesuits. The inside of the station looked very much like the inside of the Flower, a standard Cristang design that had changed little in several hundred years. Our captured frigate, the Flower itself, was almost 200 years old, and Skippy said the Cristang were still building frigates that were almost identical today. Our investigation of the space station took 2 full days and was a complete bust. We found only a few useless pieces of Elder artifacts. It wasn't clear who was more bitterly disappointed, me or Skippy. After 46 straight hours of rotating teams in and out of the station, we had poked our noses into every nook and cranny of the place and not found anything useful. Skippy, is there any point to us staying here longer? The Cristang put a space station here because an Elder starship broke apart in orbit. Is there a chance they missed something? Should we scan space around the planet? See if we find any Elder artifacts? I already did that, Joe, Skippy responded. Space around here is empty of anything useful. The lizards did a good job of picking up all the valuable pieces. They should have. The station was operational here almost 200 years before the conflict damaged it. Plenty of time to survey every cubic meter of space for 500,000 kilometers from the planet. Even dumb lizards couldn't miss finding all the good stuff when they have 200 years to do it. The answer is no. There is no point to us remaining here any longer, unless you find it useful for crew training. The Flying Dutchman had hung motionless in space, exposed for far too long. I wanted us to get the hell out of there and on to our next objective. Our next objective, which we still hadn't decided on. I ordered an end to the exploration effort as soon as the Chinese team aboard the station could be extracted. Colonel Chang, I said over my Z-phone, we're pulling out. Get your team back aboard the dropship as soon as you can do so safely. Yes, sir, Chang replied. This is a good opportunity for training, but there is nothing useful for us over here. We'll be back aboard the Dutchman within an hour. News that we were pulling out quickly spread throughout the ship, and within less than 10 minutes, Skippy called me while I was in my office. Joe, Dr. Venkman is on her way to see you. The science team asked her to talk to you about... Skippy, are you about to tell me something you overheard? Remember the talk we had about privacy? Sure, but does whatever you heard pose a threat to this ship? No, but listen, Skippy. You want people to treat you as a person and not as a computer, right? Yes. Here is what a person would do, assuming the person is a friend. He would simply say something like, "Heads up, dude, Venkman's on her way to pester you." I am not calling you dude, Joe. How about chum? Damn, Skippy. You need some context of your understanding of slang. Nobody has used the word chum that way since, nerdy English boarding schools in the 1930s. Chum is fish guts you throw over the side of the boat as bait. You sure about that? Pretty sure, yeah. You call someone chum, and that majorly sets off their social awkwardness alarm. Damn, you monkeys just came out of the freaking trees and already you've got inscrutable social rules. All right, how about if I simply say, Joe, Venkman's on the warpath and she's on the way to your office? Now that's cool, Skippy. You're getting the idea. Unbelievable. An entire galaxy for me to learn about after being asleep for 1,000,000 years, and what am I cluttering up my memory with? The current social customs of filthy, ignorant monkeys. Oh man, I am totally wasting my life. How much unused memory do you have? I tried to remember a ginormous number that was in some Wikipedia article I had glanced at. It's measured in yottabytes, something like that. Ha! A puny yottabyte! For a moment he was laughing so hard he couldn't speak. Damn, that is precious. Joey, a yottabyte is such a tiny part of my memory capacity I couldn't measure something that small. A yottabyte? He chuckled. That's a good one. Uh-huh. So you learning about damn it. Now you've got me calling us monkeys. Info about human social customs doesn't take up a significant part of your memory, so what's the harm? The harm? What's the harm in a few worms in an apple, Joe? What's the harm in a few bacteria on your food? It's the contamination that I'm worried about. Come on, it wasn't that long ago that the social customs of your species were limited to picking lice out of each other's fur and eating the lice. Yuck. Hey, those lice have got to go somewhere. They're loaded with protein. Oh, my God. See, it's having that kind of thinking anywhere in my memory that worries me. To have monkey ideas in my— Hello, Mr. or is it Captain? Venkman knocked on the frame of the door to my office. Or Colonel Bishop. They didn't give us a briefing on military protocol before we left. Hello, Doctor, I said, rose from my chair and gestured for her to sit. My rank is Colonel. My position aboard the ship is Captain. I guess you call me Colonel. That's the easiest, I think. Very well, Colonel. She glanced around my office. Nothing more than a Theranin storage closet that had been emptied out and outfitted with a desk and 3 chairs, and a small cabinet that, so far, didn't have anything in it. The only items I had added were a laptop that I rarely used, an iPad that I used all the time, and a coffee mug that I'd taken from the galley and not yet returned. No paper, no pencils or pens, no calendar with pretty landscape photos, not even a photo of my family. I should have brought one. There hadn't been time before we left. I'm told that you have ordered the ship to prepare to leave this star system, she said, to proceed to the next target, because we did not locate an Elder Communications node here. The science team, myself included, would like you to reconsider. We would appreciate an opportunity to collect more data about this system. We have been using the ship's extraordinary sensors and have gathered valuable information. However, the data we've collected to date presents an incomplete picture. Without a complete data set to analyze, we won't be able to draw any conclusions. And none of the science team has been aboard the alien station yet. We've seen the video sent back by the Special Forces teams. It is not the same as being there. This was a conversation I didn't want to have. Shouldn't need to have. We had covered this subject already. Before we left Earth, I wrote down our mission objectives so everyone who signed on would understand exactly why the Dutchman was going back out, and so they were completely 100% aware of the risk they'd be taking by coming aboard. My hope had been to discourage people from coming aboard. It hadn't worked. Here the objectives are in easy-to-read bullet format, something I'd seen recommended in officer training somewhere. 1. Prevent other species from discovering humans had stolen a warship and were involved in shutting down a wormhole. 2. Where it doesn't interfere with Item 1, keep Skippy satisfied that we are making a serious effort to help him contact the collective. 3. Where it doesn't interfere with Items 1 and 2 above, return the crew safely to Earth someday, if we can. Like that's ever going to happen. That last sentence wasn't actually part of the written objectives, it was my own comment. Now you might think the order of the first 2 items were reversed, that the whole purpose of the Dutchman going back out was for Skippy to contact the collective. You would be correct about the purpose of the trip, however that was not the primary objective for the crew. We owed Skippy our loyalty. We didn't owe him so much loyalty that we would risk the safety of our home planet and our entire species. Humans stealing a starship was bad enough. The Theranin would be immensely pissed. But starships being destroyed or captured, even by lesser species, was not all that unusual. If the Maxolks or Rindaloo ever learned humans had a way to manipulate wormholes, a technology even they could only dream of, they would rip our planet apart to get our secret. And you might think Objective 2 should be simply help Skippy contact the collective. You would be wrong there. We didn't know whether it was possible to contact the collective, even whether they still existed, or had ever existed. Skippy's memory in that area was not the greatest. All we could do is make Skippy happy that we were keeping up our end of the bargain until he either contacted the collective or gave up. Keep Skippy happy that we were making a sincere effort to help him, whether we actually were able to usefully help him or not. In the back of my mind was a time limit of maybe a year that we would devote to helping Skippy. If we hadn't found a way to contact the collective by then, my plan was to gently persuade Skippy to give up that particular quest. How I could convince a stubborn alien AI who could devote 1,000 years to a task without thinking about it was something I'd figure out when we got there. For me, this constitutes fairly advanced planning compared to the way I normally do things. The most important objective for prospective crew members to read was number 3. Not so much the text of that objective, but its position in the mission objective's order of priorities. Our return to Earth, our survival, was third in line. Everyone needed to understand that. If they didn't believe it, they could go stare at the collection of self-destruct tactical nuclear devices in one of our cargo bays. Perhaps even more important for prospective crew members was Objective 4. Oh, there is no Objective 4 on the list, you say? You are correct. There is no fourth objective like learning important science-y stuff or exploring the galaxy or getting intel about our potential enemies or gathering useful advanced technology equipment or even engaging in special operations warfare against the enemies of mankind. If we could do any of those not one of our objectives things without interfering with the 3 stated objectives, then great. If not, that's tough. I was not going to risk mission success or lives to make our science team happy, and I sure as hell wasn't going to approve any combat operations unless we absolutely had no choice. Or, I guess technically, unless engaging in combat was a better option than not engaging in combat. If that meant our gung-ho special forces and brainy science team were unhappy and bored, so be it. In fact, I would consider our mission a complete success if we were able to return to Earth safely without a single dangerous or interesting thing happening. Semper tedium could be our motto. Always boredom. I'd be happy with that. Which is why I was mildly irritated that Venkman brought up the subject now. Actually, not irritated that she raised the question. She had a right to ask, just as I had a right to say no. What irritated me was her attitude, that I had ordered the Dutchman to prepare for departure. Only because of my ignorance, I couldn't see the potential for important scientific discoveries right where we are. What I wanted to do was tell her flatly no, hell no, and not to question my orders again. Doing that would have only proved her point that I was too young and inexperienced to command a starship, or for that matter, a rowboat. Slapping her down would have felt good. Commanders don't often get to do what feels good. They have to do what is good for the mission, and sowing dissension among the crew would have hurt morale. No matter how large the Flying Dutchman was, we had 70 people living in a limited space, seeing the same bulkheads every day. At least I and most of the soldiers and pilots had been able to get off the Dutchman, going over to the Kristang space station and look at something different for a while. The science team had been stuck inside the ship since they came aboard. I tried to let her down gently. "Doctor, I appreciate your eagerness for scientific inquiry," I said, surprising myself at using such fancy words. "And I need to balance that potential gain in humanity's understanding of the universe against the risk of us being discovered here. The longer we remain here, the greater the risk to the overall mission and to all our lives. This star system particularly, because it previously had a Kristang presence, has an unacceptably high risk that enemy ships could jump in here at any moment, and we can't risk that. I'm sorry, Doctor. You may use the ship's sensors as long as you do not interfere with the crew until we are ready to jump." "Captain, perhaps we—" "Dr. Venkman," I waved a hand to stop her from talking. "You may be used to an academic setting where discussion and debate are encouraged. This is a military vessel, a warship. As the commander, I welcome advice from my staff. However, once I have made a decision, it is final and not open to debate. We might be traveling between the stars together for a long time. I thought it important to lay the ground rules early and avoid problems later. I was 100% right. I still felt like a jerk." Chapter 5. The abandoned space station was somewhat of a disappointment in terms of our not finding an Elder communications node there. Thinking longer term for the mission, It was a great success in my opinion. All of our pilots had opportunities to fly during a real mission, and all of the Spec Ops troops gained experience with powered armor spacesuits in a real operation. All of the troops, by the time we left the space station behind, had experienced freediving in space. Other than a few very minor incidents that were dealt with quickly and professionally, I felt everyone had passed the test to be a space diver, and I asked Skippy to fabricate a special badge to wear on their uniforms. The badge was based on the U.S. Army's free-fall parachutist badge, with the difference being we replaced the tail feathers at the top with an arc of 3 stars. Pilots received spaceflight wings, similar to the Army aviator badge, with the center shield replaced by a 5-pointed star. Sure, the new badges were not official, and UNEF may frown at the idea if we ever got back home. In the meantime, the crew were thrilled to be wearing badges that no other humans had qualified for. My awarding of badges began the process of Lieutenant Williams warming up to me, slightly. After the award ceremony, we had a party in the galley, a party that spilled out into the corridor because our galley wasn't large enough. The strongest beverage available was iced tea. I took a tall, cold glass and made my way over to Williams, who was talking with his 4-man SEAL team. Pointing to the Navy Special Warfare insignia he wore, I said, "Lieutenant, we need to change the acronym for your team." "How's that, sir?" he asked warily. SEAL is Sea, Air, Land, right? Well, after today, it should be SEALS for Sea, Air, Land, and Space. "I think you're right about that, sir," he said with an ear-to-ear grin. Garcia asked, "What would the plural of that be? SEALS's?" "Oh, man," Skippy interjected. "Do not ask Joe anything about grammar. He butchers the language horribly. Lieutenant Williams, sincere congratulations to you and your team." "For reals, Skippy?" I asked, figuring he was inevitably going to add a disparaging comment about monkeys. "For reals this time, Joe. Considering that you are, after all, a barrel of primitive monkeys, this crew has accomplished a lot in a short time. I have to give you props for that." I am not a morning person. I am not even a mid-morning person. As a soldier, I have to get up early, and I managed to do it. It still doesn't come naturally. And because of the crew schedule that some idiot put together, an idiot whose name rhymes with Schmo Bishop, my duty shift on the bridge started at 4 a.m. ship time. So I dragged my ass out of bed an hour early, time enough for a shower and a cup of coffee. Without coffee, I was mostly non-functional in the morning. What had caused me to wake up an hour early wasn't an alarm or Skippy. It was anxiety. We had gotten lucky checking out the abandoned space station. Lucky not in the sense that we found something useful. Lucky in that we had found the entire star system abandoned and that we hadn't gotten into a fight or had to plan some sort of risky combat. The potential for combat had gotten the special forces keyed up and kept them focused and gave them experience using powered armored spacesuits in zero gravity and hard vacuum. That was all good. What wasn't good was our next target was still way too dangerous. When we left the abandoned space station behind, we had set course for the second target because we didn't have an alternative. The advantage of the second target was that Skippy knew for sure there was a comm node there. The disadvantage of the second target is that the whole area was closely monitored by the Maxulks and by Sentinels. "Skippy, I got a question." "Good morning, Joe. I'm going to ignore your poor grammar for the moment." "Poor grammar?" I asked, surprised. "You have a question, Joe. You don't got a question. At least you didn't say you got's a question. Damn, you already butcher the English language enough with your terrible accent." "Accent? What's wrong with the way I talk?" "I talk the way every native New Englander north of Boston talked. Normal. Everybody else had a terrible accent." "What's wrong?" "Let's start with the way you pronounce car, like car. You leave your R's out of everything. Tell me, Joe, were your ancestors so poor they had to sell all the letter R's?" "No, Skippy, we save all those R's so we can use them on words that should have an R at the end but don't. Like, my Uncle Nam retired to Weah, which I pronounce Nam and Weah. Well, that's easy. He's in Florida." "Wrong. See, he lives in Florida. And the capital of Maine isn't Augusta, it's Augusta." "Wow, incredible. How did you and your buddy Cornpone ever manage to communicate? With your Maine accent and his southern drawl, it's like neither of you is speaking English. We don't speak English, Skippy, we speak American, and we manage to communicate just fine, thank you. If you say so, Joe. I have noticed you tone down your accent around most people. Like at home you say, "Aya," but here you say yes, or yeah, or uh-uh. When you visited your parents before we left Earth, you were all like, "Aya," and "wicked pissa," and your father shot a deer, and your mother was cooking pasta for spaghetti. Most of it was utterly incomprehensible to me. Aya, you gots to pay attention there, Skippy-o. Oh, forget it. What is your question? We started looking for this ComNode dingus in places where some database said it should be, right? Aya, Skippy said with a chuckle. Don't you usually look for something in a place you know where it is? Duh, yeah. That's not my point. You so rarely have a point, I felt safe to assume this time was no different. My sleep-addled brain being not ready for snappy comebacks, I ignored his trying to bait me into an argument. My point is, we hit that asteroid base because you knew that place had a ComNode. There are other places that have a ComNode for sure. We decided those places are too risky, too tough for us to hit. In your opinion, they are too difficult, he said sourly. Ignoring him, I continued. Next, you looked at places that might have one of these Elder ComNode thingies, because the place is known to have a bunch of other Elder crap, right? If this conversation is going to be you telling me a bunch of obvious stuff I already know, I'll tune out for a while and let you talk. Wake me when you're done. Can we go one step further? Damn it. Now you have my attention, on the infinitesimally tiny chance you might say something monkeys consider intelligent. Go ahead. Amuse me. The first step was to look where we know there is a ComNode because somebody found an Elder site, got a ComNode, and logged it in a database. We already did that when we raided the asteroid base on our first mission. The second step is to look where there might be a ComNode, right? A place where there is a bunch of other Elder stuff logged in a database, and they might have a ComNode also. So far, I am not blown away by your logic. So step 3, I continued to ignore him, is for us to look in places that should have ComNodes, but they aren't in a database because nobody has found those Elder sites yet. Huh? I'm not following you. How are we supposed to look in a site that hasn't been found yet? By you figuring out where the Elders would have put stuff, comparing it to a map of Elder sites the Theranin and Giraptha know about, and determine where there should be Elder sites that nobody knows about. By how? Guessing? He snorted. No, by... I searched for the right word to use. I don't know, extrapolating, inferring, deducing, predicting, whatever you want to call it. You know the Elders better than anyone in the galaxy today. You can figure where they would likely have had colonies, space stations, that sort of thing, right? Huh. This time his wasn't a question. You have a map of Elder sites the Theranin know about and sites the Giraptha know about, right? Yes. The two mostly overlap. There isn't much one side knows about that the other side doesn't also know. This war has been going on for a very long time. Much territory has swapped back and forth several times. Can you do it? Do you want me to predict places where we, in this one ship full of monkeys, will find Elder sites that have not yet been discovered by advanced species who desire nothing more than to find technology the Elders left behind? Species who have entire fleets of ships searching for Elder technology. That's about it. Yeah. You told me the galaxy is vast, bigger than I can imagine, that even now most of it is unexplored. It's unexplored, Joe, because most of the galaxy isn't worth exploring, or it's too far from a wormhole. I notice you haven't answered my question. Can you do it? I'm thinking. Think faster. Joe, this is actually not a 100% completely awful, terrible, stupid, brainless idea. Very likely, very, very likely, this is a tremendous waste of my time. However, I am intrigued about how much this will test my analytical capabilities, so I'll do it. This is going to take a while. I'll need to run simulations. A while as in you already did it between saying need and to? Not this time, smart guy. Go, I don't know, get some coffee, eat a banana, scratch yourself, do some monkey thing, and I'll let you know when I'm done. Don't bother me in the meantime. I'll be super extra busy in here. I took a quick shower, got dressed, walked to the galley, drank a cup of coffee, and chatted with a couple people. Then I walked to a porthole to look through the tiny window at nothing, because there is not much to see in deep interstellar space. Before going on duty, I got a second cup of coffee and headed for the bridge. The whole time I'd been expecting Skippy to shout in my earpiece that my idea was stupid and about how monkeys only wasted his extremely valuable time. 32 minutes had passed since Skippy began his analysis. This was an eternity in Skippy time. He remained silent until I was halfway to the bridge. "Joe, I have good news. And bad news," Skippy announced. Uh-oh. Skippy's idea of good news could be bad, so I answered carefully. "Give me the good news first, please." I stopped and leaned against the bulkhead. If he was going to tell me how stupid I was, I'd rather not be on the bridge where the duty crew could hear it. "The good news is I found some very good prospects for elder sites that have not, as far as I know, been discovered by other species. You were right. Although my memories are substantially blocked, my familiarity with the elders allows me to extrapolate where they should have had colonies or other installations. What I did was—" I let him talk without interrupting, even though his rambling on about statistics, metadata, and collating sensor mapping data from dozens of species went way over my head. He was proud of what he'd accomplished. It was likely only he could have run such an analysis in so short a time, if at all. When there was a split-second pause in his non-stop talking, I took the opportunity to stop him from rambling on. "Amazing, Skippy. That is amazing. Maybe this is why you have such enormous processing capacity, so you can find the elders' legacy stuff and protect it or keep track of it." "Huh. I hadn't considered that." Before he could go off on a half-hour tangent of speculation about his origins, I asked, "Have you verified your data model by checking whether it predicts elder sites that are confirmed? Elder sites that other species do know about?" "Verified? My data model?" Skippy asked slowly in amazement. "Joe, where did you learn nerdy tech talk like that? I am mildly impressed, considering that it's you." "It was in one of the 1,000-slide PowerPoint decks I'm supposed to study as officer training. Maybe I shouldn't have told him I was only repeating buzzwords." "Did you do it?" "Yes, duh. I told you I ran the model back to determine accuracy within a standard deviation of less than—" "You tried to tell me. Remember, Skippy, you're explaining things to me, you need to dumb it down a couple notches. You can use real science-y math talk when you're discussing stuff with the science team." "Fair enough. Breaking it down Barney style, pun intended, the answer is yes. My method of predicting the location of elder facilities is 96.7% accurate when compared with a map of elder sites known to current species." "Damn, that is impressive." Not so much if you really understood the data," Skippy said sourly. "The elder sites known to current species are the easy ones to find, obvious ones. The dum-dums inhabiting the galaxy today only find elder sites if they happen to trip over them in the dark, so to speak. Almost all of the elder sites that have been mapped are in star systems capable of supporting carbon-based life. The unmapped sites that I predict we should find are mostly in star systems centered around obscure stars, such as red dwarfs. I am not yet, of course, able to determine how good my model is at predicting the location of more obscure, minor elder sites. However, I am highly confident." "Great. This time your good news is good news for sure. What's the bad news?" "The bad news is where we have to go to check out these unknown potential sites. By definition, they are in out-of-the-way locations, else they would have been discovered by now. The model predicts only a handful of sites that are conveniently close to our location." "Well, we will check out those—" "Whoa! Whoa!" Skippy cautioned. "Not so fast, hotshot, let me finish. Of the handful of predicted sites, 2 are inaccessible now. The stars they are orbiting have become red giants and swallowed those planets. Another site was in a star system where the star went nova. Even if that site still exists, it is likely damaged and we'd have a hell of a time finding it now. It would have been thrown off its original orbit in an unpredictable fashion. 3 other sites remain undiscovered, but are in star systems occupied by species with equivalent or superior technology to this ship. It would be substantially risky to enter those star systems." "There's nothing we could check out around here?" Oh, I didn't say nothing. There are 4 sites within a month of here. 2 of those sites are good prospects, the other 2 are low probability. Within a month from here. I liked hearing that. How long to check out all 4 sites? You had to ask me that. Skippy sounded disgusted. Calculating now. A least time course would take, 3.5 months. The sites are scattered inconveniently. We have to make roundabout routes through wormholes to get to all 4 sites. Meh? I said, surprised. Huh? You said, meh. Like when something isn't bad, it isn't great, it's just, meh. Oh, yeah. In this case, meh was me suppressing my instinct to be precise. I told you that the estimated transit time is 3.5 months, instead of me saying 3 months, 17 days, 10 hours, 21 minutes, and 48.267 seconds, roughly. Roughly? In the future, let's go with meh. I thought so. Also, that is average transit time, not including time to match course with the sites, fly down in dropships, explore the sites, all that. Kind of implied, Skippy. Yeah, you'd think so, but I'm trying to explain hyperspatial navigation to monkeys, so got it. Not all monkeys aboard this ship are as dumb as me. None of them are, Joe. Well, I'm only considering standard IQ tests in the crew's personnel files, of course. Skippy paused. Oh, Did I just insult you? You think? Hey, blame the facts, not the messenger. Besides, I told you before that the standard IQ tests of your species are woefully inadequate predictors of ability to create innovative solutions to— Christ, Skippy, you sound like the buzzwords on those stupid PowerPoint slides that I'm supposed to study. Sorry, to dumb it down for you, he said, while supposedly intending not to insult me. Somehow your tiny monkey brain is able to think of things that my godlike intelligence misses. Like when you had the idea to get rid of the Kristang ships by jumping them into a gas giant, or when you asked me how Theranin fought in their flimsy spacesuits because it didn't occur to me to tell you about their combots. None of your original merry band of pirates, who mostly had higher IQs than you, had those ideas. Joe, you may not be particularly smart in a conventional sense, but you apparently have a talent that is more useful in your current role. You are clever. Spacesuits. Darn it! You had to remind me. Yes, I hate to say it, but that is a good example. I was damned proud of myself. As a senior officer, I may be grossly inadequate for my responsibilities according to the United States Army. As an infantry soldier, I had, in my humble opinion, good common sense, including the ability to ask obvious questions that everyone else was missing. Believe me, patrolling the Nigerian jungle in full battle rattle on ill-defined missions had caused me to ask a whole lot of common-sense questions. Thank you, Skippy. You can program us a course for the closest site? Already loaded into the nav system. Of course it is. Great. I'll tell the pilots. And the entire crew. No one had been looking forward to a lonely, dull 14-month voyage to explore the dangerous second site. Sitting in the command chair on the bridge, I was waiting for the jump engines to recharge. We had changed course to check out the closest of the sites where Skippy thought we might find an elder facility that wasn't known to the Theranin or Giraptha. I didn't have much to do, and my mind wandered. Skippy, something has been puzzling me. He made an exaggerated sigh. Darn it. I knew this was going to happen sooner or later. All right, fine. Joey, when a mommy and a daddy love each other very much— I know about the birds and the bees, Skippy. Damn it. I should have known better than to try asking Skippy a serious question while other people were around. In the CIC, I could see people smirking, and one of the pilot's shoulders was shaking as he laughed. At me. Boy, that is a relief. The last thing I want to explain is monkey mating rituals. You're puzzled. Is this about shoe tying again? I think you'd be best to stick to Velcro until— You know why I need shoes? Because I can walk. Let's see you do that, beer can. Whoa, that's the best you've got. Pretty lame there, Joey. I'm trying to be serious here, Skippy. Another sigh. Fair enough. You do understand how difficult it is for me to take anything you monkeys say seriously, right? What is your question? If it's not outrageously stupid, I will consider wasting my time on you. We lowly, unworthy monkeys would greatly appreciate it. My question is about stealth technology. I've heard you say this ship has a stealth field, and I've seen you detect other ships soon after we jump into an area. Don't those ships also have stealth? And how does a stealth field work? We have stealth jets on Earth. Wow. Man, there isn't enough aspirin in the galaxy to fix the headache I'm going to get while trying to explain this to you. Fine. Listen hard, Mr. Big Stupid Head. You might learn something. No, you do not have stealth jets on Earth. You have laughably crude pieces of metal that try to bounce radar waves in a different direction instead of back to the radar receiver. Or you have coatings painted on your jets that try to absorb radar waves. That type of coating doesn't work so well when it's wet or dirty, by the way. And good luck to your Navy trying to maintain delicate stealth coatings on aircraft in a corrosive salt spray environment. No, you do not have stealth technology. Your species has glanced the basic mechanics of stealth technology. You haven't been able to make it work yet. Fine. What's the difference? A stealth field bends light waves around a ship. When a stealth field is working optimally, light flows right around an object as if it wasn't there. If a ship using stealth is between you and a star, all you will see is light from the star. The stealthed ship won't cast a shadow. Cool. Is that why sometimes Ruhar or Kristang aircraft have a fuzzy outline? They're hard to see? Yes, exactly. Although using stealth in an atmosphere is almost not worth doing. Any decent set of sensors can track how an aircraft disturbs the air around it, and the engines emit a heat signature that a blind man could see from 100 miles. There is an important drawback to a stealth field. Can you guess what it is? Skippy played the annoying theme music from Jeopardy while I thought furiously, trying to impress him with my monkey smarts. Light bent around the ship. Radar waves bent around the ship. Light. Hey, if all the light bends around the ship, how can the ship see anything? It would be blind, right? Bing, 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 we have a winner. That was pretty good, Joe. Yep. All light bends around the stealth ship. A ship inside a stealth field might actually fly into or too close to a star because the light from the star wouldn't contact the ship's sensors. Don't worry, a stealth field has intentional gaps that allow in enough light for detection. I looked at the display. Huh, that's how we can still use the sensors when we're stealthed. Cool. But other ships use stealth, right? And you're able to detect them. Is that more amazing Skippy magic? Skippy snorted. Amazing magic to monkeys, sure. The answer is no. I make our sensors significantly more effective. However, the technology for active scanning is used by all star-faring species, even dumb lizards. Ships use an active sensor field projected from the ship to detect objects around them. Wait just a minute. That doesn't make sense. Why would a ship in stealth that is trying to hide project something that gives away their position? And missiles could home in on the source of that field and blow up the ship. Figuring that out made me feel pretty darn smart. My Uncle Bob has a friend in the Navy on a nuclear submarine, and one time at a cookout in my uncle's backyard I listened in while the guy talked about what it's like to be in a steel tube under the waves. One thing he said is that real subs almost never use their active sonar, sending out a sonar pulse ping and listening for it bounce back. The whole point of a submarine is that it's quiet and it's underwater and nobody knows where it is. Sending out a sonar pulse is like shouting, "Hey, look at me, I'm a dumbass, here I am." Using active sonar invites a torpedo to follow the sonar waves back to the source and sink the sub. "The sensor field isn't spherical, you dope," Skippy explained. "It has an irregular shape and it constantly changes shape, and the field intensity varies throughout it. The field isn't strongest closer to the ship. To find the source of the field, a missile would need to first map the shape of the field and calculate where it must be projected from. That would take way too long, and the field shape is constantly changing. There is no practical way to map it. When an object enters a ship's sensor field range, even if that object is stealthed, it will change the field shape. That data feeds back to the source ship. Because the source ship knows what the shape and local density of the sensor field is supposed to be at any time, it can tell what object distorted the field, where the object is, how fast it is moving and in what direction, and outline of the object, all that. It gets complicated during combat, of course, because ships try to distort other ships' sensor fields in ways that mask who and where they truly are. Ships can even project sensor ghosts, distort or jam a sensor field and create a false reading. The big limitation to sensor fields at this level of technology is that they propagate at the speed of light, so they are painfully slow by the standards of space combat. By the time an object is detected and that data gets back to the source ship, the object will have moved in an unpredictable fashion. That makes long-range targeting difficult, even with speed-of-light weapons. You fire a maser or particle beam, and by the time the beam gets there, the target has moved. Oh, wow. A ship can dodge a maser beam. Cool. Oh, indeed. Are we done with kindergarten for the day? If you're good and take a nap now, I'll get you a juice box. Oy vey, I've got a headache. I need to lay down with a cold compress on my forehead. No juice box needed. Could you do one more thing for me? Explain all that to our science team? Science team? You are referring to the group of marginally smarter monkeys. Ugh, then my head would explode. Tell you what. I just forwarded a video recording of our conversation to their Z-phones. They can watch it and save me from having to explain it all over again. Great. Thank you, Skippy. Don't mention it. Seriously, please, do not ever mention this again. Having gotten Skippy to smack some knowledge down on me, I was feeling pretty good about myself. This lasted less than 3 minutes. Skippy, true to his word, had forwarded a video of our conversation to the science team and to everyone else on the ship. That was great. What was not so great, that shithead little beer can had replaced my image in the video with a chimpanzee. Instead of me sitting in the command chair, it was a chimp with my voice coming out of its mouth. And not just sitting in the chair. This chimp is swinging around the bridge, eating bananas, scratching itself, playing with its private parts, hooting and bouncing around the bridge and other embarrassing things. My first notice that something had gone horribly wrong was when people in the CIC began laughing uncontrollably while looking at their Z-phones. Oy vey, now I had a headache. Chapter 6. Before we made the final jump to recon our first target of Skippy's list of potential elder sites, I wanted to speak to the crew, the entire crew. No chimp this time, Skippy, okay? No replacing my image with a monkey, no matter what you think of us. Agreed, Joe, that was only funny one time. Thank you. It was a short speech, nothing inspirational. Simply reminding everyone that we're about to jump into a star system that we, even Skippy, knew little about, and that we might be jumping away with no notice to the crew. The pilots had orders to initiate a short emergency jump on their own judgment without waiting for the officer on duty in the bridge. It was a simple talk to the crew, that I did not intend to be anything memorable, but Skippy had other ideas. I learned almost immediately what he had done after clicking the intercom button off. I learned about it when Sergeant Adams forwarded a video recording of my speech to my Z-phone. Crap. On the video feed to the rest of the ship, Skippy had replaced my image and voice with Barney. Barney, the big stupid purple dinosaur. He hadn't only altered my voice, he'd changed some of my words. My speech didn't begin with, "This is Colonel Bishop." It began with, "Duh, hello, boys and girls," in classic moronic Barney tones. There I was, a big idiotic dinosaur, sitting in the command chair in my uniform, talking like I had an IQ of 30. Damn it, I hate that smug little beer can. On the other hand, everyone got a good laugh at my expense, so it was good for crew morale. All right, I said with as much good nature as I could muster. Let's focus, people. We have a jump in 20 minutes. I took a quick bathroom break and used it as an opportunity to speak with Skippy in private. Skippy, about that Barney video? Funny, huh? The crew loved it. Yeah. Hey, you know, there were other characters painted on the side of that ice cream truck. Why don't you show me as Iron Man or the Smurfs? I'd forgotten about the Smurfs. Not the Smurf. The only one people remember is Barney. All right. I was tired of fighting about it. Fine, Barney. This is another case where it's only funny once. You understand that, right? You sure about that? Pretty sure, yeah. Uh-oh. Crap, I thought. What did you do, Skippy? I can neither confirm or deny, but Somebody, whose name rhymes with, let's say, Stippy, may have left behind a virus that altered your image on all the video recordings of your intelligence debriefings in Colorado Springs. That virus may have taken effect after we left Earth. Great. Just great. Some guy named Stippy, huh? Yep. You should never trust him. That guy's a real asshole. The jump-in was uneventful. Skippy declared within 5 minutes that we were alone in the star system. 15 minutes later, the crew monitoring sensors in the Combat Information Center agreed, and I ordered the ship to stand down from battle stations. Then we began the painstaking process of searching for an elder site. The star system, centered on an unremarkable red dwarf star, had one smallish gas giant planet, about the size of Neptune. Skippy thought the most likely place for the elders to have located a facility was on a rocky moon orbiting the gas giant. Quickly, the ship's sensors identified 3 large and 2 small rocky moons, plus 2 more that were covered in ice. Skippy warned that locating an elder site could take considerable time, as the elders may have partially hidden it, and most of the facility could be buried deep under the surface. He was wrong. "Ah, damn it. Found it," he announced, sounding disgusted. "It's on the 2nd largest moon on top of a plateau. Whatever its purpose, the elders didn't make any attempt to hide it, and somebody has already been there. There's debris scattered around the site, and the surface is disturbed from where dropships landed. Crap! We are way too late. Some hooligans already ransacked the place." Hooligans? I wondered where Skippy picked up his slang. "Sorry, Skippy, but hey, this is not a failure. I think this is great. We proved your model for locating unmapped elder sites is correct, and we didn't encounter any hostiles when we jumped in or take a risk checking the place out. This is the first place we've looked. Did you really think we'd hit the jackpot the very first time?" "It would have been nice," he grumbled, then sighed. I wondered how Skippy decided when to fake a sigh, since he didn't actually breathe. You're right. This does prove I know how to locate elder sites that are not known to the Theranin or the Giraptha, or at least not in databases I have access to. Anything useful was probably taken from this site a long, long time ago. Joe, when you've been waiting as long as I have, it is frustrating to get all the way there and find some jerk has looted the place. Is it worth going down there anyway to check it out? With this star system apparently uninhabited, I wanted to take advantage of an excellent opportunity for training. Our pilots could practice flying dropships down to the surface of the moon and back, and soldiers could gain experience using suits on the moon in low gravity. Partly because I felt bad about denying the science team more time at the abandoned space station, I wanted the science team to also be able to get away from the ship, go down to the moon, and poke around in an elder site. Even if the site had, as Skippy feared, been stripped down of anything valuable, the science team could learn what an elder site looked like. They could get used to it, so if we found an unmolested site, the team would not waste time with sightseeing and marveling at the novelty of it. Sure, what the hell, why not? It's possible that the hooligans who vandalized the place were only looking for weapons or something they could sell to buy drugs, he said bitterly. They might not have recognized a comm node as anything valuable. It would be good for you monkeys to get the sightseeing over with here anyway. When we do find a site that hasn't been screwed with, I don't want to waste time with you monkeys taking selfies and stupid crap like that. My thoughts exactly, Skippy, I agreed. Colonel Chang, I turned the chair to look into the CIC. How about you take the Chinese team and the Indians? Those 2 teams were currently at the top of a randomly chosen rotation. And a scientist down there, recon the site, see if the looters left anything useful. If not, we at least gain experience using suits on the surface of an airless world. Yes, sir, he responded eagerly. Captain Desai, I turned back to face the front of the bridge compartment. If flying a mere dropship is not too boring compared to a starship, would you like to ferry Colonel Chang's team down for some sightseeing? Oh, I think I can manage it, sir, she said with a wide grin, sliding out of the pilot couch. Desai set the dropship down carefully, half a kilometer from the largest building of the elder site, and Chang took first 3 people over to the site, then called in others. It wasn't easy for me to resist the temptation to micromanage the landing party from orbit, So I pretended to be more calm than I felt and went to my office so Major Sims could have more time in the command chair, and to let Chang and Desai make decisions on their own. After an hour, I couldn't stand it any longer and returned to the bridge. Sims stepped back to her duty station in the CIC. Right away, I noticed something odd on the main bridge display. A sensor analysis that depicted the gas giant planet was surrounded by a loose cloud. Major Sims, what is that? We've been practicing using the sensors, sir. Skippy wanted sensors to scan the orbit around the planet, and we've been trying to see if we can get the same readings from the data as he does. There's some kind of atmospheric gas surrounding the planet. Good idea, I said. We shouldn't rely on Skippy for everything. What is so interesting about this space gas, Skippy? Joe, I've found something odd, Skippy said in a voice that I associated with my high school science teacher. There is a measurable part of the planet's atmosphere in orbit. You mean higher than it should be? Yes. These gases are not technically part of the atmosphere now. From the ratio of elements in the orbiting gases, I can tell they came from the planet. They aren't something ejected by volcanic eruption on one of the moons. Except, that is odd. What? Truthfully, right then I did not much care what scientific oddity Skippy had discovered about a small gas giant planet orbiting a dull red dwarf star a long way from Earth. On the other hand, I did not want to insult Skippy by being openly disinterested. What's odd about it? The chemical elements that are missing. Can you be more specific? Trying to feign interest, I was about to suggest that he discuss this with the science team rather than me. This planet is missing some type of gas that, gas giants normally have. In a flash of insight, I asked, is that because this planet is small for a gas giant? Hey, is there a special name for a gas planet that isn't a giant? Do we call it a gas normal? Something like that? We don't. If the planet was much smaller, it couldn't be made of gas, right? The gravity would be too low to contain the gas, and it would escape into space, be boiled off by the solar wind? Man, I was proud of myself for thinking that on my own. I remembered reading that the reason the atmosphere of Mars was so thin was that most of it had been blown away by the sun's solar wind over millions of years because Mars doesn't have a magnetic field. Yes, that is both correct and irrelevant to the current situation, he said. This planet has a normal distribution of gases for a planet of this size, considering the gaseous composition of its star. I was about to tell you about the odd part, before you sidetracked me with your moronic speculation on a subject you know zero about. There are gases present in the planet's atmosphere that are almost entirely missing from the cloud of gases enveloping the planet in low orbit. For example, and most telling, there is no helium-3 in the gas cloud. Moronic. Now I was insulted, and figured this was a challenge. Well, some elements are lighter, and so those would have been pushed out of orbit by the solar wind here, and the heavy gases would have fallen back into the atmosphere. Joe? Yes? Here's a quote I read once from a smart monkey. It is better to remain silent and be thought an idiot than to speak and remove all doubt. Oh, that's hilarious, you shithead. Me, a shithead? You've been giving me guesses that are about on the level of astrology in terms of scientific relevance. If you will please shut your pie hole for a moment, I will smack some actual useful knowledge on you. Knowledge that you should be interested to hear because it represents a potential threat to the ship. You need that knowledge as the commander of this mission. And man, every time you open your mouth, I realize what a gargantuan mistake that was to put you in command of anything more important than a lemonade stand. Shutting up now, I said in all seriousness. Great. Finally. Planets that are surrounded by an orbiting mixture of atmospheric gases are not unusual. I have seen them many times before. It is not the fact that this planet is surrounded by escaped gases that is interesting. What is interesting is why those gases are likely there. My guess, and when I make a guess it is based on solid data and rational analysis, unlike the idiotic BS that comes out of your mouth, my guess is that those gases are in orbit because they are pulled up in the process of ships extracting useful gases from the atmosphere. Starships use gas giant planets as a supply of elements for fuel, reaction mass, and other purposes, depending on the technology of the ships involved. Holy crap, I gasped. "You're telling me this damned planet is a gas station?" "Sort of, yes. Not the sort of gas station that has a convenience store where you can buy Slurpees and week-old hot dogs. Maybe it is more of an inconvenience store where you have to make everything from the basic elements. But yes, the sensor data points to this planet having been used to extract starship fuel in the past." "Past like yesterday or like a million years ago?" I asked anxiously. To Skippy, who had existed possibly for millions of years, time had a totally different meaning than it did for modern-day humans, who measure time mostly in terms of TV show seasons. "That is difficult to tell, even for me, Joe. We don't have enough long-term data about this star system for me to accurately forecast timelines." "Well, give me a wild guess. Was it more or less than 1,000 years ago?" "Oh, in that case, less. Not yesterday either. Maybe within the last year. Or... I'm running an extrapolation here. Maybe more like within the last month, based on disbursement of the waste gases. Possibly less than a month. There is a whole lot of waste gas in orbit here. And while this particular star is nothing special, it is conveniently located between two wormhole clusters. So it is a particularly good candidate to be a frequently used refueling stop." "Do we need to get out of here immediately or not?" "That, Joe, is a judgment call you need to make." Crap. All decisions ultimately fell to the commander. "Damn it. Major Sims, recall the landing party, right now. Get them back to the dropship and off the surface as soon as possible, and tell them I do not care what interesting sciencey stuff they are doing down there. Pilot, Skippy, I need jump options to get the Dutchman out of here if needed." Through the glass wall I could see Sims talking into a microphone. She was shaking her head. Then she looked at me. "Sir, Captain Desai reports that her dropship is 40 kilometers from the main site. She landed there so 4 people could check out some outbuildings. She has recalled the second landing party and estimates she can retrieve those people and be headed back to the main site in 25 minutes. Colonel Chang told her it will take 40 minutes for his team to reach the evac site. He has some people down in an access shaft far beneath the surface. They think they may have found a section of the base that has not been looted. Damn it. While I commend Chang's initiative, his timing is less than optimal. All right, signal Desai and Chang to move as quickly as they can do so safely. I don't want someone getting into an accident and this becoming a rescue operation." "Yes, sir," Sims acknowledged. Adams stepped around the corner from the CIC to talk with me. "We're bugging out of this system already, sir?" What she didn't say, and I could see in her eyes, was that here we had a confirmed Elder site, which we had not fully explored, and that perhaps we were being hasty about abandoning it just because of some gas floating above the planet. Another potential Elder site might not be any better, and we'd be wasting this opportunity. "No, we're not leaving. Not yet. What we are doing is picking up our landing party so they won't be left behind if we have to jump out of here. I let a large party go down there, partly to gain experience, on the assumption this star system was safe, uninhabited. Now we learned that this system might be a high-traffic area because the planet below us is a gas station. We're going to pull back and assess the data. If the risk looks manageable, we will figure out a better way to explore the site, with multiple options for quick evac. Looking back, it might have been foolhardy of me to use an Elder site as an opportunity to give people experience in armor suits on the surface of an airless moon. With both sides of the war dedicating ships to searching for Elder sites, I should have selected a less important place for training. What I should have done is ask Skippy to suggest a completely uninteresting star system and take the ship there for a dedicated week of training. Extending the mission by a week would be a small price to pay for having pilots with experience landing dropships and soldiers and scientists gaining experience walking around and working in Kristang spacesuits. This situation needed to be added to my list of opportunities for me to learn from. Adams nodded slowly, looking at me carefully. She still thought of me as a buck sergeant, and her instincts as an experienced staff sergeant were to offer me gentle, nudging guidance in what she considered the right direction. I knew what she was thinking, that I was so inexperienced as a commander I was afraid to take even reasonable risks. "Yes, sir." Maybe I was being hasty, too risk-averse. The 4 people in Desai's secondary landing party, who had been checking out structures away from the main Elder base, were almost back to the dropship. I was watching a video feed from the dropship. 4 people, carefully loping across the rocky surface of the moon, kicking up puffs of dust as they walked, bouncing lightly. Damn, I envied them. Even though I had trained in a suit, trained in zero gravity, low gravity, high gravity, in vacuum and simulated thick atmosphere, all the training had taken place aboard the Dutchman. I wanted to walk on the surface of a real moon. I wanted to feel like an astronaut. There I was, commander of a starship, and at the moment, I envied 3 Indian soldiers and an Australian scientist who were striding confidently back to the— "Uh-oh, Joe, jump option echo right now." "Now," Skippy shouted. I nodded to the pilot, and she pressed the proper button. In a flash, the Flying Dutchman moved. The image on the main bridge display changed from the surface of a moon to the cloud tops of the gas giant. Cloud tops, as in it looked like we could reach out and touch them. "Where are we?" I asked, alarmed. "What happened?" "Don't worry, Joe. We're safely above the atmosphere despite what it looks like. We jumped into an area with an intense magnetic field, and I've engaged stealth. 2 Kristang ships jumped in near the planet. We were on the other side of the moon. I believe we jumped quickly enough that they did not detect the gamma-ray signature of our jump out. We're now over the planet's horizon. That should have shielded our jump in from being seen also. The Kristang, overall, have crappy sensors on their ships. They have concentrated on upgrading weapons technology at the expense of sensors, which is a mistake the stupid lizards have been making for a very long time. They never learn." 2 more Kristang ships have jumped in. 2, 3, 5 more. That's 7 Kristang ships. A typical task force. What type of ships? It looks like, I'm checking the data as it comes in, 1 battle cruiser, 2 cruisers, 2 destroyers, a troop transport, and a support ship. Can they see us? No way, Joe. Our Theranin stealth field, plus my own awesome enhancements, are quite effectively shielding us from the laughably useless sensors the lizards have. We are also encased in the planet's magnetic field, which distorts the sensor fields of the Kristang. So no, they do not know we are here. What about the landing party? Have the Kristang seen them? No, not that I am able to determine from Kristang ship-to-ship transmissions. The lizards do not appear to have any interest in the Elder Site. That confirms my suspicion that multiple species have picked over that site over many years. Just before we jumped, I signaled the landing party that enemy ships are in the system. Captain Desai will have detected their inbound jump signatures. I am sure she has engaged the dropship's stealth field and maintained communication security, and that Colonel Chang has concealed his team within the Elder facility. Our sensors are no longer able to detect the dropship, which leads me to believe it is effectively stealthed. Unless either Desai or Chang break discipline, something that would greatly surprise me, even given what little I know of them, the Kristang will not learn of their presence on the surface there. Relieved for the moment, I took in a deep breath and let it out slowly, like a yoga thing, except that I'd never taken a yoga class. My sister had been big into yoga for a while. Fine. Great. The critical factor, then, is how much oxygen does the landing party have? There are 2 critical factors, Joe, he corrected me. How much oxygen the landing party has in their suits and how long the Kristang intend to remain there. Assuming Colonel Chang orders the landing party to lay down, rest, and conserve oxygen, they should have enough in their suits for 32 hours. Considering that they will need to walk back out to the dropship, and during that time they will be increasing their oxygen usage, 30 hours is the practical limit. As for the Kristang, from their communications I have determined they are in this system because they were dropped off by a Theranin star carrier that is going in a different direction, and they are waiting to be picked up by a different star carrier in 36 hours. The Kristang are here to practice fleet maneuvers and for a refueling exercise. The support ship is capable of extracting fuel from the atmosphere of a gas giant planet. Its tanks are now almost full, so it will not be going through the actual fuel extraction and refining entire process, which typically takes 6 to 8 days for the Kristang. For this exercise, the support ship will only practice lowering its refueling line into the atmosphere and maintaining a stable position in orbit. The other ships will be conducting war game exercises. I do not have the details, as they have not been included in ship-to-ship transmissions yet. 36 hours. That's too late. Wait. If they're going to be picked up by the Theranin, though, they'd want to be at the rendezvous point plenty ahead of time. For our landing party, I wanted plenty of cushion on their oxygen supply. Absolutely. The Theranin have zero patience for stragglers, Their star carriers do not wait for anyone, sometimes including other Theranin ships. They have been known to leave behind Kristang ships that have been as little as 10 minutes late to a rendezvous. I expect the Kristang will want to be certain to arrive at the rendezvous point at least 4 hours ahead of time, so they should depart here 10 or 12 hours ahead of time. I made a long, low whistle of dismay. Whew, that is cutting it very close. 30 hours of oxygen for the landing team, and the Kristang will be here for another 24 to 26 hours. The math is brutal, yes. Can we get a message to the landing party? Not from here at the moment, but in roughly 2 hours we will be in position to send a tight beam burst transmission with minimal risk of detection by the Kristang, unless of course there is a Kristang ship between us and the moon at the time. "We're going to wait, sir?" Sims asked skeptically. "Skippy, what are our chances of taking on 7 Kristang ships? 5 warships, right?" I asked hopefully. "We don't count the troop transport or the support ship." "Do not ignore those 2 lesser combatants, Colonel Joe. They are equipped with missiles and masers, and 4 of the troop transport's dropships also carry missiles. The Kristang could hurt us badly in a fight. A star carrier's best defense is to run away. I do not like the odds of us engaging 7 ships. There is also the problem that other Kristang ships, I do not yet have a count, are waiting at the edge of this star system. They could quickly be brought in as reinforcements. This isn't a simple stand-up fight," I explained to Sims. "We would be vulnerable while we're standing still to recover the landing party, and as soon as the Kristang see what we're doing, they for sure will target the landing party. We won't be able to protect them. We wait. We send a signal to the landing party in about 2 hours, and we wait for the Kristang to go away. It sucks, but that's what we do. We wait." Chapter 7. We waited. It did suck. Right at the 2-hour and 3-minute mark, we shot a communications maser toward the moon, advising the landing party about the situation, the rough timelines for us to recover them, and ordering them not risk sending a reply. Then we waited some more. A lot more. After my duty shift on the bridge was over, I surrendered the chair to Sergeant Adams. Part of me wanted to stay in the chair for the full 26 hours, to not miss a second while my crew stretched out their dwindling oxygen supply. The crew I had ordered to the surface and put in danger, the crew I was responsible for. Needing something to do, I went to the gym and ran on a treadmill, headphones on, and not in a mood for a chit-chat. Other people in the gym left me alone. Following an hour of sweating on the treadmill, I took a shower, got a snack from the galley, and went to my office. Skippy pinged me through my Z-phone. That meant he wanted to talk privately. Putting in my Z-phone earpiece, I said, "Hey, Skippy, more bad news?" Since news is by definition new information, there is no news. The situation has not changed. From the display on my tablet, I knew that already. It still felt good to have Skippy verify what I was seeing. "All right, what's up?" "This is a conversation perhaps best conducted in private, Joe." "Ah, got it." I pinged the CIC crew to let them know I was going to my cabin. Once there, I closed the door behind me and sat down on the bed. The crew knew not to disturb me in my cabin without calling me first. "What is it?" "Joe, I know this will not be a pleasant conversation. Let me guess. You're going to tell me that I need to consider abandoning Chang's team in order to continue the mission?" Yes." His voice carried genuine surprise. "Sacrifice a few soldiers to preserve most of the crew and the ship." "Uh-huh," he said slowly. "I'm kind of at a loss for words here, Joe. I was prepared for a long argument, and now I got nothing." "Don't be an ass, Skippy. You think I haven't considered that I may have to do that? Sit here silently while the clock runs out on their oxygen supply and they choke to death? I have considered that. I'm the commander. That means I have to put the mission first. It sucks. It absolutely sucks. I hate it. I'm the commander. It's my job. You think about this. We're out here for you. That is your mission. We're risking our lives for you." "Whoa. That's BS. You're putting all the burden on me, and you're wrong. Yeah, I need you not to risk the ship. You humans need to make sure other species do not discover that you are roaming around the galaxy." Damn, I had actually hurt his feelings. That came out kind of harsh, Skippy. I didn't mean it that way. You saved our planet and we have a deal, and I'm going to keep that deal, even if it costs lives. I want you to understand that. I do understand it, Joe. Good. I have thought about this a lot, Skippy. If we don't have a realistic chance to recover the landing party without undue risks to the ship, then I am simply going to have to face the facts. It's plain and simple, Skippy. I can't afford to get emotional about command decisions. So yes, I have already decided we will abandon Chang's team if we have to. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Joe, occasionally I am confronted with the fact that you are not only the good-natured dope who I joke around with. I am reminded that you shot down 2 whales in cold blood, killing almost 1,000 sentient beings, and that under your command we jumped 14 Kristang starships inside a planet, killing their entire crews. That doesn't include the 78th Aranan of their ship's original crew, or the Kristang who died when you nuked that asteroid. Your point is what? Occasionally I was reminded that Skippy was an AI built by civilization so far advanced they would consider humans to be bugs at best. He acted friendly to us, and we needed him to continue to be friendly. My most important job was not commanding the ship, not leading the crew, not making critical decisions. The most important thing I did aboard the Dutchman was making sure Skippy enjoyed having us around. If Skippy ever got bored with insulting me and busting my balls, we would be in trouble. Odd as it is to think about it, my relationship with that arrogant little shithead was humanity's greatest asset. My point, I guess, is that I came into this discussion assuming I needed to force you to consider an agonizing decision, and you had already done that. I underestimated you. Thank you, Skippy. Of course, most of the time, when I think I'm underestimating you, it turns out I estimated way too high because you're such a doofus. And thanks for reminding me what an asshole you really are. Oh, no problem, Joe. Anytime. Around 7 hours in, I was again in my office doing busy work that kept me from hovering around the bridge and distracting the duty crew. Skippy interrupted my thoughts with more bad news. Joe, I just learned a possibly interesting tidbit about this task force. The commander is the 3rd son of a high-tier clan leader. He took command of the task force only recently, and the fleet naturally gave him cast-offs from other task forces. As such, he jumped his task force in here for training exercises to whip his new ships into shape. He is very concerned that his task force will be embarrassed during a major clan-wide fleet war game that is scheduled for next month. With much of the next month taken up in travel time, this is his best opportunity for training. Damn it, I cursed. That means he's going to push the time limit, stay here running exercises right to the deadline. That's what I said because that's what I would do if I was suddenly in command of a second-hand task force. My thoughts exactly. There are other Kristang ships out at the edge of this star system. He took his task force here so they can train away from watching eyes. From what I have seen, the commander's fears about the ships he was given are entirely justified. These ships are poorly maintained, their crew are inexperienced, and morale is terrible. Thus far, the ships maneuver clumsily, respond slowly to orders, and their navigators do not seem to understand left from right. It does not help that this task force commander is, even for a Kristang, a major hard-ass. It almost makes me feel sympathetic for the crews under his command. Yeah, I said with a frown. Almost. At the 18-hour, 32-minute mark, I was once more in my office when Skippy called. Sleep, although a good idea, had been elusive. I'd laid down on my bed and tried to get some rest for an hour, until I gave up and realized there was no way I could peacefully slumber while the landing party, while my people, were running out of oxygen. So I'd gone to my office to study flight training manuals. Joe, one of those cruisers just jumped into low orbit of that moon on the opposite side from the Elder base. We didn't have any warning. It was suddenly there. 4 dropships are proceeding down to the surface. I fairly jumped around the desk and into the corridor. Did you inform the bridge? Yes, of course I did, Joe. Major Sims is the current duty officer. From my office to the bridge was less than 20 seconds. That's why I'd selected a tiny closet as my office. Close enough so I could get there quickly, far enough away and around a corner so the bridge and CIC crews didn't feel I was hovering over their shoulders every minute. When I got there, Sims was already sliding out of the command chair for me. All we know is a cruiser jumped in with no warning and launched 4 dropships straight down. On their current course and speed, we estimate they will arrive at the Elder Base in 27 minutes. 27 minutes. Because the Dutchman could jump there within seconds, we didn't need to act immediately. We could evaluate the situation and consider our options. I was about to order Captain Desai to the bridge. I wanted our most experienced pilot at the controls if we had to go into combat. Then I remembered Desai wasn't aboard the ship. She was in a dropship in stealth on that moon. This situation was bad. All bad. Is there any sign that the Kristang know about the landing party? I asked the obvious question. Why else would that cruiser have jumped into orbit there and launched 4 dropships? No, Skippy answered. There were no such communications before that cruiser jumped, and the cruiser and its 4 dropships are maintaining communications silence. It is, however, impossible for us to assure that we can monitor every single transmission between those ships. If they are using a tight beam maser to communicate between ships, the Dutchman's sensors have less than a 50% chance to intercept the message from here. I'm going to assume they know. Somehow they know about the landing party. It's the only thing that makes sense. Our options are what? We jump in, launch missiles at that cruiser, and hit those dropships with the maser cannon. I pondered the main display, playing with the controls on the arm of the command chair. I'd gotten pretty good at manipulating the display. From our position, we had line of sight to the moon. The orbits of the moon and the Dutchman meant the moon was going behind the planet within 40 minutes. The cruiser was a dot on the display. It was visible, but was headed behind the moon in less than 5 minutes. Because we weren't using the Dutchman's sensor field, we had to rely on passive sensors to detect the enemy ships. Most importantly, 4 of the dots on the display were the Kristang dropships. I zoomed in the view, and it revealed 2 large troop transports and 2 gunships. The dropships had pulled out of their steep dive from orbit and were flying low, hugging the airless terrain. An icon on the display indicated that the ship's sensors were estimating the position of the dropships. At such distance, and with our sensors dealing with interference from the planet's magnetic field, detecting the dropships was intermittent. Oh hey, how close to the moon's surface can we jump in? We need to shrink the distance Desai needs to get back aboard. Star carriers aren't designed to operate in a gravity well. That moon's gravity can't be a problem, right? Can we— Colonel Joe, Skippy interrupted me. We have another option that you should strongly consider. Doing nothing for now, and waiting. I don't think this is a real assault against the landing party. If they knew humans are down there, their other ships would be deployed to support the assault force. They are not at the moment. The other ships are operating independently. You think this is an exercise also? That surprised me. It also didn't make much sense. The planet had a dozen moons. Having a Kristang cruiser jump into orbit of the one moon where we had a landing party stranded was too much of a coincidence. Yes, I believe it is another exercise. Based on limited data, yes, Skippy said confidently. This appears to be one Kristang ship practicing an assault drop. How sure are you about that, Skippy? I needed him to be very confident. If the Kristang dropships landed at the Elder site and their soldiers went inside, it would not matter whether their original purpose was an exercise or an assault. They were likely to find our landing party, and then there would certainly be a fight for real. Fairly. Perhaps that did not give the impression I intended to convey. To be more accurate, there is a 92% probability that this is an exercise and that the Kristang do not know anything about the presence of our landing party. I can show you, if you like, how a Kristang task force would deploy to support an assault drop. This task force is not positioned to assist that one cruiser. Also, those 4 dropships have not engaged stealth. That is also unusual. The lack of stealth is a strong indicator that this is not a true combat situation for the Kristang. If their intention is to attack our landing party, the tactics of that task force are truly incompetent. 92% is good, Skippy, except it only tells me part of what I need to know. If part of the exercise includes those dropships landing at the Elder site and Kristang soldiers going into the Elder site, we will need to intervene. Oh, Skippy sounded disappointed. I hadn't considered that. We could be forced into combat, even if that is not currently the intention of the Kristang. Also, those other ships are several light minutes away. Our information on their positions and what they are doing is out of date by that much, I pointed out. That was a problem with our fancy displays. They made you unconsciously assume the data was all in real time, and it wasn't. In space combat, almost everything had a time lag of at least several seconds. When I was in Army basic training, we had to use old-fashioned paper maps in addition to computer displays, tablets, and GPS equipment. Paper maps made you realize the whole time that a marker showing us an enemy's position was only as good as how old that data was. We could use some of that mindset out here now. True, and it is mildly impressive that a monkey like you is capable of such thinking, Skippy said grudgingly. Well then, in that case, I will concede that this may turn into a fight if those dropships arrive at the Elder base. Until such time, I believe our best course of action is to wait to determine what the Kristang are doing. Waiting won't limit our options? I asked with a frown. That ship is going behind the moon, and our maser cannons require line of sight to hit the dropships. Waiting will not substantially decrease our chance of success at rescuing the landing party, Joe, because the odds are very much not at all good for us. Our best chance to recover the landing party, I am trying to tell you, is to wait and hope this is an exercise. There is little downside to delaying action for up to another 20, even 22 minutes. If we are forced to act, delaying will only decrease our chances of success by 0.17%. Overall, our chances of retrieving the landing party in combat against this Kristang force are— you hate math anyway, so I won't quote numbers at you. The odds against us suck, Joe. The landing party is simply too vulnerable down there, and this ship is not capable of providing enough firepower to shield them. We wait? Yes, that is my recommendation. I slumped slightly in the chair. Waiting is something I'm not good at, Skippy. Joe, if I listed all the things you are not good at, we would be here a very long time. I do agree that waiting is something you particularly suck at. If you were a superhero, you would be no patience man. You'd be the guy who thinks if the instructions say to bake a cake at 300 degrees for 30 minutes, you can instead bake it at 1800 degrees for 5 minutes. You can't? I managed a hint of a smile at that. That would be a solid no, Joe. Remind me to keep you away from the galley. We waited, and we made plans. We hastily threw together plans to attack the Kristang and recover the landing party. We waited another 5 minutes, then 10. At the 12-minute mark, Skippy announced the 4 dropships had split up into 2 groups of 2, with a gunship and a troop transport in each group. They had split up. Their apparent courses were taking them to approach the Elder base from 2 directions. It now appears very likely, Skippy said sadly, that they intend to land and practice a full combat assault on the Elder base. This is very unfortunate. I still believe the Kristang do not know anything about our landing party. The Elder base is merely a convenient place to practice an assault. As you said, that hardly matters now. It doesn't matter. If we have to fight, I want to do it when we choose, not wait for them to force our hand. I am not letting those dropships get close enough to that Elder site to threaten our people down there. Major Sims, get the Ready Bird warmed up. We had 2 pilots and a dropship prepared to launch on a 2-minute notice. Skippy, show us our best options again. As none of our options are good, not one of them could be considered best, Joe. The option you liked best is— Wait. I'm intercepting a message from the cruiser. Yep, I was right. This is an exercise. The captain of the cruiser is bragging about how well the exercise is going, and he is requesting permission for the dropships to engage stealth for the final approach to the Elder site. The task force commander apparently denied use of stealth so far because he didn't trust the dropship pilots not to crash into each other if they can't see each other. It will take several minutes, of course, to receive a reply from the task force. Let's use that time wisely, then. I don't want those dropships to be stealthed when we have to target them. We're going with option Bravo, I ordered. Pilot, orient the ship and bring us about. Accelerate to match speed with target. Major Sims, tell the Ready Bird to open the bay doors and prepare to launch. Option Bravo was the least bad of our bad options, in my inexperienced opinion. We were going to accelerate the Dutchman out of the planet's magnetic field to match course and speed with the moon. At the last minute, we would turn the ship so it would be sticking straight up and down in relation to the Elder base. straight up and down with the engines pointing down so that when we emerged from jump, the Dutchman would be falling in the moon's gravity well rear end first. Our plan was to launch the Ready Bird as soon as we came out of the jump wormhole and send a signal to Desai. Hopefully, Desai would get our signal and climb up to rendezvous with the Dutchman while our pilots tried to balance our massive, awkward ship on its tail. According to Skippy, our star carrier didn't have enough thrust available to maintain altitude, or it did have enough thrust, but we couldn't use it in a gravity well without snapping the ship's long spine. So, the ship would be falling, tail first, toward the surface of the moon, and Desai would need to precisely match our speed and acceleration and fly her dropship into a landing bay. While she was flying up to us, we would be hitting the 4 Kristang dropships with maser cannons, and the Ready Bird would be flying down to hopefully recover Chang's landing party. There would not be enough time to recover the Ready Bird before the Dutchman had to jump away. We could only fall a certain distance before we had to jump away or crash. When we jumped, the plan called for us to engage the Kristang cruiser with missiles, then jump away again. The Ready Bird would need to recover Chang's landing party, fly some distance away from the Elder site, engage stealth, and wait. Wait for possibly a long time, because even if we got lucky and knocked out that cruiser, the rest of the Kristang task force and their friends, now just outside the star system, would be buzzing around the moon like angry hornets. It was not a good plan. It was the only plan we could think of in the short time available. It would have to do. I was not leaving the landing party down there. It may sound heartless, but if we couldn't recover the landing party from the Elder structure they'd taken shelter in, I would have to order a missile strike on them to hide the fact that humans were out here. Whatever happens, Joe, this will be a first in galactic history, Skippy announced. No one has ever done this type of maneuver with a star carrier. Something to look forward to, then. No one has done this because this is mind-bogglingly stupid. Hey, Skippy. Yeah? Hold my beer. Watch this. What? Hold your... Damn it. Whoever put a redneck in command of a starship? You did. Oh. He thought about that for a moment. Damn, I guess I did. The time for joking around with Skippy was over. Grimly, I took one last look at the main display and ordered, Pilot, initiate jump countdown. Major Sims, don't wait for a signal from me. Your team is weapons free. Take out those dropships quick. They'll go into stealth mode if we miss with the first shot. There were 4 enemy dropships racing low and fast, barely above the moon's surface, and the Flying Dutchman had only 2 rear-facing maser cannons. We had to make every shot count. Aye, aye, sir, Sims acknowledged. I saw the pilot press the button to initiate the programmed jump, and she counted down. Jump in 10, 9. In a few seconds, I was going to take a new, untested crew and a ship never designed to engage in direct combat into desperate combat. Everyone aboard the ship could die, and it would be my fault, entirely my fault. My right hand was shaken so badly that I put it in my lap and squeezed it with my left hand, which was not much better. And I needed to pee again. Waiting for combat to begin, the anticipation of danger, was almost worse than combat itself. Once the shooting starts, my mind attains clarity and focus. Before the shooting starts, my mind raced over every horrible possibility of things going sideways. 4, 3, belay that, Skippy shouted, and I saw on the display that he'd canceled the jump on his own. Also, he'd cut power to the engines. We were no longer accelerating. Skippy, what the hell? Battlecruiser just jumped in near the Elder site. They are targeting the 4 dropships with low-power masers. This must be another part of the exercise. Oh! 2 destroyers just jumped in near the cruiser on the far side of the moon. They are engaged in a mock battle. Joe, trust me on this. Those 4 dropships have been declared dead by the task force manager. They have changed course and are climbing for orbit. They are no longer proceeding toward the Elder site. Oh, thank God. I let out a long breath and slumped in the chair. Pilot, bring us back into the magnetic field gently, please. We don't want to be seen. Wow, Skippy grunted. What is it? I asked fearfully. Right then, I didn't think I could take any more bad news. Oh, nothing that affects us directly, Joe. Man, the mock battle between that cruiser and those 2 destroyers is not going well for either side. All 3 ships are shockingly clumsy. The task force manager is pissed. He is bitching at them in the clear, not bothering to encrypt the transmission. I think he wants the rest of the task force to hear, to embarrass those 3 ship captains in front of their peers. Clumsy, huh? You, think they're clumsy enough that we could take them in a fight if we had to? Skippy laughed. No way, dude. Damn, when I say clumsy, I mean clumsy by the standards of a hateful warrior species like the Cristang, Joe. The Dutchman is a big, long, spindly monstrosity that would handle like a drunken pig, even if I were flying it, and our ship is flown by unskilled monkeys. No offense to your pilots, but the Theranin designed this ship to be controlled by cyborg implants. Using the manual controls on this backup bridge slows reaction time down by a factor of like 10. Those 3 Cristang ships would fly circles around us. Our weapons targeting is way too slow for us to have any confidence of hitting a moving target. Thank you for the vote of confidence in us monkeys, Skippy, I said, putting as much sarcasm into my voice as I could right then. My hands were still shaking, although I no longer needed to pee immediately. What? That wasn't intended to be a vote of Oh, I get it. You were being sarcastic. Ha ha, very funny. Stupid monkeys, he grumbled. Beginning at the 23-hour mark, I relieved the duty officer and took back the command chair. The 24-hour mark came and went, with no sign of the Cristang going anywhere. They were still fully engaged in exercises, although they had now gone back to the basics of ship handling. The task force commander was very unhappy with the lizards under his command. None of the Cristang ships were anywhere near the moon with our trapped landing party, and I was tempted to order Desai to try sneaking away. Skippy strongly advised against it. Shortly after the 25-hour mark, we took a slight risk and shot a tight beam burst message to Chang and Desai, assuring them we were still here, that we would pick them up as soon as we could. 25 hours, 30 minutes came and went, and the Cristang was still there. 26 hours. The Cristang was still engaged in ship handling exercises. Anxious, I pulled up the combat options again and reviewed them. None of the options had a decent chance of success. I was staring at the cold, hard fact of abandoning Chang's team in order to preserve the ship and continue the mission. Finally, Skippy spoke. Uh-oh, Joe. Bad news. I'm intercepting a ship-to-ship transmission. The task force commander is declaring the exercise over and ordering the task force to jump out to rendezvous with the star carrier. A glance at the display showed that it was 26 hours, 12 minutes since the Cristang had jumped in. I don't get it, Skippy. Why is that bad news? I asked. It sounded like good news to me. The bad news is that only 4 of the task force ships will be departing. 3 will remain here. The commander is not happy with the performance of 2 of his ships, the destroyers. He has ordered them to remain behind with his battle cruiser for remedial training. The full truth, which I just learned, is that one of the destroyer captains is a younger brother of the task force commander. As is typical with Cristang, the 2 brothers absolutely hate each other. Why this matters to us is the commander intends to keep those destroyers here until he is satisfied with their performance, even though that will mean they miss the original rendezvous with the star carrier. The next star carrier to pass by this system will not arrive for another 7 days. 7 days? 7 days, he repeated gravely. 2 destroyers and a battle cruiser? Yes, that battle cruiser is a formidable warship for the Cristang. It is a relatively new design, being less than 30 years old, and contains weapons that could certainly threaten our ship. The landing party can't wait 7 days, I said, stating the obvious. Correct, Skippy said quietly. I do not currently have any useful solutions to the problem, Joe. I am sorry. Chapter 8. There were 18 people in the landing party. Of them, Desai and her co-pilot, Lieutenant Devereaux, were aboard the dropship and had plenty of oxygen. Hopefully by now the 4 people who had been exploring outbuildings were back aboard the dropship also. That left the 12 people in Chang's party, who were in armor suits with a limited supply of oxygen. 12 people who could not wait 7 days. 12 people trapped on the moon, compared to 52 on the Flying Dutchman. 12 people in certain peril against the lives of 52 I would be risking if I ordered our star cruiser to tangle with 3 Kristang warships. It was not as simple as Theranan technology versus Kristang. The Kristang had stolen and adapted Theranan technology over the years, and in terms of weapons and shields, the ships were not far enough apart for my comfort. Also, the Kristang ships were dedicated, true warships designed for space combat, while our Dutchman was basically a truck. Star carriers were not supposed to engage in direct combat with other ships. They were supposed to use their superior jump capability to run away and let other ships handle the fighting for them. 12 lives against 52. The math wasn't that simple, because if the Dutchmen were disabled or destroyed in combat, the entire landing party would die, including Desai's people aboard the dropship. Then it would be all 70 people dead. The Dutchman could jump away safely, saving the 52 lives currently aboard and continuing the mission. If at some point the Kristang ships were busily engaged in war games and far enough away from the moon, it might be possible for Desai to bring the dropship up from the surface, trusting the dropship's stealth field. We might be able to time her climb from the surface with a precise jump by the Dutchman for us to pick up the dropship and be on our way before the Kristang could intercept us. That would save an additional 6 lives. 12 against 58, then. In military sense, it was 12 people against the continuation of the mission. If math were the only question, my decision would be easy. Since I was a monkey and not a cyborg, raw numbers were not the only consideration. The real question was whether we could destroy, or at least disable, those 3 Kristang warships long enough for us to retrieve the landing party and escape. We needed a plan. And for that we needed information. We needed greater situational awareness. Skippy, where are those ships in relation to us? Distance, I mean. Can you show that on the display? Skippy sighed. It is on the display. If you weren't such a dumb monkey, you would see it. Fine, here. I added lines showing the distance in light seconds. Yellow lines and numbers appeared on the display screen. See how easy that was, Skippy? This is great. Thank you. The battlecruiser is 37 light seconds from us, and the 2 destroyers are another 68 light seconds beyond the battlecruiser. Correct. Do you want a prize for reading the display, Joe? Huh? No, I'm thinking. Huh, I find that unlikely. Skippy, I'm trying to be serious here. The landing party is running out of oxygen. 3 ships, huh? Can you do the trick again that you did when we got to Earth? Take over those 3 ships with the nanovirus? Skippy had learned, after we spilled blood and lost people capturing our Kristang frigate, the heavenly morning flower of glorious victory, that the sneaky Theranan had planted a nanobot virus aboard most Kristang ships. The ships became infected when they hitched a ride on a Theranan star carrier. Better than a simple virus hidden in computer code, the nanobots could quickly assemble and take physical control of Kristang systems. Since the Kristang, long wary of their systems being infiltrated by their Theranan patrons, had designed their ship computers to resist digital hacking, a physical takeover was the only option. No. I wish I could, Joe. The situation is not favorable for me to repeat that particular action. And because you are going to ask me a bunch of ignorant questions about why I can't do it, I will save both of us the time and explain now. You will hopefully remember me telling you that I need to be relatively close to a Kristang ship to make that trick work. Although I did remember him telling me something about the subject, I did not remember exactly what he said. Something about light seconds? Something like that, yes. The Theranan developed the nanovirus to protect their star carriers from attempted takeover by Kristang ships that were being transported. It is a short-range technology, not intended for fleet actions. I can somewhat extend the range at which the nanovirus can be activated and controlled, but not far enough to reach any of those 3 ships from our current location. Whoa. Hey, wait a minute. I call BS on that. You took over those 2 Kristang ships at Earth, and one of them was on the other side of the planet. Yes, duh. Earth is a small ball of dirt, and both of those ships were in low orbit, well within my envelope of influence. Do I have to remind you what an enormous distance a light second is? Larger than you apparently think. All right. Is there any chance our fancy stealth technology will let us sneak close enough to that cruiser? No. I waited for him to say more. He didn't. No? Could you tell me a bit more? Why? You don't understand anything about the technologies involved. Skippy, don't be an ass. Fine, yes, I do not understand the technologies. It's not only you, Joe, don't feel bad about it. None of you grubby monkeys have the slightest clue as to how any of this high-tech stuff truly works. Before you stumble over an attempted snappy reply, I have applied my incredible resources to wargaming how we might deal with those 3 ships, and I do not see any reasonable possibility of success. We can handle either the battlecruiser or the pair of destroyers, not both. Whichever target we do engage first will certainly jump away to the outer edge of the system and bring back the full Kristang force. There are an additional 13 warships out there waiting for a star carrier. Those 13 ships, even though they are Kristang ships of considerably lesser technology, would make it impossible for us to retrieve the landing force. I am sorry, Joe. There is simply no way to do this. Major Sims spoke up from the CIC. This may be a stupid question, but we are in a Theranan vessel. Could we simply order the Kristang to jump away? Jump to the edge of the system? That is not a stupid question, Skippy answered, Major Tammy. Joe, you could learn from her how not to ask stupid questions. Unfortunately, the answer is no. The Kristang are unlikely to obey such an unusual order from the Theranan. They would find it highly suspicious. For a star carrier to enter the gravity well of a star system is unusual enough. The Kristang would also find it highly unusual that our star carrier has only 1 ship attached. What the Kristang would very likely do, by very likely I mean I am 100% certain, is make only a short jump to keep eyes on what the Theranan are doing here. As soon as they saw Theranan activity near a moon which contains an elder site, they would jump 1 ship away to get reinforcements and jump the other 2 ships in close enough to see what we are doing. There is no trust between the Kristang and the Theranan. Crap, I said. I'd like one thing out here to be easy for a change. No way I was giving up either. I looked at the display, pondering what to do. Hey, those 2 destroyers look like they're very close to each other. Practically touching, I said, playing with the controls and zooming in on the destroyers. That's an illusion created by the display, right? Ships don't actually travel that close to one another. Yes and no. Ships do not normally travel so closely. With the tremendous speeds involved in space combat, a tiny navigation error could quickly cause ships to collide. In this case, however, those 2 destroyers truly are practically on top of each other. It is not something I am manipulating to make the display easier for monkeys to understand. Those 2 ships are preparing to practice a maneuver in which one ship tucks itself inside another ship's stealth field. One of the ships has to turn off its stealth field, because unless 2 stealth fields are kept perfectly in tune, they interfere with each other. Encasing 2 ships in one stealth field allows 2 ships to appear on an enemy's detection systems as a single ship. At some point, the ships can separate and surprise the enemy by moving in different directions. This maneuver is extremely difficult and dangerous. The task force commander is making those ships practice the maneuver because he expects their captains to fail and, possibly as a bonus, for the ships to be damaged. That would cause the 2 captains to lose face, giving the commander a convenient excuse to replace them with officers loyal to him. Remind me not to apply for a position in the Kristang Navy, I said distractedly. The kernel of an idea was forming in my head. How close are those 2 ships to each other? 400 meters, Skippy stated. In space combat terms, they are practically on top of each other. It is very risky. Huh. And whatever happens to the battle cruiser, those destroyers won't know about it for 68 seconds, right? When the light gets there? You are a true genius, Joe. Your name should be Einstein. Uh-huh. I ignored his taunt. And how long after we get close to a Kristang ship until you can take control of it with this nanovirus thing? Oh, 15 or 20 seconds for complete control. The ship will be immobilized within 7 seconds. Speed of light isn't an issue there. The effect I create is instantaneous, for incredibly magical reasons that monkey brains can't understand. Yeah, whatever. Once we emerge from a jump, we have to wait a bit before we can jump again, right? Oh, boy. I hate to do this, Joe. Burst your bubble like this. You are thinking we can jump in close to the battle cruiser and I can activate the nanovirus to seize control of the battle cruiser. Then, before the destroyers know what has happened, we jump again over to them and I take control of them also, right? Ha! Forget it. I told you, monkeys should not do any thinking, you're not good at it. And I also already told you I have run every possible variable through my ginormous brain, and there is no way for us to take on all 3 of those ships without at least 1, likely 2 of them getting away and bringing back reinforcements. 4 of the ships are about to leave, but remember, the Threnin star carrier isn't arriving until the 36-hour mark, and there are a lot of Kristang ships right at the edge of this star system. They could cause us a world of hurt. Listen, He shushed me as I opened my mouth to speak. Let me finish talking. I talk, you listen. Me smart, you monkey. Joe, your idea... Damn, I hate to abuse the word idea by associating it with anything that comes out of your brain. Your idea won't work. After we emerge from a jump, we can't jump again for almost 80 seconds. I call bullshit on that, Skippy, I said more confidently this time. When we were shadowing that Threnin battle group so you could download data from them, you found out there may be a Maxolk ship in the area and you jumped us away. Then we did another jump right away. Another jump in like a few seconds. At that time, we jumped again within 22 seconds to be precise. Yes, Joe, we can manage a second jump in less than 80 seconds. What we can't do is jump with any precision after waiting less than 80 seconds. When I thought a Maxolk's ship might be stalking us, I didn't care where we jumped to as long as we jumped away. In this case, you want us to quickly jump in very close to those 2 destroyers, and that is not possible. A jump creates a vibration in the jump coils, an unpredictable quantum fluctuation that affects space-time immediately around the ship. In order to program a precise jump, we have to wait for the vibration to settle down. That means we will not be able to jump close to those destroyers before the gamma-ray burst of our jumping in next to the battlecruiser reaches the destroyers. As soon as those destroyers detect the gamma-ray burst, they will jump away and we'll lose them. So, now that I have attempted to smack some knowledge on a monkey, what do you say to that? You done? Yep. You sure? I don't want to spoil your fun, Skippy. You sound like you're getting super enjoyment out of insulting us monkeys. Yep. I'm sure. Please, Joe, please, dazzle me with your genius idea. I haven't had a good laugh in a while. Good, I said, because if you had shut up and listened to me for a second, you would have heard my idea already. Here it is. We jump in near the battlecruiser. You take control of it with the nanovirus. Then you make the battlecruiser jump over right on top of those 2 destroyers and set it to self-destruct. Like blow its drive coils or something, as soon as it emerges from the jump. That will at least disable those 2 destroyers temporarily, and we can then jump in and finish them off with missiles after our jump system is ready again. The battlecruiser will have its jump coils charged for an emergency jump. It won't have to wait 80 seconds. Will that work? Silence. Then Skippy said simply, Damn. Damn it! After waiting a moment for him to say something more, I lost patience. Skippy. Hello. Listen. If you're taking your time to think up a list of insults because my idea is stupid, how about you just tell me now, and we can set aside time later for you to bust my balls about it, okay? I hate my life. This sucks, he grumbled. This is so unfair. What is unfair? Joe, I do not know how this happened. I do not know how this could be possible given the laws of physics. Somehow, you came up with a good idea. You, a monkey. Oh, I am so humiliated. I hate my life. I crunched billions of variables and came up with nothing. No way to take out all 3 of those ships. Then a freaking monkey says, duh, how about this idea? Off the top of its stupid freaking monkey head. He sounded truly, completely miserable. Joe, if I had a nose, I could blow it, and what comes out would be smarter than your entire species combined. Yet somehow you, of all beings, comes up with a good idea. Unbelievable. Uh-huh, I said slowly. So, Skippy, is this like when you had the genius idea for us to raid the asteroid, but you forgot the fact that humans need spacesuits in space? Enjoy the moment, monkey boy. It won't happen again, he grumbled. Are you taking bets on that, Skippy? Oh, shut up. I hate you. Stupid monkeys. I love you too, Skippy. Can you program a jump for us to get us close enough to that battlecruiser? Yes, damn it, I'll program a jump so we can do your stupid plan. Stupid? I thought you said my plan was not stupid. "It isn't," he said so quietly that I could barely hear him. "What?" I said with a grin, looking through the glass at people in the CIC. "I couldn't hear you, Skippy. This plan, a plan from a monkey brain, is not stupid?" "No." What is the opposite of stupid, I wonder? "Smart. The opposite is smart. There, I said it. You happy now?" Damn! My life is already miserable enough. At times like this I am nostalgic about those years I spent buried in the dirt on Paradise. Oh, those days were so sweet. Peaceful, quiet, no screeching monkeys. Just program the jump, Skippy. Please. 26 hours, 24 minutes after the Kristang task force jumped in, 4 of their ships jumped away, leaving us behind the battle cruiser and 2 destroyers. Somehow I was able to order us to wait another agonizing 20 minutes to be sure those 4 ships were safely a long way away before I ordered us into action. We jumped in close to the battle cruiser, close enough to be comfortably within Skippy's effective range, far enough not to trigger a panicky, immediate jump away by the Kristang ship. As soon as we emerged from the jump, Skippy transmitted a supposedly secret Theranan code, instructing the Kristang to hold position and maintain communication silence. There was a Giraptha cruiser in the area, Skippy told the Kristang, pretending to be the Theranan commander. "Damn it," Skippy grumbled in frustration. "They just queried me back after I ordered them very sternly to keep quiet." "What's their weapon status?" I asked anxiously. As part of the deception, we had our defensive shields down, leaving us vulnerable to enemy fire. The lesser technology of the Kristang would not matter much at such short range. Their masers, particle beams, and railguns could close the gap fast and hurt the Dutchmen badly. When Skippy recommended we not raise shields, I had questioned that idea. Skippy convinced me that a shielded Theranan ship jumping in super close to the Kristang would very likely trigger an immediate jump away by the battle cruiser. We needed the Kristang to hesitate just long enough for Skippy to activate the nanovirus and seize control of the battle cruiser. They are spinning up missile guidance systems, and they now have 4 Mesa batteries and 1 railgun locked onto us. The railgun capacitors are charging up now. Man, there is zero trust between those 2 species. I'm trying a softer tactic, explaining the situation rather than issuing orders. Well, that didn't work. A kinder, gentler Theranan apparently isn't believable. The Kristang commander is ordering a jump and signaling the 2 destroyers to follow him. But 3, 2, 1... Too late, suckers! Ha! I now have complete control of that battlecruiser through the nanovirus, Joe. Their jump drive is conveniently charged. Reprogramming jump coordinates now. Oh man, there is panic aboard that ship. They're trying to eject drones containing their flight logs. I'm blocking that. They're also trying to launch missiles manually. I'm holding the missile launch tube outer doors closed. Ready for jump. I indulged in one last look at the battlecruiser on the main display. In the dim, sullen light of the red dwarf star, the ship looked evil, all hard angles, protruding weapons, and sensor stations, with nothing about the shape of the ship that wasn't purely functional. Kristang ship designers seemed to have gone out of their way to make their warships ugly. Do it, Skippy. The battlecruiser disappeared from the display. The problem with this plan was the same as the advantage of the plan. The 2 destroyers were far enough away that the light from our jump-in near the battlecruiser, the signal from the Kristang task force commander, and the distinctive gamma-ray burst of the battlecruiser jumping away all traveled so comparatively slowly that the battlecruiser should have jumped in on top of the destroyers before the light arrived there. According to the plan, the pair of destroyers would only see the image of the battlecruiser from light that was 68 seconds out of date. They would see light that showed the battlecruiser all by itself doing whatever it was doing, and the next thing those destroyers saw would be the battlecruiser jumping in almost on top of them. Jumping in, the spatial distortion of the inbound jump point violently rocking the destroyers, the roiling ripples of the inbound jump causing ripples in space-time that prevented the destroyers from jumping away to safety. And then the battlecruiser's reactors, missile warheads, and jump drive coils would have exploded, ripping the battlecruiser apart and causing catastrophic damage to the destroyers. By the time the gamma-ray burst of our jump-in near the battlecruiser reached the destroyers, after 68 seconds, the destroyers should have been in no condition to detect those gamma rays or do anything about it. According to the plan, that is. The problem with the plan was that after Skippy jumped the battlecruiser away, we wouldn't know whether the plan had worked for another 68 seconds when the light from the destroyer's position reached us. One thing I had considered was for us to jump near the destroyers as soon as possible to determine whether the plan worked or not. After considering, what I decided was to stay right where we are and bite my nails for 68 seconds. If we had jumped to get a quicker view, and things went wrong somehow, it would be another 80 seconds before we could jump safely away again. That was too much risk for me. Maybe Adams was right. Maybe my inexperience at command made me more risk-averse than needed. I couldn't see the advantage of taking on more risk right then, and I kept telling myself that, every second, for 68 seconds. The plan could have gone wrong. When Skippy jumped the battlecruiser, he programmed it to jump to coordinates of where the pair of destroyers should have been at that time. Unfortunately, the information we had about the destroyer's location was also 68 seconds old. Damn, space combat is complicated. While we were seizing control of the battlecruiser, the destroyers could have moved unpredictably, and then the battlecruiser would have jumped into empty space. I made the rookie mistake of expressing that fear out loud at the 45-second mark. "I don't think that happened, Joe," Skippy assured me. "The task force commander was very strict. He ordered those destroyers to hold position, tucked inside one stealth field, until he ordered them to maneuver, which he hadn't yet done at the time we jumped in and took control of his ship. The last transponder signal from the destroyers showed they were exactly where they were supposed to be at the time. I have high confidence. Between your unsubstantiated fears and my rigorous statistical analysis, I'll take my numbers every time." While Skippy was talking, I momentarily took my eyes away from the countdown timer on the display. "That's great, Skip. And 68 seconds mark," Skippy shouted excitedly. "Detecting a gamma-ray burst, exactly where it is supposed to be, and way more accurate a jump than the stupid lizards could have done on their own. Also, yes, detecting a reactor, missiles and jump drive coils exploding. The battlecruiser is gone. And yes, detecting secondary explosions. Give me a minute. There is a whole lot of noise in the sensor data. Yes. Yes. Successful. 100%. Both destroyers disabled. The battlecruiser jumped in slightly ahead of them. That is the best I could do with that inert lump of rock the Kristang used for a jump drive. The explosion caused severe damage to the forward section of both destroyer hulls." "Excellent." I breathed a sigh of relief. "Is it safe for us to jump in?" "Best we wait another 79 seconds for the debris cloud to clear the area. Otherwise, we might get whacked by something moving at high speed. Those destroyers are not going anywhere, Joe. Don't worry about that." "Got it. Program a jump for us, please, Skippy. Pilot," I addressed Chen in the left-hand seat. "Engage jump in 79 seconds. "Joe," Skippy said, "I have to admit that was a clever and inventive plan. In my research, I was unable to see any way we could take out all three ships. Now I know the factor that I was missing from my calculations. It did not occur to me to use one enemy ship as a weapon against the other enemy ships. That was clever, especially for, a monkey." I couldn't help chuckling. "Skippy, I assume you meant that as a compliment somehow, and since you suck at giving compliments, I will say thank you. We monkeys don't have big claws or sharp teeth, and we can't fly, and we're not particularly big or strong. We rely on being clever." Don't get used to it, Joe. You are, after all, only monkeys. This is hostile galaxy. Every spacefaring species out there has genetically or cybernetically enhanced intelligence, or both. "Like the Theranon, you mean?" "Exactly." "Yeah," I said, tapping the arm of the command chair. It was the only chair aboard the star carrier that fit humans without adjustment. The Theranon commanders must have liked the feeling of sitting in an extra-large chair. Yet here we monkeys are in one of their ships. What do you think of that, Sergeant Adams?" "Monkeys kick ass, sir," she grinned, and gave me an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Damn straight." "Crap," Skippy grumbled. "Now you monkeys have gotten way too high an opinion of yourselves. I shouldn't have said anything." We jumped over the two stricken destroyers. They were both tumbling end over end, completely out of control. Skippy reported there were survivors aboard both ships, survivors busy trying to stay alive, and no threat to us. "Sir," Adams asked from the CIC, "shall we launch missiles?" I could see her finger expectantly poised over a button. "Those ships are still somewhat functional, Skippy?" I asked, my jaw clenched. "Can they manage a short jump?" "Not on their own, no, or they would have jumped away by now. However, I am now activating the nanovirus to take direct control of their jump drive systems. Both ships can manage one short jump. In their current condition, I must caution you, that will be their last jump. Their jump drive coils are badly out of alignment." "Do it. I want to jump those ships into the upper atmosphere of that planet, deep enough that they can't climb out of the gravity well, high enough that the ships won't be crushed right away by the pressure. You can do that?" "Yes, certainly. The nanovirus is taking effect," he said slowly. "Can I ask why you don't simply hit them with a pair of missiles?" "You can always ask, Skippy." "2 reasons. First, we have a limited supply of missiles, and I don't want to expend ammo if we don't need to." "That makes sense. Sure. The second reason, which I suspect is more important?" "The second reason, Skippy, is that I've been to Earth recently. I saw what those lizards did to my home planet, saw what they tried to do to my planet and my entire species. It's really simple, Skippy. I'm pissed, and I want the Kristang to experience the fear that humans felt. These Kristang, at least. You killed most of the Kristang on Earth before they realized what was happening. The ones that survived the initial strike huddled in their holes until you hit them with a hypersonic railgun. They were alive one moment and dead the next. When you jump these ships into the upper atmosphere, their crews will have a minute to realize what is happening as their ships plummet down towards the planet's core and are crushed by the increasing pressure. Think of this, Skippy, as my way of giving a middle finger salute to the Kristang on behalf of all the people on Earth." "Oh," he said quietly. "Ready now. Jump those ships into hell, Skippy." "Done. Enhanced image in main display." On the display, the 2 destroyers flared into existence within the gas giant planet's upper atmosphere. Immediately, their hulls began glowing hot pink as they fell rapidly down, down, down toward the planet's core. Pieces began breaking off the ships, the larger pieces tumbling and spinning away. Quickly, we lost sight of the ships, even in the enhanced image, as they were swallowed up by the poisonous atmosphere. I held up my right hand and flipped the bird to the image on the display. "Adios, MFers," I said quietly. "Joe," Skippy said, "you surprised me. That was spiteful of you." "Skippy, you know me as the doofus who jokes around with you. I am that. You need to understand that is only part of who I am. Right now, first, I am a soldier. I'm going to defend my ship, my crew, and my species above all else, including getting a small measure of revenge once in a while." "Got it. Especially since you acknowledge that you are a doofus." That remark managed to draw a smile from my lips as I watched the last pieces of the 2 destroyers disappear into the roiling clouds. I wouldn't have it any other way. "People, let's retrieve our landing party before some other group of assholes shows up here and spoil the party. Major Sims, signal Captain Desai to proceed to the main site, and for Colonel Chang to get his team moving toward the evac site. They can drop communication silence. I want a status report ASAP." Their heavily encrypted tight beam transmissions would not reveal the presence of humans in the star system. "Skippy, program a jump to take us over to that moon, please." Desai responded almost immediately after we jumped in near the moon again. "Dutchman, we are off the ground. ETA at the main site is 4 minutes, she said, which meant she was really pushing the dropship speed. We could hear the strain in her voice. "What happened up there?" "A Kristang task force jumped in uninvited. Apparently the planet is a popular refueling station. They must have the only clean bathrooms in this part of the galaxy." "I find that hard to believe, sir," Desai laughed. "That the planet is a gas station?" I asked, confused. "No, that any gas station has clean bathrooms." "Oh." She made me laugh. Damn, she had been trapped on the moon's surface out of communication, worried sick about the people stuck in their slowly suffocating spacesuits, and still she had the good spirits to make me laugh. "You are probably right about that, Captain," I replied. There were 7 Kristang ships in the task force. 4 of them jumped away to hitch a ride on a Theranan star carrier. "And the rest?" "Scratched 2 destroyers and 1 battlecruiser." "Roger that, Dutchman. I'd love to hear the details later. Any damage to my ship?" She understandably had referred to the Flying Dutchman as her ship. I didn't mind that at all. She had been flying the darn thing. I had only been given orders. No damage. We didn't even fire a shot. Wow. Now I have to hear about this. Chapter 9. Lieutenant Colonel Chang had been even more happy to hear from us, especially from Desai. She landed the big dropship as close as possible to the entrance of the underground building where Chang and his team had spent over a day hiding, waiting for rescue or for their oxygen to run out. As soon as the dropship was secured in our landing bay, I ordered a long jump to get us far away from that star system. As a courtesy, I waited for Chang to get out of his no-doubt stinking spacesuit, take a shower, drink a half-gallon of water, and grab a simple lunch before he gave me a briefing. "We're all fine now, Colonel," he reported while eating the last spoonful of soup. "Those soldiers are all admirably disciplined. When we got your signal, I ordered them to lay down, rest, and conserve oxygen, and that's what they did. No complaining, no talking. Mostly we tried to sleep a lot. We kept one person awake at all times to listen for your signal. Other than watching our oxygen gauges move toward zero and wondering what was going on upstairs, it was boring more than anything else." "Your people were down in an access shaft?" I asked. "Yes, we found an area of the site that appeared to not have been looted. There was no sign anyone had ever been there for a long time. Thick dust on the floor, no footprints. The entrance to the area was hidden. We found it by luck. It led to an access shaft. I sent 4 people down it. They got to the bottom, and there was a corridor." He finished the last of his soup and pushed the bowl aside. "It was a dead end. Appears to be maintenance access for the life support system. We didn't find anything useful down there." "That was worth a shot. Good call," I assured him. "You had no way to know we were about to have uninvited guests." Chang nodded slowly. "In the future, we need to bring some sort of portable shelter that has oxygen, so we don't rely only on the suits." "Agreed. We don't have anything like that aboard. We'll need to see if we can rig something up. We also, in the future, need to keep the landing party in one place with the dropship nearby. If we're going to split up a landing party, we need multiple dropships," I concluded. That was a mild criticism for myself, a lesson learned. There were a whole lot of lessons to be learned out here, for all of us, including Skippy. After talking to Chang and seeing that the 11 others were doing well and eager to continue the mission, I went to my cubbyhole of an office to get started on writing up an after-action report while it was fresh in my mind. "That was a waste of time," Skippy said bitterly, just as I sat down in my uncomfortable chair. "All that way only to find an elder site that had already been looted." "It was not a waste of time. We already discussed this," I reminded him. "We proved your method of predicting unknown elder sites is correct." "Yeah, except this one wasn't unknown. It was located at a freaking highway rest stop. There should have been a big glowing sign like, 'Big Mike's Truck Stop, low prices, great food, don't miss our elder site attraction, get a free t-shirt.'" "Yeah, about that, Skippy. Why wasn't that moon on your list of confirmed elder sites, since everybody else in the whole galaxy knows about it?" "Oh. Maybe it was on my map in retrospect. That may have been a teensy-weensy screw-up on my part. Nothing worth mentioning." "Nothing worth mentioning, you say? Skippy, you sent us into a star system that is a superhighway of interstellar traffic. The only way that place could have more traffic is if that elder site was giving away free beer, or whatever the Kristang drink. And you told us the place was deserted. It has an unimpressive star and no habitable planet. We also had a landing party suffocate because of your teensy-weensy screw-up. Please, indulge me. Mention it." "Oh yeah, sure, blame me," he said defensively. "I had to process exabytes of pirated data to create my map, so excuse me if the final result needed some fine-tuning. Now that I have that system as a data point, I know that Elderside was indeed on the map. It was mentioned in a side note. My assumption was that an elder site would be featured prominently in any data about a star system, and that is true about all the other sites I was looking at. This particular site is a side note precisely because it is so well known. Now that I know how such places are tagged in databases, I have identified 6 other similar sites, none of which are on our target list. More importantly, I have confirmed that the other unknown potential elder sites on our list truly are not known to other spacefaring species. Unless an elder site is known and isn't in any database you have access to, because the species that knows about it wants to keep it secret. That is always a possibility, Joe, he said glumly. Nothing I can do about that. You're right that it was not a waste of time. It was very disappointing. Now I have to wait again while we travel through empty space. I tried to cheer him up. Hey, you have been waiting a long time. What's another couple days? The next target is 10 days from here. That's more than a couple days, Joe. Less than 2 weeks. I tried to be cheery about it. 2 weeks and a barrel of monkeys, he said. Somebody please shoot me. Skippy was wrong. There was something we could do to avoid jumping into star systems that had permanently or frequently an alien presence. From now on, I determined the Flower would be jumping in first to recon the place before we jumped the Dutchman in and launched a landing party. According to Skippy, sending our captured Kristang frigate in was a waste of effort. That ship's sensors were so pitifully inadequate that it could barely find a planet. I disagreed and figured he was exaggerating. When we were near the second target, we held the Dutchman at the edge of the star system, and Colonel Chang took the Flower in. He was gone a total of 12 hours. 12 hours that were nerve-wracking hours for me. The Flower jumped back exactly on time, and Chang excitedly reported what they had found, or what they had not found. In terms of finding Skippy's magical radio, the second of Skippy's potential elder sites was another disappointment. In terms of sparking the interest of Skippy and our science team, of the entire merry band of pirates, it was a big score, a home run, a touchdown, or in soccer it would be a goal. The star, if you could call it that, was another dim red dwarf, a type of star I was getting jaded about already. There was no sign this star system had ever been visited by an intelligent species other than the Elders. The place was so boring and ordinary, there was no reason for anyone to be here, unless they thought they'd find an Elder site like we had. We found an Elder site on a small, airless moon orbiting a gas giant, right where Skippy thought it would be. From what we could tell, no one had found this site before us. No one had stripped it of valuables. The site had lain untouched for millions of years. What was left of the site, anyway? What Skippy found intriguing, mostly because he didn't understand it, was that the center of the site had disappeared, been scooped out millions of years ago. Scooped out surgically. Where the center of the site used to be, where all the important Elder facilities were, was an almost perfect half-circle gouged out of the moon. Over the eons, the edges of the circle had crumbled somewhat, and the bowl had small craters scarring its bottom from later meteor impacts. Even to my unscientific eyes, something strange had happened here. Skippy took an unusually long time processing the sensor data. We should go down there anyway. I want to get samples, he finally said, after what for him must have been a lifetime of analysis. There may be something useful in the outbuildings. I doubt it, but since we're here, we should check it out. Joe, I do not understand what happened here. Or I do understand what happened here, I don't understand why. This is Elder technology. They created a spherical field that moved everything inside that field into another space-time. This is somewhat advanced technology, very energy-intensive, even for the Elders. Why they would have done this to one of their own facilities, I have no idea. We need answers. I need answers. This time I went down to the moon in the dropship, and Chang remained aboard the Dutchman. With me were the French team because they had missed out, if you could call it that, on landing at the first Elder site. Giraud got the honor of first boot on the ground. I was right behind him, walking gingerly in the 1/9 gravity of the small moon, taking care with every step not to launch myself 100 feet off the surface. Between the low gravity and the boosted power of the armor suit, that would have been all too easy to do. The suits had settings for low gravity, preventing an unwary, foolish, inexperienced, or merely stupid wearer from doing anything that might be fatal. Those settings could be overridden in combat. Like all the other soldiers, I was eager to test a suit in simulated combat, especially in low gravity. We poked around the site for a couple of hours, looking into mostly empty structures, and didn't find anything useful. Naturally, I couldn't resist going right up to the edge of the perfect half-sphere that had been scooped out of the moon. The lip of the sphere had crumbled somewhat over the eons, although in some places, where the sphere had cut through hard rock, the edge was still well defined. Standing there, listening to the gentle hissing of air in my stolen alien spacesuit, looking up at the vastness of star-spangled pitch-black space above, then down at the chilling mystery of the half-sphere of moon that had been sent into another space-time, I felt small. Small, insignificant, utterly unimportant to the cold universe. I felt more than ever that humans had no place out here among the stars, so far from home. All of our problems, our hopes, our dreams, our fears of being conquered, enslaved, or wiped out by a technologically superior species, none of that meant anything to the ancient, unfeeling universe. With a shudder, I stepped back from the lip of the sphere and turned to walk back to the dropship. To my right, a group of French paratroopers were standing at the lip of the sphere, getting their pictures taken. After one or two serious poses appropriate for the significance of the sight, they were showing off for the camera, doing handstands, forming a pyramid with one soldier on the shoulders of two others. Seeing that made me smile. Screw the universe. The universe didn't care about us humans. It didn't need to. We could manage fine on our own, and even have a bit of fun doing it. We were going to be all right if we had each other. Relenting to pressure from the science team, who had mostly been stuck on the ship, I let a half-dozen of them go down to the surface, accompanied by Indian paratroopers. When the scientists concluded with bitter disappointment after several hours that there was nothing of value or even interest at the site, they came back to the Dutchman. I ordered course set for the next target, and we jumped away. The next day, I made the mistake of saying hello to people as I came into the gym. All I wanted to do was run on the treadmill to warm up before running down the ship's long spine. One of our SEALs took my greeting as an invitation to talk, and he hopped on the adjacent treadmill for what I quickly learned was an uncomfortable conversation. Cutting short my warm-up, I wiped my face with a towel. "I will talk to Skippy about it," I assured him. "I appreciate it, sir," he said, and sped up his treadmill as I walked out the door. I ran a series of hard sprints and thought about how to raise the subject while I cooled down on the walk back to the front of the ship. "Hey, Skippy," I called out to him once I was alone in my cabin. "Hay is for horses." Very funny. I have a request. Some of the crew are not happy about you calling us monkeys. It's hard to explain. It's a religious thing. They don't like the idea of humans evolving from monkeys." "Oh, sure, no problemo, Joe." Wow. His simple reply surprised me. I had expected a big argument from him. "Great. Thank you, Skippy," I said with great relief. Damn, I wish everything was that easy. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it," he said simply. "What? I didn't use that expression correctly?" Depends what you meant," I said carefully. "That expression means you won't have to worry about whatever it is until it happens," I explained. "People are already unhappy, so we've crossed that bridge. You see? Oh, I meant that I'll worry about it when you evolve beyond monkeys." "What?" "From my viewpoint, monkeys and humans are identical, so if any evolution went on, I ain't seeing it. You generally don't fling your poop at each other like monkeys do, a point in our favor. Monkeys don't shoot each other. Advantage monkeys." "Crap. All right, can you do me a favor and stop calling us monkeys anyway? But monkey is such a funny word, Joe." "Granted." Monkey, 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 monkey. Stop it! I can create a subroutine to say monkey until the end of time, if you like. Monkey, monkey, monkey. Shut up already! We're done talking, then? That would be a great yeah. I should have known better. We should do this less often. You brought it up. As you say, I am a dumb monkey. I'll remind you of that the next time you ask me for something stupid. That shouldn't take long. Rather than being alone in my office, I took my iPad to the galley for a cup of coffee. For me, not for the iPad. Desai was there, looking at something on her own tablet. She gestured me to sit with her. This was the first time we'd had some one-on-one time since I couldn't remember. Maybe ever. "Colonel, sit down, please," she said with a welcoming smile. "Captain, how are your trainees doing?" She took a sip of tea before answering. "As well as can realistically be expected. Skippy is a tough instructor. He has no patience, and his social skills are non-existent. What? I am shocked. I grinned. Right. She smiled. It was bad before, when the trainees were only learning the absolute basics of flying the ships in peacetime. Now we're into what Skippy calls space combat maneuvers, and that is all new to me also. It's blowing my mind. I hate to say this, sir, but I may already be too old to learn flying all over again. Space combat maneuvers? I had no idea what she was talking about. She nodded. On Earth, pilots go to air combat school for BFM, basic fighter maneuvers. That teaches you how to turn, to climb, mostly how to manage energy in combat flying. Manage energy? I asked, baffled. You mean fuel? No, she laughed. For fighter aircraft, energy means airspeed and the ability to gain airspeed. For instance, some fighters are fast in a straight line, but if they make a tight turn, they bleed off a lot of kinetic energy and slow down too much, and it takes a long time for them to regain airspeed. While they're slow, they're vulnerable. Vulnerable in air combat means dead. I'm sure she was dumbing down her explanation by a factor of 10 for me. And maybe more. SCM, Space Combat Maneuvers, is completely different. There's no aerodynamics to take into account. It's about moving the ship to avoid being where the enemy thinks you are, so when they target you and fire a maser or particle beam at you, by the time the beam arrives, you're not there. A maser beam that moves at the speed of light. Close enough, she said. And you're supposed to move the ship before a beam moving at the speed of light hits us? That was blowing my mind also. Isn't that like dodging a bullet? Sort of. At the distances where most space combat happens, it takes several seconds or even minutes for a beam bolt to travel to an enemy ship. When an enemy ship shoots at us, we can't even simply fire back down the inbound beam path, because while the bolt is traveling, the enemy ship has also moved. Damn, this is complicated. Desai nodded. So far we've been concentrating only on the basics of flying the ship. Going into combat is an order of magnitude more complex. I'm supposed to be training the other pilots, and I still don't grasp some of the concepts. This is going to be a very difficult month. When I got back to my office, I put aside routine reports for something much more important. Skippy, teach me about space combat maneuvers. What? Space combat maneuvers? Oh, sure, but hey, let's start with something easier, like monkey-level theoretical physics. How about this? The Casimir effect hypothetically allows the negative energy density to support an Einstein-Rosen bridge, also called a wormhole. Skippy, I'm serious. There is no way my tiny brain can grasp everything our pilots need to know. Man, you're making this too easy to insult. But as commander of the ship, I need to know the principles of SCM, the strategic level, not the advanced tactical understanding our pilots need. I need, and any command duty officer needs, enough situational awareness to make decisions. And what do I need to know? Wow. Yeah, great. Thanks. Is that all you want? Start small and work your way up, all right? How about this? How can one ship ever hit another ship? Even speed-of-light weapons are too slow. Ships move out of the way while a particle beam is traveling. You told me about how ships use sensor fields to detect and target other ships. What I don't get is, can't ships just jump away whenever they're in danger? Oh boy, this is not going to be easy. I'll begin at the potty training level, and we'll work our way up to Barney style if your brain hasn't exploded by then. Fair enough. And that's what he did. Man, I had a lot of dangerously bogus assumptions that Skippy straightened out for me. First, I had been assuming that when a ship jumped away from a battle, it was safely out of the fight. There was no way for an enemy ship to follow it. No way for the enemy to know where the ship had jumped to. Sure, if a ship micro-jumped only a few light minutes away, then shortly the enemy ship would detect the gamma ray burst from the other end of the jump because those gamma rays traveled at the speed of light. Otherwise, I thought that if a ship jumped a light hour or more away, it was effectively gone, safely away. Man, was I wrong about that. Skippy explained the way jumps work is that a ship opens a temporary wormhole at the place it wants to jump to. The far end of the wormhole opens first, and then the wormhole projects itself back to where the ship is and pulls the ship through. The reason ships come out the far end of a wormhole a fraction of a picosecond before they enter the wormhole is because of the tiny time lag between when the far end of the wormhole is created and when the near end reaches back to the ship. Got that? If you don't feel bad. It took me a couple of times for it to sink in. Opening a wormhole that is big enough to squeeze a ship through is something the universe and our space-time doesn't like. Even after the ship goes through and the wormhole shuts down, it doesn't completely close behind the ship right away. Ripples bounce from one end to the other, from the violence of space-time being ripped apart and being slammed closed again. Enemy ships can tell from these space-time ripples emanating from the near end of the wormhole remnant where the far end of the wormhole is. The ripples fade rapidly, so an enemy ship needs to act quickly in order to pursue a ship that jumps away. And Skippy said there are ways to fool pursuing ships by altering the resonance of the ripples. This technique is only minimally effective because pursuing ships have ways to eliminate the noise and analyze the original ripples, measures, and countermeasures. So, jumping away provides only temporary safety for a ship. A ship has to hope its jump engine capacitors have a larger charge than pursuing ships. If a ship only has enough charge for a micro-jump, it will soon have enemy ships on top of it with no way to get away. In that case, a ship has to fight in normal space while its jump engines recharge. Of course, a higher-tech species ship can almost always jump beyond the range of lower-tech ships. Even though a Kristang ship may be able to tell where a Theranan ship jumped to, it would take the Kristang ship multiple jumps to get there. By that time, the Theranan ship would have recharged, jumped far away, and the wormhole collapse ripples would have faded so much the Kristang couldn't follow. Usually. All the talk about jumping away assumes a ship is able to jump away, because enemy ships can project a damping field that envelops a ship trying to jump away and prevents a wormhole from forming correctly. If a ship caught in a damping field tries to jump, it could rupture its jump drive coils, even tear itself apart. In normal long-distance space combat, ships rely on two types of weapons, missiles and directed energy weapons like particle beams. Railguns, while they sound impressive, are too slow for most space combat, except when ships are near the gravity well of a planet and have limited space for maneuvering. Missiles carry greater destructive power. A single direct hit by a missile could take a ship out of combat. Warships are protected by defensive energy shields that can diffuse direct energy beams and block missiles. The problem with missiles is that even though missiles are stealthed, they are easily detected by a ship's sensor field, and then the ship's defensive directed energy systems like masers can destroy the incoming missile. In actual combat, an attacking ship uses its energy beams to degrade an enemy ship's shields and confuse its sensors to provide a weak spot for missiles to sneak through. The whole thing made my head hurt, and it gave me a different perspective on what a ship commander needed to think about in action. I asked Skippy to set up a dumbed-down space combat maneuver training for everyone who sat in the command chair, including simulations. How do pilots remember all this stuff? I asked. Not only remember, they had to understand the concepts, internalize it, until it became instinct. They're smarter than you, to put it bluntly. The pilots aboard this ship are among the elite of your species. I frowned. And I'm a grunt who got lucky. What the hell was I doing in command of pilots and special forces soldiers who were clearly in every way better than me? You have your own talents, Joe, I've told you that. You went from being a sergeant to prisoner of the Ruhar to shutting down a wormhole and freeing your home planet from the Kristang. How many of our elite new crew can say that? What-ifs are fine when you're talking over a few beers, but you can't argue with success. Thank you, Skippy. You're welcome. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to find a fork. Not sure I had heard him correctly, I asked. A fork? Why do you need a fork? Dumbing myself down enough to explain things to you contaminated my substrate beyond repair. I'm hoping if I stab my processing nodes enough times with a fork, I can kill the part where those memories are stored. Yuck. Hearing a tiny bit about space combat maneuvers from Skippy got me interested enough that I asked Desai to forward the full SCM training package to me. Reading the first section made my head hurt, and made me realize that before I could think about maneuvering the ship in combat, I needed to understand how ships operated. I approached our chief pilot again in the galley while she was sipping tea and reading something on a tablet during her off-duty time. That morning, I'd seen Desai running on a treadmill in the gym and decided not to bother her then. She'd been listening to music. By unspoken agreement, time in the gym was private time, unless people wanted to be social. "Good afternoon, Captain," I said, pouring myself a half cup of coffee. In the kitchen, 2 French paratroopers were working on baking something for dinner. They nodded to me briefly, then went back to kneading dough. Something they had baking in the oven smelled delicious. And the idea of splitting cooking duties between national teams rather than bringing professional cooks aboard had been partly my idea. I'd been trying to reduce the number of people we put at risk on the mission, and UNEF had wanted to maximize our combat power. It had been an experiment. Would pilots, scientists, and spec ops soldiers resent taking time off from training to cook and clean? To my great relief, the answer was a resounding no. First, the hotshot pilots and spec ops troops were all super competitive. No team wanted to let their nation down by serving food that was anything but the absolute best. And second, the teams treated their assigned day in the galley as a mentally challenging, fun day off from the grind of training. Having a full day off meant the spec ops teams could train even harder on days when they weren't working in the galley. Doing something challenging and unfamiliar together was great for team bonding. Depending on how long our mission lasted, I considered eventually breaking up national teams and scattering people into multinational teams. Eventually, if we survived that long. "Afternoon, Colonel." Desai gestured for me to sit down at her table. "How is flight training going?" Training other pilots took up most of her time, and it didn't help that I insisted she be at the controls whenever we jumped into a new star system. In that star system where Skippy was sure we'd find an Elder site but came up empty, we'd had 9 days of making short jumps and maneuvering the Dutchman in normal space to establish orbit around various planets and to explore the system's extensive asteroid field. At Desai's insistence, since we felt that isolated star system was safe from us being discovered, we took the opportunity for pilots to practice flying the Flower and dropships. The Flower spent several days away from its mother ship, jumping on its own, trying to hit specific targets on each short jump, dropping down into low orbit around planets, climbing out to jump distance, practicing space combat maneuvers. Dropships practiced landing on moons and asteroids, flying between the Dutchman and the Flower, and the pilots had great fun in mock combat, dropship against dropship. The Spec Ops troops, with me, Chang, and Adams, practiced free flight maneuvers outside the Dutchman. We took the opportunity for extending combat training sessions on airless moons, trying out different tactics in the unfamiliar alien armored suits. That week, while Skippy became increasingly frustrated about not finding an Elder site that should have been there, was great fun for the humans. The science team got full use of the Flying Dutchman's sophisticated sensors to explore a new star system. The pilots got to fling a Kristang frigate and Theranin dropships around in extreme maneuvers, testing the limits of themselves and the spacecraft, and ground troops, including me, got to fly around in spacesuits, race across the surface of low-gravity moons, playing war games and learning what did and didn't work. It had been by far the best 9 days of the mission. Now it was time to digest what we'd learned, share information with each other, and time for a grumpy Skippy to perform extensive maintenance on the 2 starships, our dropships, and our Kristang armor suits, which had suffered abuse during our week of fun. "Flight training? We're back to basic maneuvers. We got sloppy last week. We developed bad habits." "Fun, though," I said with a grin. "Wasn't it?" "Oh," she laughed. "Yes, the most fun I've had since I learned to fly. Burning the Flower's engine to fling it on a low pass over a moon at 8 Gs? She shook her head gleefully. "Nothing compares to that. The Dutchman is a much better tool for traveling between stars, but she's an ungainly pig in normal space. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I have a question. Can you teach me to fly?" "Teach you to fly?" She said it slowly, as if she wasn't sure she'd heard me correctly. "The basics. I've been training with our special forces. I'm not good enough to be one of them, and I haven't trained with any team long enough to be useful. The reason I'm doing that is to understand the tactics and capabilities of each team. If I ever order them to do something, I will be informed about what they can do and how. Skippy's little tutorial on space combat maneuvers opened my eyes to how much I don't know about spaceflight and how dangerous that is. If we ever get into space combat, I want to know what our ships can do and how they do it. I took a sip of coffee. If we are ever short-handed, like when we raided that asteroid on our first mission, it would be useful for me to fill in as a co-pilot. And also there may be situations where— I looked around the galley and lowered my voice. I don't want to ask someone else to go on a mission. Situations where taking a pilot with me is only putting another person at risk. You know what I mean, Desai. She knew. She frowned and gave me a brief, wordless nod of her head. Do you have any flying experience at all? None. Never taken a flight lesson, not even a ride in a single-engine plane. Good, she announced to my surprise. You won't have any habits to unlearn. Flight training on Earth is all about aerodynamics, using airspeed to create lift. That doesn't apply out here, not even when you're flying a dropship in an atmosphere. When I got to Camp Alpha for flight training, I thought being a helicopter pilot would be an advantage in flying a vertical takeoff ship like a buzzard. I was wrong. Even a helicopter applies the principles of aerodynamics to fly. The rotor blades act as wings. There is a saying, she smiled, that helicopters don't use aerodynamics to fly, they just beat the air into submission. With dropships and aircraft like the Buzzard, that isn't a joke. Their jets are powerful enough to hover even at high altitude, and they don't rely on wings generating lift to keep them in the air. Dropships spend most of their time in vacuum anyway. Aerodynamics aren't a factor at all. Not having to learn the principles of aerodynamics will save a tremendous amount of time. You want to learn to fly, then? The basics, yes. Enough for emergencies. Can you do that? Teach me? She took a sip of tea and thought a minute. I appreciated that she put thought into it rather than merely indulging the whim of her commanding officer. We can try. Basic maneuvers in space are not all that difficult. It's the navigation that is tricky, particularly orbital mechanics. We will start with the dropship first. If you get that, we'll move on to the Flower. Our stolen frigate is nimble. She flies like a large dropship. I'm sending you, she tapped her iPad, a list of training courses. I suppressed a groan. More training materials to read. Great. I can't wait to get started. Thank you, Captain Desai. You are welcome, Colonel Bishop. My flight training did not take up much of Desai's time, because when Skippy discovered that I wanted to learn how to fly, he insisted on training me personally. He wasn't being nice, of course, because me learning how to pilot a dropship gave him endless material for amusement and a whole new arena to insult me and question my intelligence. Unfortunately for him, I took the training very seriously. As Desai had explained, because I was starting from absolute zero, I didn't have any habits or preconceived notions to overcome. Even reading the training material was interesting. The whole subject was new to me. I spent a lot of time in a simulator, making egregious mistakes and listening to Skippy belittle me. The crew, especially my XO, appreciated me being super busy with flight training. It meant I was out of the way and not interfering with the proper operation of the ship. For me, it meant my hours, when not taking duty shifts on the bridge and training with the Spec Ops teams, was taken up by intensive learning of a subject totally new to me. It also meant that, darn it, I did not have time to take the officer training courses that I was already behind on. Every night, or morning, or afternoon, depending on my duty shift schedule, I was so tired that I fell into dreamless slumber as soon as my head hit the pillow. Good times. Before the final jump approaching our first of the new set of targets, we tried programming another jump by ourselves without Skippy's help. Before we went into action, we wanted to know whether there was any possibility we could handle the ship on our own. This time we spent only one full day calculating which coordinates to program into the navigation computer. Our science team was somewhat more confident this time than on their first try. Skippy's PowerPoint presentation about what had gone wrong the first time we programmed a jump had indeed dazzled our brilliant science team, particularly the part where he pointed out that the speed of light was a variable and that technically the ship emerged on the other side of a jump slightly before initiating a jump. That last part blew my mind. Anyway, Major Sims was in the command chair for this jump. It was her duty shift. I stood beside the command chair and tried not to interfere. Like that was going to happen. "All systems report ready for jump," Desai reported from the left-hand pilot seat. Until we figured out how to jump correctly, our most experienced pilot was going to be at the helm for all jumps programmed by humans. "Engage jump countdown," Sims ordered. "This is exciting," Skippy said. "To bed, bath, and beyond." Sims and I shared a glance. "I think you mean to infinity and beyond, Skippy," I said. "No, I figured we'd start with something small. Infinity is too ambitious for monkeys." I didn't respond, as the jump countdown timer on the display read 3, 2, 1, and we jumped, from one empty region of interstellar space to another. "Jump successful," Desai reported. "Calculating our position now." You'll take forever. I can't stand the suspense. We emerged within 50,000 kilometers of the target," Skippy announced cheerily. Our goal for this jump was to be within 100,000 kilometers. "Good monkeys, great job, bananas for everyone." "Skippy," I admonished him. "Be nice for a change." "What? Monkeys love bananas." I did like bananas. Couldn't argue with him there. Chapter 10. The actual final jump was programmed by Skippy. It took us just outside the target star system, which had a rather common and uninteresting red dwarf star with 3 planets, a rocky inner planet, and 2 gas giants. None of the planets were anything special. What Skippy found interesting there were signs the red dwarf star used to be a Class K star, which is a larger orange star. How it went from a Class K to a red dwarf, Skippy thought, might have involved manipulation by the Elders. He said sometimes when the Elders needed a lot of energy for a project, they would extract it from an unimportant star that nobody needed. So Skippy thought the Elders might have had a research facility or monitoring station there. Back when the Elders still inhabited the galaxy in physical form, something about force lines or some damn thing he tried to explain that I hadn't understood and even had our scientists scratching their heads, meant this star system would have been an especially good place to locate a communications node. That was why we were checking out a star system that was so boringly ordinary. Around 3/4 of all the stars in the galaxy were red dwarfs. Colonel Chang's voice came over the bridge speakers. "Dutchman, this is Flower. We are ready for jump." "Roger, Flower. Good luck, and be careful. Especially the careful part." The little frigate would be jumping into the star system to recon the place without putting the Flying Dutchman at risk. "Understood. We will take all precautions." Skippy had preloaded the Flower's navigation system with multiple jump options in case of trouble. "Be back as soon as we can." On the display, the Flower disappeared in a brief flash of gamma rays. Chang had taken her out with Desai as the chief pilot. If they got into trouble, I wanted Chang to have our most experienced pilot with him. The Dutchman would be fine without Desai. We were in deep space with plenty of pilots, and Skippy aboard if anything went wrong. The mission was simple. It should be safe. Jump in near the second planet, because Skippy thought the most likely place the Elders would have had a base is on a moon circling the second planet. Jump in, first scan for ships, then scan for artificial activity anywhere near the planet. If ships or any signs of hostile intelligent life are detected, immediately jump back to the Dutchman, and we would both get the hell out of there. If nothing dangerous is detected, scan the moons for signs of any sort of Elder facility. Skippy thought we'd have much better luck finding signs of an Elder base using the more sophisticated sensors aboard the Flying Dutchman. The Flower would only be looking for anything obvious. It should be easy. It should be safe. It worried the hell out of me. Our partly beat-up, second-hand, stolen Kristang frigate, relying on technology the lizards had stolen from higher-tech species and didn't quite understand, was out there all alone, without Skippy to guide them. Detaching the frigate to recon the target had been Chang's idea. We had discussed it at length, me arguing against it, until I had to give up and concede that Chang was absolutely right. Risking the Flower was preferable to risking the Dutchman. Aboard the frigate was a nuke for Chang to use for destroying his ship if it was at risk of being captured. Our nukes were each encased in a jacket of contaminants that, according to Skippy and our scientists, would conceal the human origin of the devices. Apparently, the chemical or atomic makeup of a nuclear device was like a fingerprint, It would point right back to who had made it and when, even the particular facility that generated the material. All of that was news to me. I thought a nuke was a nuke. Thinking about the flower self-destructing was not helping my anxiety as time dragged on. Hey, Skippy, you said one of the planets here is rocky? That just means it has a solid surface, right? It doesn't mean it has to be a lifeless rock like Mercury. Correct. Rocky also does not mean it can beat up other planets in a fight. Wow, look at you showing off your pop culture knowledge, I chuckled. The other two planets here are like Neptune in your home solar system. They are smallish gas giants, no large rings around either of them. How could something giant also be described as smallish? I let it slide, because that is something Skippy could easily spend half an hour arguing about. The rocky one, is it livable? That would be a resounding no, Joe. True, it is at a distance from the star where surface temperature might be considered habitable for carbon and water-based life forms, a distance your species calls the Goldilocks zone. Not too hot, not too cold. That's a good description, by the way. I'm going to keep using it. Huh. Something useful from monkeys. Who'd have thunk it, huh? Although, when you think about it, Goldilocks was a bit of a dim-witted biatch. Who falls asleep in a house owned by bears? Why would they need to eat bland porridge when they could eat her for dinner? The story illustrates a good point, but it makes no sense at all. Now, there are human fairy tales I find sensible, although they are, of course, all somewhat fanciful, being Skippy. Yeah? This rocky planet. It's not livable? I was getting to that. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Livable planets around red dwarf stars are exceedingly rare in this galaxy. Because red dwarf stars emit very low energy, a planet has to be so close to the star to be warm enough for supporting life that its surface becomes tidally locked. That means, like your moon, one side always faces the object it is orbiting. One side of the planet is warm, but the other side is frozen solid, so cold that any atmosphere might freeze and fall to the surface as snow. And red dwarfs are highly variable. The amount of light they emit can dim substantially for lengthy periods. Other times they can throw out large solar flares, strong enough to burn off the atmosphere of any rocky planet over time. Got it. I will scratch red dwarfs off any future house hunting trips. A wise choice. Hey, talking about dwarves reminds me of a fairy tale. I let him ramble on. It kept him busy and helped me pass the time while waiting for the flower to return. Return it did, exactly on time. We had allotted 40 minutes for the mission, jump out to return jump. If it had been late, we were jumping the Dutchman in close enough to find out what happened. If the flower had returned early, we'd assume she had hostile ships on her tail. Neither happened. Dutchman, this is the flower, Chang said. Success. We found an artificial structure on one of the moons, right where Mr. Skippy thought it would be. Told you so, Skippy said smugly. For a change, I ignored the arrogant little beer can. That is good news, Flower. Transfer navigation control to Skippy so we can take you aboard ASAP. Roger that, Dutchman. The good news was that a task force of Kristang ships didn't jump in while we were exploring this Elder site. And this time, the Elder site was intact. There wasn't a big hole scooped out of it. The bad news was it was empty. The site was a single building, and it was literally empty. Skippy said it apparently was some sort of monitoring station. Inside the building were racks and brackets for equipment, but it was all gone. Nothing had been damaged like you would expect if the place had been looted. It looked as if the elders themselves had removed the equipment. They had even closed the door when they left. It was a disappointment to the science team. Skippy was pleased that he had been right about an elder site being there. After the first set of sites where Skippy had thought we might find unmapped elder sites, we set course for the next potential site. This journey was going to take almost 5 weeks because we had to go through 3 wormholes that weren't easily connected to each other. After the disappointment of not finding a comm node at several sites already, I was very much not looking forward to 5 freaking weeks of boredom. The science team was happy, busy, enthralled by poring over the mountain of data we had collected already. Skippy was in a bad mood, not his usual jovial self. He was pissed off by our failures to find a magical radio and frustrated and puzzled by not understanding why one site had been replaced by a perfectly scooped-out hole. The people who were seriously bored were the pilots and the spec ops teams. For the pilots, the next 5 weeks would be no more interesting than flying a shuttle run from D.C. to New York and back. Other than us trying to program a couple jumps on our own each week, the only thing the pilots had to look forward to were combat simulations and simulating landings with our Theranon dropships. The spec ops teams had nothing to do other than training over and over. Considering that I'd made it perfectly clear I wished to avoid combat, the highlight of the next month for the Special Forces was a cooking contest. I seriously needed to do something about morale. Maybe a basketball tournament, one of the few sports we could play in our small gym. Exercising in the gym helped keep my sanity. I was on my way there one morning when I stopped in the middle of the corridor. "Ah, damn it. What is it, Joe?" Skippy asked. "I'm monitoring all ship functions and everything is operating nominally at the moment." "No, it's nothing. I forgot something, that's all." "Damn it. Did you forget to pick up your mother at the airport before we left Earth? I'm sure she's gotten a ride by now. Or she walked home. Kind of too late now." "No, Skippy, I did not forget her at the airport. This time." "Oh, that was one freaking time." "Pretty impressive there, Joe. Most people go their whole lives without leaving a close relative stuck at an airport for 5 hours. You did that when you were only 17. You were a precocious disappointment." "That happened one freaking time, and I'll never hear the end of it. It was Amanda's fault anyway. If she hadn't distracted me, thinking with the wrong head, huh? Skippy, I was a young, stupid kid back then." "Huh? You're under the illusion that you are different now?" "Yeah, I'm not as young. Anyway, I inherited that forgetfulness. When I was 7 years old, my father took me to a Red Sox game at Fenway Park. After the game, he used the bathroom while I went to go buy a T-shirt, and he forgot about me. He was back across the main state line before he realized I wasn't in the car." "Huh. This story I haven't heard. What happened?" Standing in the corridor aboard the Flying Dutchman, I could remember that day like it was yesterday. I waited on Boylston Street. Anybody who saw me probably figured my old man was drinking in a bar and told me to stand outside. I remember a peanut vendor gave me a free bag of peanuts. He must have felt sorry for me. Anyway, after a couple hours, it's really dark and it's getting chilly. This was in early June. My father's car pulls up, and all he says is, "There you are." I got in and we drove to my uncle's place in Brunswick for the night. "That's a good story. How come I didn't hear that before?" "How did you hear about me forgetting my mother at the Bangor airport?" "Your mother talked about it to her sister while you were home, right before we went up to the Dutchman. I was listening to everyone at that party." "That was a good party," I said sadly, thinking back to the last day I was on Earth. Maybe 100 people had stopped by my parents' house that afternoon, excited to see someone who had returned from the stars. They all wanted to see Barney Bishop again, and I didn't mind people in my hometown calling me that. And to keep things as low-key as possible, our Theranon dropship had landed in the road right in front of my parents' house. I had called my parents from Paris, saying that I would be dropping by for a short visit, staying over only one night. Sergeant Kendall and 2 people of her Air Force security team accompanied me. I slept that night on a couch in my parents' house, while the security people overnighted in the back of a National Guard truck in the driveway. Skippy by that time was already back aboard the Dutchman, getting the ship ready for departure and remotely flying dropships to bring supplies up into orbit. To say that I slept on the couch was an exaggeration. I only managed maybe 3 hours of shut-eye that night. There had been too many people who wanted to meet me, talk with me, and too many questions. Questions about what I had been doing, what was going on with UNEF on Paradise, and what lay in Earth's future. The Kristang no longer had Earth under their iron grip, but people knew there were plenty more Kristang in the galaxy, and a Theranon ship hung low in orbit, and the Ruha was still out there also. To answer all those questions, I had a lame cover story that UNEF and the U.S. government wanted me to stick closely to. Before I left Paris, I'd been forced to endure a 4-hour briefing, including a mock question and answer session. By the time I was done, my head was spinning so much that I had a hard time remembering which was the cover story and which was the truth. The cover story was that I and a few other UNEF soldiers had been brought back to Earth on a Theranon star carrier for some mission that I couldn't talk about. When we got home, the Theranon learned the Kristang had been abusing an ally, so the Theranon took appropriate action and wiped the Kristang out. My being on Earth was a quick visit. I needed to get back aboard the Theranan ship to continue our voyage to wherever we were going, which was top secret. The UN Expeditionary Force on Paradise was doing great. Communications between Paradise and Earth were spotty because of enemy activity, but there was nothing to worry about. Everything was wonderful, Earth was safe, and every morning people would wake up to sunshine and birds singing. With some BS like that, I tried to stick to the script as much as possible, with Sergeant Kendall watching me like a hawk. For her sake, I was on my best behavior, because while I would be leaving Earth, she would be stuck behind with the consequences. Either I sucked at lying or my parents simply knew me too well. My story didn't convince them. They knew not to ask too many questions. I could see it in their eyes. The next morning, my mother left the table at breakfast because she was crying too much. My father took me out in the field behind the house, supposedly to show me how he'd modified the tractor to run on homebrew wood alcohol. "Son," he said, with his head half under the engine cover, "I don't know what the real situation is, and I'm not going to ask you to tell me. You're wearing sergeant stripes now, and I heard one of those Air Force security people call you colonel last night. Whatever is going on, know that your mother and I are damned proud of you. I have only one question I'd like you to answer." He pulled his head out of the engine cover and looked me straight in the eye, with a glance over at Sergeant Kendall, who was standing a discreet distance away. "Are we safe now from those damned lizards? And the hamsters? And whoever else is out there?" "Yes, Dad. I can't tell you why or how." "Good." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Good," I said, not knowing what else to say. Sergeant Kendall cleared her throat meaningfully with a look at the dropship. It was time to go. "You did a good job on the tractor there." Yeah? We're getting gas supplies again. It's rationed, of course. And electricity, you saw that." "Yeah. Looks good." My parents' house had lights all night again. Things were getting back to normal on Earth. That was worth fighting for. "Dad, I have to go." Yeah, I suppose you do." He stuck out his hand awkwardly, his jaw set. That's the way it had always been in our family. We didn't talk about things. "Good visit. Thanks for coming home." I'd been through too much to go for that bullshit again. Not this time. Not again. I took my father's hand, then pulled him in for a back-thumping hug. And I cried. He cried too. "Ah, shit on a shingle," he said after we separated, and he wiped his eyes with the back of his flannel sleeve. "You'll let us know what you're doing, when you can." "Sure thing, Dad. You can count on it." "So, what did you forget?" Skippy asked, bringing me back to the present. "What?" I was still thinking of my last day on Earth. "Damn, you are forgetful," Skippy scoffed. "You stopped in the middle of the corridor because you said you forgot something." "Oh, I forgot my weightlifting gloves. That's all." That night, or actually early the next morning, I awoke with a sudden jerk. Not the kind of thing where when you fall in asleep and your leg jerks by itself. I hate that. This was me, soundly asleep, having a dream, when my subconscious rudely pulled me out of it. For a moment I froze in shock, wondering if something had happened to the ship. No alarms, no beeping from my Z-phone, no Skippy shouting at me through the speaker in the ceiling. It wasn't the curry I had for dinner the previous night either. That was delicious. Then it hit me. An idea. I had thought of an idea while I was sleeping. I rolled out of bed and began pulling pants and a shirt on, after glancing at my iPad for the uniform of the day. Damn, it was 03:37 in the morning, ship time. Sometimes I wish my stupid brain would just let me sleep. "Hey, Skippy, you awake?" "Always." Well, that must have been quite a dream. You woke up fast. Whatever I'd been dreaming about, it was gone now. "Yeah. Hey, that map you showed us, of why it's going to take us 5 weeks to get to the next potential Elder site. Can you show me that again on my iPad?" "Done." "Why, you checking my math in the middle of the night? Like that's ever going to happen." "No, I'm checking your logic." Skippy snorted. "Wow, you sure you're not still dreaming? Me? A flaw in my logic? Not a flaw, a gap." I looked at the map. On the 2D surface of an iPad display, it wasn't as impressive or easy to understand as on the 3D displays of the ship's bridge. There was no sense of depth. When Skippy first showed us star maps, I thought the 3D effect was nice but not necessary because the Milky Way galaxy is a disk, so not seeing the thickness of the disk didn't matter much. I was wrong. At any scale other than looking at the entire galaxy from far, far away, it sure does matter, because the arms of the Milky Way's disk are thousands of light years thick, top to bottom. The Dutchman's current position was in the Orion Spur, about 600 light years from the Gum Nebula. Yeah, that kind of description didn't used to mean much to me either, back when stars were something I only saw from Earth's surface. I touched the iPad display and zoomed in the view with my fingertips. Wormholes now appeared, scattered here and there at random, the wormholes showing as blinking purple lights. I touched a wormhole symbol, and a dotted purple line appeared showing which other wormhole it connected to. Skippy had a way on the main bridge display of showing all wormhole connections in the local area. I didn't need that at the moment. Some wormholes connected to a wormhole only a dozen or so light years away, a few connected points thousands of light years apart. The furthest Skippy knew of was a wormhole that connected to a wormhole 7,000 light years from the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, a distance of 55,000 light years from its origin wormhole in the Perseus arm of the Milky Way. Why that particular wormhole ended thousands of light years from the closest star, no one knew. The average was around 600 light years. No one knew why one wormhole connected to another, for most wormhole connections went past wormholes they should logically connect to. Even Skippy didn't know, and not knowing frustrated the hell out of him. The arrangement of wormholes in the galaxy made no sense. That was an affront to Skippy's sense of how the Elders would have left things, and that left him wondering whether some unknown force had screwed with the Elders' stuff after they left. Or worse, if what he thought he remembered about the Elders wasn't complete or true. "A gap?" Skippy asked. "I'm intrigued by whatever your dumb monkey brain could possibly consider as a gap. Go on." "The problem is there are other potential Elder sites closer to us, but those sites aren't close to a wormhole, so we can't get there, right?" "Flawless logic with no gap so far. You got it, Captain Obvious." No way I was getting back to sleep now, so I pulled my boots on. "Tell me something, Captain Oblivious. We have our magic beanstalk, an Elder wormhole controller module, and a cargo bay, right? Are there any dormant wormholes you could open with the module that would create a shorter path to a potential Elder site? Or could you connect a nearby wormhole to a wormhole near some place we want to go instead of where it connects to now?" "Holy shit," he said slowly. "That wasn't exactly an answer, Skippy. Give me a moment, for crying out loud. I'm running through a ginormous data set here, ginormous even for me. This could take a while." Skippy's voice faded away, replaced by a rock and roll song. "Skippy." I was beginning to get worried. The music kept playing. "Skippy. Ooh, that was a lot of data. Hey, I used 37% of my capacity that time, a new record." "What the hell was that?" I asked. "Huh?" "The music. Oh, that was Don't Stop Believin' by Journey. I thought you'd be lonely while I was crunching numbers." "Very thoughtful. You scared me. Don't do that again." "You didn't like DJ Skippy Skip and the Fresh Tunes?" "Hey, I'm banging out nothing but hits here, homeboy." I laughed in spite of my recent anxiety. Another time, maybe. You said you crunched the numbers. And?" "Oh, happy day, the answer is yes. Damn it, I am a dumbass. I should have thought of this idea. Shown up by a monkey. How humiliating. Damn it. Now I'd be embarrassed to contact the collective. They'd all laugh their asses off at me. There are 2 sites we should check out less than 2 weeks away, if I reprogram an active wormhole to connect to a wormhole that has been long dormant. The problem is, I'll need to put the original wormhole back the way it was after we go through. Even then, somebody is going to notice there is something odd going on with wormholes in this sector." "That is actually a bonus, Skippy. Then the wormhole near Earth will not be the only strange-acting wormhole, and that makes it look less suspicious. The Theranin or Maxolks or whoever can chase their tails trying to figure out what's going on and take attention away from Earth. The Maxolks are vaguely cat-like in appearance, but they do not have tails. It's an expression, Skippy." "Oh, so noted. Hey, Joe, we can, keep this between us, right? No need for the whole crew to know that I missed something super obvious. I hit the door button and stepped into the hallway, attaching the Z-phone earpiece. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me, Skippy. In private, of course, I'm going to bust your balls about it every chance I get. I would expect nothing less. A new course has been loaded into the navigation system. Great. I'm going to the bridge. I'll notify the pilot. When I got to the bridge, Sergeant Adams was the duty officer, sitting in the command chair. The two pilots, a French woman and a Chinese man, were relaxed in their couches. It appeared they were running a flight simulation. According to the main bridge display, the jump engines had a 22% charge. There wasn't anything for the pilots, duty officer, or sensor team in the CIC to do for a long while. The Dutchman was hanging in deep interstellar space, 2.2 light-years from the nearest star system, a red dwarf star that was a dime a dozen in the galaxy, a star nobody would care about. "Captain on the bridge," called out someone in the CIC behind me. Adams turned the chair to face me. "Good morning, Captain," she said while rubbing on one of her fingernails with a frown. I blinked and opened my mouth, unsure what to say. Before we left Earth orbit, I told the crew to dispense with saluting and most formal military protocol. We were all going to be stuck in a can together for months, possibly years. Adams not saluting me, therefore, was not a problem. What surprised me was seeing Sergeant Adams using nail polish and apparently fussing over her nails. She hadn't been wearing nail polish when we first met, at the Crestang jail where she had been tortured and we were both scheduled to be executed. And we hadn't brought along any nail polish when we left Paradise. When we landed on Earth after the first day, she'd been taken away for a medical checkup and debriefing. I hadn't seen her again until the week before the Dutchman departed, a week in which everyone involved was frantically working 20-hour days to get the ship ready and supplies loaded and stowed away. If she had nail polish on then, or in the week since, I hadn't noticed. Most of the time I'd seen her, she'd been in the gym or in the cargo holds we were using for training. Neither of those places were good opportunities for me to observe her personal grooming habits. It wasn't that her wearing nail polish was a surprise. She was a woman, and women do that, even when they are tough as nails Marines. Maybe especially when a woman is a tough as nails Marine. She may feel the need to have something that is personal and feminine. I don't know. Women are still a mystery to me. Adams is an attractive woman, if I can say that without being creepy as her commanding officer. When I first met her, and all the way back to Earth, her hair had been kept cropped very close, almost shaved. Now her hair was loose, wavy sort of afro-type curls on top, short on the sides, and she had kind of I guess it was a lightning bolt or stripe or something, shaved into the right side. Also, when I'd first met her, busting her out of the Crestang jail, her naked back had been scarred from torture. We had never talked about how she had been abused by the Crestang. If she didn't want to talk about it, I wasn't going to push her. What I had seen was that she'd been in pain when working out in the gym back then, and she'd worn loose-fitting clothes. A couple days ago, I'd seen her in the gym wearing shorts and a tank top, and there were no scars on her skin. Dr. Skippy had taken care of her scars on the outside. Marine Corps doctors had cleared her to return to the Dutchman, telling me they were satisfied with her scars on the inside. I raised my eyebrows and glanced at her nails. "Red? Is that official United States Marine Corps Red, Adams?" I knew she was a bit self-conscious about being the only United States Marine aboard the ship. She laughed. "No, sir, this is more of a coral red. The rest of me belongs to the Corps. This is for me. I just did my nails this morning, and I chipped this one already." "Looks good." I didn't know what else to say. "How we doing?" As the captain, I probably should have been more formal, requesting a sit rep or ship status. This is what happens when an Army infantry grunt gets put in command of a ship. The Army has boats, not ships. She pointed at the display. "The last jump was successful. No unfriendlies detected. An hour ago, we went through a molecular hydrogen cloud. Skippy said the density was something like 3 million atoms per cubic centimeter, and that's unusual. No effect on the ship. That was our big excitement for the evening." Skippy's voice interrupted excitedly. "Also, the gas cloud was 98% hydrogen and less than 2% helium. That is highly unusual in the interstellar medium. Typically, cool, dense areas of the ISM are comprised of—" "Science team, Skippy. Please discuss that with the science team," I said while rolling my eyes, and Adams smiled. "Sure. if you enjoy being ignorant, Skippy. I'm not embracing ignorance and I'm not blowing you off. If you find this interesting, with your vast knowledge of the galaxy, then our science team will definitely be interested. I could listen to you, but I couldn't appreciate it the way the science team will. Oh, I did think you were blowing me off. All right, I'll discuss this with the smarter monkeys. Thank you, Skippy. Sergeant Adams, I am here to liven up your evening. You were the first to hear this. Skippy has rerun calculations of an optimal search pattern, and we will be able to cut weeks off the schedule. The two pilots had turned in their chair while Adams and I were talking. They both looked surprised to hear the news. Skippy, is the new course loaded into the autopilot? Affirmative, Skippy confirmed. It is labeled Jump Option Delta. New calculations? Adams asked, with her own raised eyebrow. She knew Skippy well enough to figure there was more to the story. She also knew not to ask. A different approach, based on recently discovered information, I explained. The information Skippy had discovered recently was me giving him an idea he should have thought of himself. That could stay between us. I'll explain more in the staff meeting, a meeting that was the bane of my existence. We had a meeting of team leaders every other day. This required me to think of something new to say every other day. Something new to say on a ship where one day of cruising through interstellar space was like the day before and the next. Aye, Captain. We'll engage the new course when we jump next, Adams acknowledged. The jump coils will be fully charged in, she glanced at the main display, 1 hour and 37 minutes. Great. I'm going to get coffee. Otherwise, I was going to fall back asleep. Chapter 11. Skippy was super, extra, mega excited about the next site on his list. It was the location that he thought was almost certain to contain an Elder site. What interested me in this system was centered on a Class K orange star, about half the size of Earth's sun. It wasn't just another too-common red dwarf. Skippy was fairly bursting with confidence because this star system, with its location in the Orion Spur near Damaran's Nebula, was perfectly situated for an Elder communications node. That was because of invisible force lines in the galaxy, or some science-y BS like that Skippy had made a futile attempt to explain to me. We found the star system. We did not find any sign of an Elder facility, or any sign an Elder facility had ever been there. After 4 days of intensive scanning, Skippy was frustrated and sounded depressed. That makes absolutely zero freaking sense. Zero. I've proven that my model for predicting unknown Elder sites is valid. If any place should have an Elder site, it's this star system. I do not understand this at all. A moon orbiting this gas giant is the perfect place. There should be an Elder facility here. Should we keep looking, Skippy? Maybe there is another Elder facility somewhere else in this system. Unlikely, he said sourly, disappointment clear in his voice. Oh, what the hell, sure. Why not? Maybe there's some unknown minor factor that I'm not taking into account. Do you mind if we take this ship around the system for a week or so? I want to make some very detailed sensor readings. We'll go wherever you want, Skippy. Really? He sounded surprised. Yeah. Duh, you lunkhead. The whole reason we're out here is to find your magic freaking radio. We'll go wherever you think we need to go. Within reason. I'm not endangering the crew without a damn good reason, you know that. You want the Dutchman to hop around this system a couple days? 5 days. A week at the most. No problem. This will be a good opportunity for training. You okay if we program some of the jumps? He sighed. In that case, better plan on 10 days because we'll be so off target on every jump. You monkeys are lucky to hit the correct star system. With the Flying Dutchman making short hops around the star system, the crew took the opportunity for extensive training that we couldn't do while the ship was traveling between stars. Pilots had fun flying dropships, flying the Flower in simulated combat, and programming jumps on our own. We were getting somewhat better at our jump accuracy, despite Skippy's constant mocking and complaining. The science team, when not examining the sensor data Skippy was collecting, was also busy training. Mostly, their training involved how to use spacesuits without killing themselves. They also went through familiarization with ship systems they wouldn't normally have contact with, such as the sensor and weapons controls in the Combat Information Center. While I was duty officer on the bridge one day, 3 scientists got a tour of the CIC. It was a slow time for the bridge and CIC crews. All drop ships were safely tucked into their landing bays, and the Flower was attached to its platform for maintenance. There were not any crew outside the ship practicing spacewalks, and we weren't scheduled to jump again for another 3 hours. Sitting in the command chair, I was taking a quiz about the flight controls on the Theranin dropship and hoping there would be good stuff left over for lunch in the galley when my shift ended at 1400 hours. One of the scientists, a Dr. Zheng, wandered away from the CIC and into the bridge. Sergeant Adams hurried over to shoo her away from me, but I signaled to Adams that I was fine with Zheng being there. "Dr. Zheng, you enjoying the tour?" I asked. She was a biologist and medical doctor. The ship's controls might have been less interesting to her than to others on the science team. "It is good to get out of the lab," she said with a smile. "So far, the only places we've been to have been an abandoned space station and some airless moons. There has not been much for a biologist to do. I've been helping Major Sims in the hydroponics hold." Before we left Earth, Sims had brought aboard experimental hydroponics equipment. I think it was something NASA had been playing with. We were growing fresh vegetables and fruit using hydroponics. Our first crop of spinach had been served in a salad 2 days ago. The space-grown spinach had tasted great to me. "When we came out here, I had hoped for greater opportunities to study alien biospheres," Zheng hinted. Damn. One thing I was not in the mood for right then was an uncomfortable conversation. "Doctor, I did explain our situation, our mission, before we left orbit," I said gently, wishing to avoid an argument. Plus, I could empathize with her. She was bored with few prospects of pursuing her life's work. In fact, I argued against including a science team. You are not essential to the mission, and you are putting your lives at great risk being out here. As I told everyone who applied for the mission, it is unlikely, highly unlikely, that we will ever return to Earth. Even if the mission is concluded successfully, the ship could be stranded in deep space. "If Skippy leaves us?" "Yes," I said simply. "Would you really do it?" She pointed to the self-destruct button on the left arm of the captain's chair under its clear plastic protective cover with self-destruct in large red letters. To press the button, the duty officer needed to turn a lever that held the clear plastic cover down, flip the cover back out of the way, press the button once to activate, then hold the button down to confirm. At the same time, another officer in the CIC needed to do the same to the self-destruct button there. That was a precaution against accidents or somebody going crazy. Precautions were all fine ideas and assuring to the crew. In reality, Skippy wouldn't allow the nukes to detonate unless I ordered them to explode, and Skippy agreed. "Would you destroy the ship if we were stranded? Or if aliens were going to board the ship and learn humans are out here?" "I do it without hesitation," I said grimly. Her raised eyebrows told me I'd surprised her, and not in a good way. "That's without hesitation, because if I took time to think about it, I might not do it," I added. "Army training is damn good. It not only trains you for what to do, it trains you to do it no matter what the conditions. Trains you to do what you have to, even when you're tired, and you're hungry, and you're injured, and people are shooting at you. You've seen soldiers taking apart their weapons and putting them back together over and over, blindfolded?" She nodded. "We do that so the action is in our muscle memory, and we don't have to think about it. It's like tying your shoes. You don't really need to think about it, right? You've done it so many times that your fingers know what to do." "I never thought about it like that." "I am not going to self-destruct the ship unless we absolutely have to. If we have to, I will do it. We can't allow our actions out here to put Earth at risk." I could see my little speech hadn't helped her mood any, so I added, "One thing I can tell you, Doctor, is that anything can happen out here. You may very well get an opportunity to study alien biology firsthand." She nodded silently, unconvinced. Sergeant Adams took that cue to usher her out of the bridge, and I went back to my dropship flight controls quiz. Or I tried to. Talking about self-destructing the ship had put a damper on my mood also. Now I was really hoping there was something good left in the galley when my shift ended. While the Dutchman hopped around the star system, I took the opportunity for real flight training, including my first solo flight in a dropship. Skippy announced that he reluctantly had to concede that it was possible, although extremely unlikely, that I might be able to fly an actual dropship away from the Dutchman without immediately destroying both the dropship and the star carrier. For my first solo flight, he did request we first eject his escape pod out to a safe distance, a request I denied. The whole time I was flying, a simple loop around the Dutchman and back into the landing bay, he grumbled, second-guessed everything I did, and predicted doom for me and everyone aboard our starship. On my own, I got the dropship lined up to re-enter the landing bay and manually flew it in, using gentle, precise movements with the thrusters. While the Dutchman usually took control of dropships and guided them in, for pilot training we needed to learn how to handle the task manually. My first attempt to settle the dropship into the docking clamps missed by less than half a meter. Keep in mind, this smaller type of Theranon dropship was still almost 40 meters long and weighed more than a Boeing 767. It wasn't like flying a little Cessna. Even the smallest dropship needs the capability to drop down through an atmosphere without burning up from heat, plus the ability to lift itself, passengers and cargo all the way from the surface into orbit, and sometimes beyond. Even the incredibly advanced technology of the Theranon couldn't shrink a dropship to anything smaller than a medium-sized airliner on Earth. Flying in the vacuum and zero gravity of interstellar space, the dropship still had substantial mass. When it got moving in the wrong direction, it took a lot of force from thrusters to correct its course. One little adjustment from me got the dot of light centered over the docking clamps in the cockpit display, and I pressed the button to engage the clamps. As the dropship was pulled down and secured, I announced, "Dutchman, this is Barney, down and secured. Powering down now." Barney was my stupid pilot call sign. I wanted something cool like Rocket Man. The problem with that notion was that traditionally pilots do not get to choose their own call signs. Your call sign is chosen for you by other pilots, and a request for anything too cool like Top Gun is immediately shot down by your fellow pilots. Barney was the least humiliating of my call sign options. I had to talk our pilot community out of calling me Buzzer. That was a name they wanted to give me because of the number of times the cockpit warning buzzer had gone off while I was flying. Stupid Buzzer. I suspected that Skippy made the damn thing go off at random just to mess with me. Desai replied, "Barney, welcome back. Closing landing bay doors now." "Roger, Dutchman. How did I do?" Skippy answered before Desai could speak. "It is a miracle. Truly a freaking miracle. Barney, the fact that we all survived you flying on your own is compelling evidence of divine intervention." "You did just fine, Colonel Bishop," Desai assured me. "Your first solo flight was a success. You are ready for the next phase of training. We'll find a nice asteroid or small moon for you to land on somewhere." "Great." I safed the controls and unstrapped from the seat. "Desai, after I finish dropship training, I can start learning about systems aboard the Flower?" "Yes, sir. It is not that she started to say. "What? Joe is going to try flying a starship?" "Oh man, forget it," Skippy moaned. "The galaxy is doomed. Doomed! Look, you need to drop me off somewhere first. I'll put together a list of uninhabited planets." We stayed there for 9 days. It was 9 days of excellent training for the crew, and the science team got to pore over the super-detailed sensor data that Skippy was collecting. Skippy confirmed the star system was indeed a perfect location for an Elder comm node. He confirmed there absolutely should be an Elder facility there, and he also confirmed there was no sign the Elders had ever been there. For several days he was quiet, not making his usual snarky comments, not engaging me when I tried to provoke him. So I changed tactics and was extra nice to him. That may have helped, or maybe he perked up simply because we got to the next site, and he had something to occupy himself. The next star system we investigated was another disappointment. It was not a disappointment in terms of us not finding an Elder facility where Skippy predicted there should be one. It was not a disappointment in terms of the Elder site having been looted of all the valuable stuff long ago. It was a disappointment because the place was smashed to bits. This site, unlike most of the sites we'd seen so far, was not on an airless moon orbiting a gas giant planet. This site was on a planet, about half the size of Earth, that had a thin atmosphere composed mostly of carbon dioxide. From what we could detect from orbit, it was lifeless, unless there were organisms in the soil. The disappointment was caused by the fact that the Elders clearly had built a facility there, a large facility, and that the surface of the planet had been extensively bombarded by meteors. Skippy's analysis determined that this star system used to have a normal asteroid field, and that somehow the orbits of the asteroids had been disrupted to send rocks careening around the system. The two innermost planets, including the one with the Elder facility, had gotten seriously pounded over millions of years, and the bombardment was still continuing. "Is there anything left down there?" I asked hopefully. On the display, a map showed the original outlines of the Elder base. It had sprawled over 2 kilometers in diameter. Surely something that size could not have been completely wiped out of existence. "No," Skippy sighed. "There's a whole lot of nothing down there, Joe. A big meteor went splat practically right on top of the place about 3 or 4 million years ago, and there are impacts in the area before and after the big rock fell. Any Elder artifacts that survived the big impact would have been thrown far away. There is a debris field extending 300 kilometers from the impact site." 300 kilometers? I asked, astonished. "Meteors can be big, Joe. This planet has been hit many times by objects larger than the one that hit the Yucatan Peninsula on Earth and finished off the dinosaurs." "Damn. Are there any meteors or asteroids or whatever that will hit soon?" "I haven't completed a scan of the entire system yet. I can tell you there aren't any objects larger than a basketball that will impact within the next month." "Why? Are you thinking of going down there?" "Yeah. We can scan the surface, right? If we find any Elder stuff that's still intact, we should go check it out. Also, our pilot should get experience flying dropships in an atmosphere. This could also be a good place for practicing ground assaults. As long as we're here, we might as well take the opportunity." He sighed heavily. "Sure. Why not? Listen, Skippy, I know you're disappointed. We all are. Again, your method of predicting the location of Elder sites has been pretty damned accurate so far, right? We're on the trail. It's only a matter of time now." The Dutchman stayed in orbit around the site for 7 days while we conducted extensive training. The science team was given permission to go down to the surface also, after I made them go through an hour of begging and whining about it. Dr. Zhang, the biologist, was super excited to find microorganisms in the soil. Skippy declared they didn't pose any threat to human biology, so I let her bring samples aboard the ship. Part of the training was for ground troops to test the portable shelters we'd constructed. Captain Smythe and his SAS team stayed overnight in shelters on the surface. They were scheduled to come back aboard in the morning, and I got up early to prepare a treat for them in the galley. Crap! Damn it, I wanted to make cinnamon rolls to go with breakfast, but this worthless dough isn't rising. I jiggled the bowl with the dough, as if that was going to help. The dough just sat there unhelpfully, looking stupid and uncooperative. Adams peered over the counter at the dough. "Smells good." "No," I had to admit. "That's the cinnamon sugar mix I was going to put in. As a colonel, I should have been able to order the dough to rise. That hadn't worked." "Well, if this doesn't rise, maybe I can pass it off as cinnamon pita bread." Adams laughed. "I don't think you're going to fool anyone with that." "It's your fault, Joe," Skippy said through a speaker. "You didn't give the dough anything to feed on. You didn't use the sugar like you were supposed to. There's plenty of sugar here, Skippy." I pointed to the plastic bowl of cinnamon and sugar next to the dough. "I mean you're supposed to put some sugar in the dough, dum-dum. The yeast eats the sugar and create gas that causes the dough to rise. Did you even read the instructions?" I said guiltily. "Sort of. I had seen sugar in the recipe. The cinnamon rolls looked easy when my mother made them." "It's doomed, then?" "Could be. I've performed a chemical analysis. It is possible you could still rescue that awful mess. Put some plastic wrap over the top, cover it with a towel, and put it near that heat lamp to your left. Not under the heat lamp, just near it." "Thanks, Skippy. No problem. I calculate a 62% chance of success. Next time, read the recipe, huh? I can't do all of your thinking for you." Skippy saved the day. The dough rose somewhat, and people loved the cinnamon rolls. Sure, maybe they mostly liked the sweet icing I put on top. After Smythe's team came back aboard, we retrieved the dropships and jumped away to check out the next potential site. That was our 5th, Sixth potential site we explored? I had lost track. The crew was exhausted from the grueling training we'd conducted. It was actually good that it was going to take us 2 weeks to get to the next target. People needed rest, and equipment needed maintenance. Skippy's mood could have used some improvement also. 3 days of stand-down rest left the crew refreshed, and we went back to a normal schedule. After the excitement of training on a planet, the crew and the science team were all eagerly anticipating what we would find next. I tried to temper their enthusiasm. What we didn't need was another disappointment sinking our morale. We needed diversions aboard the ship. I made plans to meet Major Sims at dinner to talk about what sort of fun we could have with the supplies she'd brought on board. The British team was cooking that day. It was something they called Sunday roast dinner, and it smelled delicious when I walked in the galley. Then I looked at it. There was some sort of green, wrinkly, stiff vegetable-looking thing on the side of my plate. And next to the roast chicken and Yorkshire pudding and the carrots and the scalloped potatoes, it was out of place, like someone had crumpled up a green napkin and left it there. Sims was sitting to my left. I whispered to her, keeping quiet to avoid insulting the British team. "Major, what is this?" "You ever been to a salad bar at a restaurant?" she asked quietly. "The salad stuff is in bowls. The bowls are on top of a bed of ice, and in between is this stuff." A light bulb went on in my head. "Oh yeah, I've seen this stuff." With a fork, I poked at it. I thought that was plastic decoration. It was supposed to be lettuce or something. That stuff is real? It's supposed to be food? "It is food. It's kale. It's good. Look, it's not limp like lettuce." She was right. It moved under my fork like it was crisp. "Kale, yeah, I've heard of it. They deep fry it, right?" "I don't know how they prepared it." Now she poked it with a fork suspiciously. "You know what would make it better?" I stabbed the kale with a fork and sniffed at it. "If they did deep fry it, but replaced the kale with a Snickers bar." "Or Twinkie," Taylor said. "Have you ever tried a deep-fried Twinkie? They have them at the State Fair in Tennessee." A deep-fried Twinkie. "Unbelievable," Skippy said from the speaker in the ceiling. "This is proof there is a God." "Huh?" I asked. "How do you figure that?" "Because this clearly shows you monkeys are so freaking stupid. There's no way you could have survived until now without divine intervention helping you." "Amazing." I took a bite of the kale, if that's what it was. It wasn't bad. "Whatever this is, apparently it's a religious experience for Skippy." "I didn't say—" "Oh, forget it." People laughed. Not at me this time, at Skippy. "Shut up, all of you." Wow, that was a snappy comeback. "Bye, Skippy," I said. "Pleasant dreams." I could get to like kale, if that's what it was. A thought occurred to me while sitting in my office 3 days before we were scheduled to arrive at the next target. It was not a pleasant thought. I pulled up a schematic of the ship on my tablet, then an external view we'd taken from the Theranon dropships. "Skippy, how many star carriers like the Dutchman do the Theranon have?" "If you mean this particular type or class of ship, they have hundreds. It is a common design they have used for almost 400 years with little change." He snorted. "Little change, because in the last 400 years the Theranon haven't managed to steal enough higher technology to improve their piece of junk starships, or they stole it and can't figure out how it works. Stupid little green pinheads." "They have hundreds exactly like the Dutchman? No little differences?" I knew the United States Navy had standard ship designs like the Arleigh Burke destroyers, but among those ships were subclasses that an experienced sailor could identify at a glance. "Oh, yeah, sure, there are subtle differences, as ships are overhauled or upgraded over the years. There are, or were, about 70 ships almost identical to our Flying Dutchman. Why? Were you hoping our pirate ship is something special? A collector's item or something?" "The opposite, Skippy. I'm hoping there is nothing unique about the Dutchman that can be easily identified. If someone gets close enough for a good look at us, or our stealth field fails, I don't want the Theranon realizing this is the same ship that disappeared near Paradise. That ship disappeared near where there are humans, plus the wormhole near the human homeworld mysteriously shut down around the same time this ship disappeared. That might make a suspicious Theranon ask too many questions." "I see your point, and it is a good one, Joe. The Theranon tend to be rather paranoid about security." "Not paranoid enough. They didn't count on Skippy the Magnificent. True, I am magnificent. And if you are being sincere for a change, thank you. Sincere. I give you props when you've earned it, Skippy. All right, have the Theranin lost a star carrier just like this one? Lost like they didn't see it get destroyed in battle? All they know is it went missing somewhere? The way this ship did? That's a tough one. I need to search the Theranin database. No, unfortunately. No ship exactly like this configuration is missing other than the Dutchman itself. Crap. However, Skippy added with a touch of a smirk to his voice, a star carrier very similar to the Dutchman did disappear mysteriously in this sector 17 years ago. At the time, it was fully loaded with heavy Kristang warships. The Theranin found debris from several of that star carrier's Theranin escort ships, but never any sign of the star carrier itself, or of even a single one of the Kristang ships. At the time, the Theranin accused the Kristang of having stolen their star carrier, while the Kristang accused their patrons of destroying or losing an entire Kristang heavy battle group. According to the databanks I downloaded from both the Theranin and Kristang, neither side admits to knowing what happened. Or they do know, and they're not stupid enough to put it in a database aboard a ship. True, although in this case I suspect the Theranin truly do not know what happened to that ship. I suspect nefarious action by the Kristang. They would gladly throw away a battle group of their own crappy ships in order to capture a Theranin starship with an advanced jump drive. That missing ship is close enough to the Dutchman, especially with modifications that would have inevitably been made in the past 17 years, that we could easily pass for that ship. The Theranin identify their ships by quantum fluctuations embedded in the jump drive fields. Each ship is unique. I could adjust our drive coils to mimic the missing ship's signature. I gave a big thumbs up, knowing Skippy could see that. That would be excellent. Not only do we avoid the Theranin suspecting humans stole their ship, we may sow distrust between the Theranin and the Kristang. Skippy laughed. Oh, boo-hoo. Gosh, it would be just awful for the lizards and little green men to get any more hateful of each other. Yeah, keep in mind, we would rather that no one gets a good look at the Dutchman. You keep using your magic to make people out there think we're a Giraffe ship. Understood. Hey, between us, we came up with another good idea. Mostly me, of course. As a monkey, I wasn't going to argue with him. Of course,